from her body as she sunk into him, wrapping her arms around his neck and deepening the kiss that was erasing all her guilt and remorse. He smelled so good and tasted incredible, and being in his arms was the only place she wanted to be. He pulled back reluctantly, and she pouted. "I wasn't done kissing you yet," she said playfully. He grinned. "Tree decorating first, then kissing. Otherwise the tree will stand there naked and wilting all season." "I'm fine with that," she said, suddenly caring a lot less if the baubles and garland ever came out of the shopping bags. He laughed, releasing her gently. "Get to work. I'll follow your lead." She sighed, but then retrieved the bags of decorations as Aaron flicked through the television stations for an old black-and-white Christmas movie. "It's a Wonderful Life," she said, marveling again at her ability to remember certain things. "It used to be one of my favorites," Aaron said, "even though I cried like a baby every time." "Your secret's safe with me," she said as she opened the bags and took out the decorations. The two of them got to work, each keeping an eye on the sentimental holiday classic. Once the tree was decorated, they stood back to admire their work. "Looks good," she said with a smile. "Let's light her up and see what happens," he said, plugging in the lights. The tree illuminated with a bright, warm glow, the ornaments and tinsel sparkling. "What do you think?" she asked him. He stood behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing her into his body as he stared at the tree. "I think my sister would love it, and she'd be happy that I'm finally embracing the spirit of the season again," he said, kissing the top of her head. One of the bells jingled on the tree, and both he and Isla turned to look at it. "Every time a bell rings." Chapter 16. The call coming into the station as Aaron arrived for his shift the next day was an unusual one. A private plane flying over Denali had gotten into trouble when its navigation system failed and was requesting assistance. The pilot had circled the area too long before running out of fuel and had had to crash land in the backwoods 5 miles from Port Serenity. Local search and rescue were asking them to air respond. "Single passenger on board, the pilot. He's reporting moderate injuries and requesting immediate extraction. He's stuck in the plane and there's leaking fuel." The briefing was quick, and the crew launched into action within minutes. Dwayne, Aaron, and Miller were suited up, and the helicopter was headed toward the crash site in record time. It was the first rescue responded to since Aaron and Dwayne's bickering session in the training room the week before. They hadn't spoken outside of work either. Aaron just hoped they could at least put aside their issues at work. Of course, he wouldn't be mentioning the time he'd been spending with Isla, and he struggled with his lingering feelings of guilt. From his position in the helicopter doorway, Aaron spotted the wreckage in a clearing west of the Denali Glacier. The small private plane was in pieces, metal and fiberglass littering the forest and black smoke spiraling up from the wreckage. It was a miracle the pilot was still alive. "Crash site spotted," he said over his headset to Dwayne. "I've got eyes." Dwayne's response irritated him. At the station, at the gym, at the pub, his buddy could keep the attitude. But on a rescue, he'd expect his crewmate to act professionally and keep the personal shit out of the chopper. Miller shot Aaron a questioning look that said, "What's his problem?" But Aaron shook his head. The drama bullshit could wait. "Ready and in position," he said as Dwayne hovered the helicopter over the crash site. High above the site. "Can you get any lower?" "Not without risking hitting the tree. Afraid of the drop?" Damn, they needed to hash this Isla thing out and fast. These rescues were dangerous enough without him having to put his life in the hands of someone who might be hesitant to save his ass if needed. He knew if it came down to it, he could trust Dwayne, but he'd like to feel a little sounder in that belief. "Lowering now," he said through gritted teeth, determined not to let Dwayne's unprofessionalism distract him from the task. As he lowered from the chopper, he scanned the area. The windshield of the tiny private plane was shattered, and the wings had broken off. The tail end was smashed, and the door was hanging off its hinges. The pilot was trapped under metal from the front of the plane and waved both arms as Aaron lowered. He took in the wreckage and spotted the fuel leak, gas and other fluids seeping over the snow. One wrong move and the plane could go up in flames. Aaron reached the ground and approached the pilot. The man looked relieved to see him, but was clearly in pain. A deep gash on his forehead was worrisome. "Local Coast Guard," Aaron said, identifying himself. "Where are you pinned?" "My leg. It's crushed under the front control panel." Aaron nodded and approached the heavy piece of metal keeping the man pinned. He accessed the area and then lifted, struggling under the weight. "Quick, slide out," he called to the man. He wasn't sure how long he could actually hold the thing up. The man pulled his body out of the plane and moved as far away as possible as Aaron carefully set the slab of the plane back onto the ground. He approached and, keeping an eye on the plane, assessed the man's leg. The damage was extensive, the leg crushed from thigh to ankle. He was bleeding, and on the ground it was impossible to determine the extent of the injury. The man started to tremble as shock and cold set in. He had to move fast, but a vertical ascent with the man harnessed to him wasn't the best option. "Can I get a litter?" he radioed up to Miller. He'd have to do the horizontal lift. "Copy," Miller said, and a moment later Aaron saw the litter being lowered toward them. He turned to the injured man, who was barely remaining conscious. "Hey, stay with me a little longer, okay?" he said as he reached for the litter and placed it on the snow. "I'm going to lift your upper body first, then your lower half. I'll try to make this as smooth as possible, but it's going to hurt." The man nodded, his eyes drifting closed. Shit, so much for getting this guy to help with the transfer. Aaron stood behind him and, lifting under his arms, he carefully transferred him to the stretcher. Then he lifted the lower body, wincing as the mangled leg bent in unnatural ways. The man was lucky to be alive, but Aaron had his doubts that the leg would survive. The sound of a branch snapping to his right caught his attention, and he turned to look between the thick trees behind him just as Dwayne's voice sounded over his radio. "Looks like you got company." A brown bear approached the wreckage on all fours. He sniffed and pawed at the metal on the ground, searching for food among the mess, his massive paws flinging pieces of the plane aside. "Holy shit," the pilot said, suddenly awake again as he saw the bear. "Stay still," Aaron instructed him quietly. The bear had yet to notice them, but it wouldn't be long. Brown bears weren't uncommon in these backwoods, and he'd seen many while on hikes and camping. Usually he enjoyed sightings of the majestic, strong creatures with their big paws and thick fur, but this visit was something Aaron could have done without. He reached into his gear pack and took out a flare. With so much leaking fuel, this could be a big mistake. But there was no way to get the man hoisted up into the chopper without risking the bear making an attack, and that could cause the chopper to waver. "Going to try to scare off our friend here," he said calmly over the radio. "That flare could cause the entire wreckage to blow," Dwayne said, concern in his voice. "The litter and I are detached. Get ready to move off if you need to," he said as he lit the flare. Not leaving without you, even though you're an asshole, Dwayne said, a hint of the friend he knew returning to the other man's tone. The bear turned in his direction, and Aaron moved quickly toward it, waving the flare in front of the animal, yelling at it and not retreating as the animal stood on its hind legs, roared, and looked ready to attack. "Back! Go!" he shouted with authority, keeping the flare high as he directed it at the magnificent creature. The bear growled, baring its huge teeth. Shit. Sometimes this worked, sometimes it didn't. Aaron continued to wave the flare, aware of the leaking fluid covering the ground near his boots. The bear lowered himself back down on all fours and began moving away. Aaron released a breath of relief and lowered the flare. Unfortunately, the bear kicked at the wreckage as it passed, as though saying, "Fuck this shit," and the plane ignited. Flames instantly engulfed the front of the plane and the liquid all around them. His heart racing, Aaron turned to the pilot. "Okay, we gotta go, now." He secured the man in the litter and signaled for Dwayne. "In position." "About time," his buddy mumbled in response. Moments later, after a dicey ascent watching the forest below them go up in flames, he and the litter were brought on board the helicopter with Miller's assistance. Dwayne glanced over his shoulder at him with a slightly annoyed look as he navigated the chopper away from danger and back toward the station. "Enough excitement for you?" Aaron grinned. "Just the way I like it." His friend may still be mad at him, but it was good to know that in a crisis, they still had one another's back. "The sprain healed quite nicely," Dr. Sheffield said, looking at the X-ray during Isla's follow-up appointment at the hospital later that day. "A credit to your level of physical fitness. I'm not sure I've ever seen anyone heal so fast." "So I don't need the boot cast anymore?" Isla asked, stretching her leg on the examination table. Her leg did feel better, and it would be great not to have to wear the annoying thing anymore. "Nope," he said. "Just take it easy, okay? No major climbing for another few weeks, but some walking and hiking would do you good." "I can live with those conditions," she said. "How are you feeling otherwise?" the doctor asked, using a light to look into her eyes. "Okay. I mean, I still can't remember anything. I've been going to familiar places and reading old journals." She shrugged. At first, it hadn't really bothered her. She'd assumed the memories would come back. But the last few days it had become painfully evident how not remembering her past could impact both her and those around her. "It could take time. The MRI shows less swelling on the temporal lobe, but there's still some, and the lesion is still healing, but that, too, will take time." As before, it sounded like all she could do was wait. She bit her lip as she nodded. "What if my memories don't come back?" That was a possibility, and with each passing day, she had to at least entertain the thought. "Then you make new ones," he said gently. Make new ones. The doctor didn't know just how impactful those words were. Sometimes the past really didn't matter. What mattered was the here and now. It wasn't as though she could go back and change anything, and her future had always been hers to discover. Her path was always hers to carve. She smiled as she climbed down from the table. "Thanks, Doc." "Take it easy, okay?" he said as she left the office. Outside the hospital, she breathed in the cool, fresh air, enjoying the freedom from the cast. Her phone chimed and she smiled, reading the text from Skylar. "Girls' night at the yacht, you in?" She hesitated briefly. She'd been looking forward to seeing Aaron again. The day before had been a little rough in the beginning. But he'd opened up to her, and they'd really connected. They seemed to grow closer the more they were together, and she liked where things were headed. Another text from Skylar arrived, and she laughed as she read it. Aaron's working a double shift, if that helps in your decision-making. I'll be there, she texted back. And a few hours later, she was really glad she'd accepted the invite, and that she was the first one to arrive. It gave her a few minutes alone with Skylar. Wine? Skylar asked as Isla removed her coat and hung it on a hook near the door. Need something to wash the antihistamines down, she said with a laugh. Dex and Shayla had gone winter camping, but the scent of the dog lingering in the room already had her eyes watering. Skylar handed her a glass of white wine, and she took the meds. No cast? Got it off today, she said. Feels good to not have to wear it. That was fast, Skylar said. I'm a fast healer, she said. Well, my bones are at least. Wish my broken brain would hurry the hell up. No luck with the journals? She asked gently. They've been interesting, but I feel like I'm reading about a stranger. She hesitated before confiding. I don't feel like the person in the journals. That's weird, right? Skylar shook her head. I don't think so. I mean, you have been different lately. Isla nodded. It's just hard to make decisions not knowing what my pre-injury self would have wanted or chosen to do. I feel like I'm betraying old Isla or something. Like I can't make a decision in case my memory comes back and I regret the choice I've made. She must sound completely crazy, but it truly felt like there were two versions of her. Who was she really? What did she want? Skylar offered a sympathetic smile. I think whatever decisions you make now will be the right ones. You're more open to things, and that can't be a bad thing, right? I guess so. She paused again. I know Dad wants me to go into law, and I don't want to disappoint him, but I'm not sure it's what I want. She'd been thinking about it the last few days, and the idea hadn't excited her. She'd even looked into the online classes he'd mentioned earlier that day while she'd waited for her appointment at the hospital, but it had been more out of a sense of guilt over the whole birth mother bomb she'd dropped on her family, and not any real interest in pursuing the career. Skylar nodded. I get it. I mean, I always knew I wanted to be a captain in the Coast Guard. That was never in question. But there was a lot of pressure to follow in my granddad's and father's footsteps, coming back here to Port Serenity. I know all about family pressure and wanting to find your own path. The fact that Skylar got it made Isla feel a little better. But ultimately you decided this is what you wanted? Dex had a lot to do with that, Skylar said, sipping her wine. Isla bit her lip, hesitating. She felt like she could confide in Skylar, that the other woman was someone she could trust. So she said, In my journals, I talk about being interested in social work. Skylar's eyes widened. Really? Wow. Yeah. And now that I know more about my birth mom and how I was in the system, I think I want to look into that career a little more, she said. Then that's what you should do, Skylar said. You think so? Absolutely. I think you'd be fantastic. You're great with kids, especially teens. And if it's something you're passionate about, you can't fail. The words of encouragement meant a lot, and actually helped to better support the possibilities that had been percolating in her mind. But still, she wasn't sure. Brian is pretty adamant about the law school thing. Brian is a tough one, Skylar said. But only because he loves you. He'll accept and support whatever you decide. Isla hoped Skylar was right. because the more she thought about it, the more the idea appealed to her. If she could help others who were in the same situation her mother had been in, then maybe she'd find a sense of purpose and feel closer to the mother she'd never known. "Thanks, Skylar." She raised her glass to the other woman. "Any time," Skylar said as the doorbell rang, announcing their friends had arrived. Isla sipped her wine, feeling more at peace and content than she had in days. The doctor was right. She'd focus on making new memories, new decisions, new life paths. And if her memory came back, then her past self would just have to deal with who she'd become in the meantime. Chapter 17. "I'm not sure I like you having such a dangerous job," Isla said Friday evening as Aaron recounted the rescue involving a brown bear. The entire thing sounded wild and incredibly risky. A plane about to explode was more than enough. They were cooking pasta together in his kitchen, the glow of the Christmas tree lights illuminating the apartment with a warm, festive glow, and it was a struggle to hide how happy she was to be there with him, doing this simple, everyday thing. It felt even more intimate than their previous dates, as they moved around one another in his tiny kitchen. Her reaching over his head for spices in the cupboard, him reaching around her for a knife from the drawer, their bodies always so close, but never quite touching. Heat coursed through her that had nothing to do with the steam coming off the boiling water on the stove. "Now you know how I feel about your daredevil ways," he said, wrapping his arms around her waist as she added the noodles to the boiling water. She laughed as she fell back against him, loving the sensation of his body around hers. "Well, I promised the doctor I'd continue to take it easy for another few weeks." He kissed the side of her neck quickly, causing a tingling sensation to vibrate throughout her body. Goosebumps surfaced on her skin despite his warm breath. But far too soon he was moving away. Damn, he was always doing that, teasing her with these fleeting kisses, these brief embraces. She was desperately craving more, a lot more. The night before, all she'd thought about was the next time she'd get to be with him. Now that they were alone again in his apartment, she was desperate for him to make a move. Or she'd have to. The sexual tension building between them was going to cause her to implode. "Hey, you can't just do that, then run away," she said, reaching out to pull him back in. "I have a surprise for you. Wait here," he said. She sighed as he left the kitchen. "I'd prefer more kisses," she mumbled. "You'll get those too," he said, re-entering almost immediately with a shopping bag behind his back. Now she was intrigued. "What do you have there?" She leaned to one side to try to read the logo on the bag. Some sort of sporting goods store. He handed it to her and she opened it. "Snowshoes?" she asked, looking up in surprise. Inside the bag were all the accessories for a day out on the snowy trails. He shrugged. "That day at Santa's Village, you said you'd like to go with me. I was already headed to the store, so—" Her eyes widened. "You bought these that day?" At the time, he hadn't seemed exactly thrilled at the thought of having her tag along. That had changed in the time since, but she was shocked he'd bought these back before they'd gotten close. He shrugged in an attempt to look nonchalant. "I figured I could return them if you changed your mind." Isla set the bag aside and stepped into his arms. Hers encircled his neck, and she stood on tiptoes to kiss him softly. "Why on earth would I change my mind about spending time with you?" she whispered against his lips. "I thought maybe you'd be sick of me by now," he said teasingly. But she heard the small hint of sincerity. as though he actually thought that was a possibility. She didn't think she could ever be sick of him. "Is that why you keep teasing me with these brief kisses?" she asked. "To keep me keen?" He held her tight against him. "Is it working?" "Yes." She saw him swallow hard as he stared into her eyes. "Believe me, I've only been torturing myself." "Well, stop," she said, pressing her body closer. What on earth did she have to do to get him to grab her and kiss her senseless? He hesitated only a fraction of a second before bending slightly and lifting her off her feet. He set her onto the counter and wedged himself between her legs before crushing her mouth with his. Thank God. Since that night in his truck, they hadn't had a full-on makeout session, and this was long overdue. She could appreciate him taking things slow, given the circumstances of her injury and the inner turmoil they'd both recently been challenged with, yada, yada, yada. But she wanted him to know that she wasn't going to break, and that moving a little faster, acting on this attraction between them, was completely okay. Better than okay. Her hands tangled in his hair as she held his head close and deepened the kiss. His hands wrapped around her thighs and his fingers squeezed, digging into her flesh beneath her jeans. There was no trace of the restraint he'd demonstrated before. Now his kiss was eager and demanding, challenging her to respond, as though he expected her to retreat. Not a chance. His tongue teased her bottom lip, and a moan escaped her. Damn, he was hot when he let go and took what he wanted. He could have it. He could have her. He pulled her even closer until every part of their bodies touched, and she pressed herself to him. Her hands fisted his t-shirt at his chest, and she wrapped her legs around him, preventing any attempt at escape. His tongue circled hers as his hands moved upward on her thighs, inching higher and higher, causing her entire body to spring to life. She couldn't get enough of him. She never wanted this kiss to end, this moment to end. The shrill sound of the smoke detector made them both jump, and she hit her head on the cupboard door. Ow! "Oh my God, you okay?" Aaron asked, bending at the knees to look at her as she rubbed the aching spot on her head. She nodded, then stilled. His eyes widened with a look of panic. "What? What's wrong?" "Nope, still no memory," she said teasingly. He shook his head, shooting her a look. "Not funny." "It was kind of funny," she said, jumping down from the counter and turning off the once boiling pot that was now charred pasta noodles stuck to the bottom. Aaron grabbed a dish towel and waved it below the smoke detector until the wailing stopped. "See," he said, "this is what happens when you try to seduce me." She grinned as she took his arms and wrapped them around her, placing his hands on her ass. "Maybe if you didn't make me work so hard, I wouldn't have to nearly set your apartment on fire." He laughed, drawing her hips into his body. "Fair enough," he said. "But just for the record, I tried to take things slow." "Just for the record, I didn't ask you to," she said as she stood on her tiptoes and kissed him again. He groaned as he returned the kiss, then, pulling back, he rested his head against hers. "You are killing me, Isla Wakefield." "You say that like it's a bad thing," she said with a teasing wink as she eased out of his arms. "Now, what are we going to do about dinner?" Because now that she'd caught him, it was his turn for the chase. The next morning, Aaron knocked on Isla's hotel room door just before 8 o'clock. Dressed in his ski suit, hat, and gloves, he was sweating after the hike up the stairs, not willing to wait for the elevator. They were getting a head start on the snow trails before a forecasted ice storm hit later that afternoon, and he was excited to get the day rolling. Right now, there wasn't a cloud in the sunny, crisp morning sky, but that could change in a heartbeat. Snowshoeing was his favorite winter activity, and he couldn't wait to share the experience with Isla. He had the perfect trails in mind, ones which would provide enough of a challenge and thrill, but wouldn't be too hard on her still-recovering leg. He was on call with the station in case of emergency, but he really hoped people stayed safe so he'd have no reason to end their time on the trails before the weather forced them back inside. He heard her footsteps approaching the door, and the same anticipation flowed through him as it always did at the thought of seeing her. He'd only dropped her off here 10 hours ago, after takeout Chinese food and an attempt to focus on a Die Hard movie marathon, but it felt like forever since he'd seen her. Isla Wakefield had him losing sleep, and for different reasons these days. When she opened the door, his mouth went dry. She stood in a towel, her hair still wet and hanging around her shoulders. "You're early. Come on in," she said. He tried to look anywhere but at the sexy cleavage escaping the top of her towel, or her incredible set of muscular legs as he entered the room. He was a few minutes early, but not that early. He suspected this was all part of her plan to torture him into making more moves. But if she kept this up, he wasn't sure how long he could maintain the good guy act. He was only human, and she was irresistibly sexy. "I'll just be a few minutes," she said. "Make yourself comfortable." "No rush." He scanned the hotel room. The bed was made, and all of her clothes, including the red dress of fantasies, were hung in the closet. Her shoes and boots were lined up under the window, and her makeup and accessories were neatly arranged on the vanity. Not the incredibly messy Isla that Dex had always complained about. It was baffling how so many of her character traits had been altered by the head injury, yet she was still the same Isla deep down. Her personality might be less edgy and prickly, but she was still a sharp-witted smartass. Just a neater version, apparently. He saw an old teddy bear that looked like it had seen better days lying on the pillow, and he laughed as he picked it up. "This thing would give me nightmares." "Apparently I refused to sleep without it," she called from the bathroom, where the door was still open a crack, and he could see her slide into a pair of dark blue leggings. He'd like to be the thing she refused to sleep without. He averted his gaze as he saw her reach for a lacy bra draped over the towel rack. She was definitely doing this on purpose, teasing him, tempting him, and it was definitely working. But what was she expecting? Him to barge in there, rip her clothes off, and make love to her? Spend the day kissing every inch of her body? They'd only been seeing one another a few weeks, and she still didn't know that, before that, she didn't even like him. What would she do if he did act on the impulse to change the day's plans? Damn, it was hot with all this gear on. He placed the bear back on the pillow, desperate to turn his thoughts to something a little less boner-inducing, as his ski pants felt restrictive in the crotch. He noticed her open laptop on the desk. Social work online course listings filled the screen. Social work? Wow. "Are you thinking about taking these?" he asked, turning toward her as she exited the bathroom. She nodded slowly, running a brush through her hair. "Yeah. A few start in January, and I think I'll apply. My high school grades were high enough, and they take mature students based on life experience and an admission letter." That's amazing. That's not an easy career, especially compared to her nutcracker job. But she was definitely smart enough and hard-working enough to achieve any career she wanted. That was part of what had made it so frustrating, that she'd seemed content traveling the world with no career path or plans. Though, if that had made her happy, who was he to judge? What happened to law school? Law school would be great too, and I really did give it some thought. But I want to do something where I'm making a difference to help people going through the social system. She paused. I know Brian, Dad, would like me to follow in his footsteps, but I feel like I'm being called toward this. I can't explain it. It made sense that Isla would be drawn to this type of career. Having been involved in the system herself, he understood where her motivation was coming from. Understood it and respected the hell out of her for it. He walked toward her and cupped her face with his hands. That is a great idea. She looked relieved to hear him say it. Thank you. She pressed her body into his and placed a soft, teasing kiss to his lips. She tasted like peppermint lip gloss, and he wanted to lick her like a candy cane. What's not a great idea is answering hotel room doors in only a towel, he said, the heat returning. She grinned. Caught that, did you? I'm only going to resist temptation for so long, he said. She removed his hands from her face as she sashayed back into the bathroom. Promises, promises, she called over her shoulder. Chapter 18. As Hidden Valley Trail came into view, Isla could barely contain her excitement. Sure, she'd been teasing Aaron in the hotel room with the towel and giving him just a glimpse of her getting dressed in the bathroom, but she was really looking forward to the day out on the snowy trail. The weather was crisp, and a cold wind rustled through the trees in the distance, but the early morning sun was bright. She peered through the window as he parked his truck in the ice and snow-covered parking lot, reading the sign at the beginning of the trail. The 5-mile hike was a moderate difficulty level and was expected to take about 2.5 hours. According to the map displayed, the trail took them near the river's edge and along the base of the mountain range, boasting several points of interest and viewing places along the way. Sure you're feeling up to this? Aaron asked, turning in his seat to face her. Yes, my leg feels great, and the exercise will be good, she said. Okay, let's get the gear. He climbed out of the truck and opened a rear door, retrieving everything before leading the way to the back of the truck. He dropped the tailgate and lifted her up onto it. She laughed at the unexpected gesture, loving how he could just pick her up so effortlessly, like he had the night before in his kitchen. It was sexy as hell. She stared at him as he helped strap her boots into the new snowshoes he'd bought for her. He attached the climbing rails and adjusted the height on her poles. All set, he said, helping her down. He put on his own gear and they set out. She was grateful for all the warm clothing she'd worn as they started along the trail that was still shaded by tall trees. The sun wasn't yet high enough in the sky to break through, and the snow beneath their snowshoes felt crunchy. It wasn't long before she'd gotten the hang of it, and her body heated after the first few inclines along the trail. Hadn't expected such a workout, she said, slightly out of breath 5 minutes in. Aaron laughed as he moved effortlessly alongside her. I've been telling you for years this isn't as easy as it looks. She frowned. She still didn't quite understand why the two of them had never been friends before. He was kind, funny, smart, sexy, and he made her feel comfortable. His support in the hotel room regarding her plan to pursue social work as a career had meant a lot. She knew her family, particularly her father, might not be completely thrilled about it, at least not at first, so it felt great to have Aaron's encouragement. The two of them seemed to get along great, and the chemistry between them was undeniable. So why had it taken so long, not to mention a head injury, to get to this place? She was about to bring up the subject again when the first point of interest marker appeared on the trail. As they moved through the trees into an open clearing, Isla's eyes widened. The view of the mountains and the river with waterfalls trickling into it was absolutely breathtaking. Glistening sun reflecting off the water and the ice all around were worth the hike. Beautiful, right? Aaron asked, taking it in. You've been here before? She asked. This is one of my favorite trails, he said, smiling at her. But this has to be my favorite time being here, seeing this. She warmed to her core at the words. Thank you for inviting me to come along. He moved closer and slid his snowshoes outside hers to wrap his arms around her waist and draw her close. He kissed her forehead, her nose, her cheeks, his breath warming her skin, before his lips finally landed on hers. Isla wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her body closer. This moment felt incredible. Being there with him, the only two on the trail, it felt like they were the only two people in all of Alaska, as the quiet stillness of nature was all around them, the only sounds the running river and the rustle of a breeze through the trees. Peaceful, serene, and full of beauty. He deepened the kiss, his tongue slipping between her lips to explore her mouth. Her hands crept upward to cup the back of his head as her tongue danced with his. He tasted so good, a hint of coffee on his breath, and smelled incredible, his soft aftershave mingling with the fresh air on his skin. He hadn't shaved that day, and the stubble along his jawline was rough and tickled her flesh, but she loved the feel of it. His hands gripped her ribcage, squeezing gently as the kiss grew more passionate. A sense of urgency that continued to grow until they were both struggling for breath. She didn't care about breathing. She just wanted to stay there in this perfect moment, kissing for as long as she could. Panting slightly, he pulled away reluctantly, and desire burned in his eyes when they met hers. You are the most incredible woman I've ever known, he said. Then why did it take this long for you to realize it? She asked with a note of teasing, but also a level of real curiosity. Maybe because I never thought I'd get this chance to be with you. Never dreamed that you could ever want a guy like me. A guy like you? You mean courageous, brave, sexy, and caring? She asked, kissing him gently again. You think I'm sexy? He asked with a grin as he reluctantly released her, and they headed back onto the trail. I would have thought that was obvious, she said with a laugh. And I'm most likely not the only one in town to think so, she said, shooting him a sideways glance. How was it that he was still single? He had to be one of the most eligible bachelors in Port Serenity. Odd that no one had caught his eye. He shrugged. I get some attention, but I'm pretty sure it's just the uniform, he said with a wink. Isla was fairly certain the uniform played a part in it, but it was the man inside it that made her knees weak and her heart race. And as much as she was enjoying this time with him out on the trail, she was looking forward to being alone with him, where she could continue showing him just how sexy she thought he was. The day had been perfect, and even the weather had held out for the 5-mile hike through the trails. Locals and tourists had avoided getting into any trouble requiring his assistance, and his on-call shift was officially over. He was free to spend the evening with Isla uninterrupted. The Christmas tree was the only light illuminating the space, and warmth from the electric fireplace on the wall provided a cozy, romantic vibe. He barely used it, but he was happy to have it that evening as he tried to set a mood. Isla thought he was sexy, and she sure as hell had been trying to seduce him that day. Maybe he'd try a little seducing of his own that evening. Aaron propped several pillows behind his back as he relaxed on the sofa, stretching out his stiff legs in front of him. The exercise and cold air had felt great, but it was nice to be inside where he planned to cuddle Isla all evening. The passionate kiss they'd shared on the trail had left him craving more all day, and he hoped she wasn't intent on watching any of the holiday movies he'd invited her over for. His cell phone chimed, and the temptation to ignore it was strong. The only person he wanted to talk to right now or give any attention to was already there in his apartment, in the kitchen, making them hot chocolate. But what if it was important? He reluctantly reached for the phone and read the text. "Are you on your way?" Aaron frowned at the text message from Trina. On his way? On his way where? His eyes widened. Shit, what was the date? He checked his calendar and saw it was December 9th, the night of the teacher's staff Christmas party. Damn, he'd totally forgotten he'd agreed to go with her. Panic seized his chest. That was before he and Isla had started dating. But it was already after 6 o'clock. How could he bail on Trina at the last minute? That would be a douchebag move. But how did he tell Isla he had a date this evening? He wanted to be with her. Desperately so. The day had been wonderful, and the mood in his apartment was just right, and he'd finally talked himself into making more moves. But he knew he had to fulfill his promise to Trina to be her buffer with gym teacher Greg. He glanced up as Isla entered the room with their hot chocolate, topped with large dollops of whipped cream and chocolate sprinkles. "I may have overdone it on the sprinkles," she said with a laugh, handing him a mug. He forced a laugh. "Never too many sprinkles." He took a sip, the hot liquid beneath the cream burning his top lip. "Careful, it's hot," Isla said too late. He set the cup on the table and cleared his throat. "So I, forgot about a commitment I made for tonight." "Oh, okay," she said, and he knew she was trying not to seem disappointed as she settled in next to him on the sofa. "I have to head out in about 5 minutes." He'd have to forego a shower, quickly change into something appropriate, and then drive like a maniac across town. With the bad weather, he'd be lucky to make it a half-hour late. "Okay," she repeated, jumping up. "I can get going, but I'm taking this with me." She hugged the mug to her chest. He stood and touched her shoulders. "I really don't want to go, but I have to," he said, wanting her to know that. He'd been looking forward to cuddling on the sofa with her, more passionate kisses. Now he had to abandon that for an evening with another woman. "It's totally fine. You have a life and your own plans." She stood and collected her jacket. He sighed as he hesitated. He had to tell her what those plans were. But how? He didn't want her to think that he was into Trina or that it was a date, especially after she'd alluded to the fact there might be other women in town who might find him attractive. He was 100% single and available, and not interested in anyone but her. But how could he make her believe that with what he was about to say? He cleared his throat. It's just a staff holiday party. At the station? She asked as she wrapped her scarf around her neck. No, at the elementary school. I kind of told Trina Clarkson, a teacher there, that I'd accompany her. Not as a date or anything, just to prevent Greg, the gym teacher, from hitting on her. And it was before you and I... What? How did he describe what they were doing? They hadn't really put a label on it. What did he want it to be? What did she want it to be? This timing couldn't be worse. Isla looked slightly amused by his anxiety. It's fine, she paused. And it would still be fine if it were a date. It would? Why? He'd hoped she wouldn't want him dating other people. Was she planning on dating other people? He hadn't really thought about it. You'd be okay with that? She shrugged. Well, I don't love the idea. That was a relief. But, I mean, we're not exclusive or anything. You're free to date anyone you want. Which meant she, too, was free to date anyone she wanted. That thought didn't sit well with him at all. Damn, he had to go, and go now. But he really didn't want to leave with this matter unsettled. It seemed as though it were something he needed clarity on. She headed toward the door, and he reached for the end of her scarf, drawing her back toward him. It isn't a date, he said. I don't want it to be a date. I'm sure Trina might see it differently, Isla said with a quick kiss on his cheek and a wink as she took her scarf from him and headed toward the door. Have fun, she said as the door closed behind her, leaving him standing there, knowing he'd think of nothing else all evening except making sure he got clarity on their relationship ASAP. 20 minutes later, he was apologizing to a freezing-looking Trina as she waited for him on her front step. Sorry I'm late, he said, meeting her at her door and helping her descend the slick steps in her high heels. She'd definitely gone to some trouble that evening. Her hair and makeup were perfect, and a short black dress was visible under a red cashmere coat. Aaron instantly felt guilty, even more so. He'd given Isla the wrong impression by going through with this event, and he was terrified he was also giving Trina the wrong impression. There really didn't seem to be any winning this evening. It's okay, she said with a smile. I'm glad you were still able to make it. Of course. Bodyguard at your service, he said teasingly, but with the intention of reminding her of their arrangement. At the truck, he opened the passenger side door for her and was relieved when she had no trouble hoisting herself up inside. Somehow lifting another woman up into his truck would feel like a betrayal to Isla. Man, this whole thing was really making him uncomfortable. He was technically single, but this still felt wrong. He'd never dated more than one woman at a time, for good reason. Things got complicated, and feelings got hurt, fast. He'd seen it with some of the other guys at the station, and it just wasn't for him. As he climbed into the driver's seat, Trina used the mirror to apply a layer of red lipstick to her lips. He couldn't help but compare it to Isla's pale pink gloss that tasted like peppermint. Lip gloss he'd been hoping to overdose on that evening. This weather is crazy, huh? He said in an effort to focus on Trina and not be distracted by thoughts of the woman he'd wanted to spend the evening with. Trina nodded, peering out the windshield as the wipers tried to keep up with the blowing snow. I swear we get this crappy weather for our staff party every year. Last year, the storm got so bad that we were all trapped at the school for the night. His mouth went a little dry. That couldn't happen this year. There'd be no explaining that to Isla. Luckily, the school wasn't far from her home, and 4 minutes later they pulled into the nearly empty lot. Only 7 other cars were parked there, all staff there for the party. He helped Trina down from the truck, and they carefully made their way toward the door. "Why do they hold the parties at the school?" he asked. "A local pub or even the bowling alley or pool hall would be more fun." "Lack of funds," she said. "This plus a $10 limit on a Secret Santa exchange is as good as it gets," she said, removing her coat once they were inside. The black dress was sleeveless with a plunging neckline, and once again guilt washed over him. Trina was a beautiful woman, and she'd obviously dressed to impress this evening. She deserved a real date with a guy who was genuinely into her and whose thoughts weren't constantly returning to someone else and somewhere else he'd rather be. Unfortunately, they were nowhere, and she was stuck with him. He'd help her enjoy the evening, keep Greg at bay, and next year hope Santa brought her better options for a date. He extended an arm to her as they approached the staff room where voices drifted from inside. She tossed her hair over her shoulder and cuddled in closer as they entered the room. Oh no, she was getting a little too close for comfort. He scanned the room and saw the familiar faces of the school staff mingling and drinking what he suspected was spiked red punch. Everyone looked their way and greeted them, and he noticed Greg eyeing Trina with definite interest. The former football player was a giant with huge bodybuilder muscles. He'd always seemed shy and soft-spoken to Aaron. It was surprising that he could blur the lines at work. He wouldn't have pegged him as that kind of guy. But Trina hadn't been wrong. The gym teacher really did look taken by her. But then he averted his gaze quickly, and she turned her attention to Aaron. He didn't say anything, but suddenly she was laughing loudly and hitting his chest playfully. He frowned in confusion until he saw her gaze shift toward Greg, who was watching them again with a look of annoyance on his face. Holy shit. Wait a second. Are you trying to make Greg jealous? He asked quietly. It certainly appeared that way. Is that why you invited me? Trina gave him a sheepish look, pulling him to the side. Okay, yes, she whispered. I'm sorry. I like you, Aaron, but I'm using you. And he'd thought she was into him and would be disappointed when he had to resist any flirtation that evening. A sense of relief ran through him, with only the slightest hint of annoyance that he was being used. But I thought you said Greg got handsy, and you needed someone to protect you, he said. I may have exaggerated the truth a little, she said. We started seeing one another when the school year started, casually, off the record for a few weeks, but then he ghosted me just before Halloween. Aaron repressed a grin at the irony of that. Did you ask him what happened? I just assumed he wasn't interested, she said, looking exasperated as she snuck another glance at the man, refilling his glass. Aaron shot a glance toward the gym teacher, too. Dude was definitely interested. He could pretend not to watch them, but he wasn't fooling Aaron. He felt daggers coming from the other man. Believe me, he's interested, he said. How do you know? Because he can't keep his eyes off you. The same way Aaron couldn't keep his off Isla, even back when he used to claim she irritated the hell out of him. There really was a fine line between love and hate. So what do I do? Trina asked. Aaron had officially switched positions from bodyguard to wingman. He wrapped an arm around her shoulder as he ushered her farther into the room. Let's make him jealous, and I'll bet he'll be texting you first thing tomorrow morning. Trina sent him a grateful smile, and Aaron repressed a sigh as he accepted his new mission for the evening. At least he wouldn't have to let Trina down gently. Standing at the bathroom sink, wearing the soft terry-cloth robe and slippers with the Cielina Hotel logo on them. Isla applied a seaweed face mask. It wasn't the evening she'd originally planned, but a night of self-care was the next best thing. It'd be lying to say it didn't bother her a little that Aaron was at a staff holiday party with Trina. A quick social media search had revealed the teacher was young and pretty, but he'd made the commitment before they'd started to get to know one another intimately. Plus, he had seemed disappointed to have to rush out on her. Still, she was going to make him sweat a little. The "thinking of you" text he'd sent an hour ago remained unanswered. It was killing her not to respond, and she would. Soon. Truth was, she missed him too. A lot more than she'd expected to. A knock sounded on the door, and she quickly dried her hands in a towel. Her ice cream sundae. After the hot chocolate that evening, she'd been craving the creamy whipped dessert, and the room service menu had caused her to cave. Ice cream was a requirement for self-care. She grabbed several bills from the table and headed toward the door as another knock sounded. Opening it, her eyes widened. "Aaron?" It had only been 2 hours since she'd left his house. She'd expected him to still be at the staff party. With Trina. Not standing outside her hotel room with what looked like an icicle pressed to his left cheek. "What are you doing here? And what happened to you?" she asked, seeing a deep bruise forming beneath the ice. "I wanted to talk to you," he said, looking a little nervous. "And I was slugged by a gym teacher." Both statements made her heart pound. Had something happened with Trina? He'd said it wasn't a date, but had he gotten into a fight with the other man over Trina? "What's going on?" she asked as she stepped back to let him enter. She caught her reflection in the vanity mirror and gasped. Oh God, she still had the seaweed mask on her face. Before you start, let me go wash this off." He reached for her, stopping her from escaping into the bathroom. "Leave it. It's cute," he said with a crooked grin before wincing in pain. "Smiling hurts." "Let me see," she said, leading the way to the bed, where she coaxed the melting icicle down from his cheek. It didn't look too bad yet, but it would be nasty in the morning. "Why did this guy hit you?" "Turns out Trina invited me to make the guy jealous. And he was," Aaron said. Isla couldn't help the laugh of relief that escaped her. "I found the whole thing less amusing," Aaron said, sounding more on edge and a little grumpy. She'd never seen this side of him before. Something was definitely bothering him, and she didn't think it was entirely the punch to the face. "I'm sorry. You're right. It's not funny," she said, sucking in her bottom lip. It wasn't funny that he'd gotten hurt, but she was secretly thrilled that Trina wasn't competition. "But it turns out that the punch from Greg wasn't the worst part of the evening," he said. "It wasn't?" "No. I was at the party, but all I could think about was how I wouldn't be okay with you going out with someone else, and I'm not sure how I feel about you being okay with it." She hid a grin. "So, what you're saying is you wanted me to act like a jealous, controlling girlfriend?" "Yes. I mean, no." He shook his head quickly and turned toward her, taking her hands in his as he released a deep breath. "Not controlling or jealous, but maybe someone who'd like to be..." "Like to be what?" Her heart pounded so loudly she thought for sure he could hear it. What exactly was he saying? "I don't know. Exclusive?" he said, looking nervous and hopeful when his gaze met hers. "I mean, if it's too soon..." "No," she said quickly. It wasn't exactly the label she'd been wanting, but it was a step closer. It had only been a few weeks, but technically they'd known one another their entire lives. There was no one she'd re-met recently that made her feel as happy and calm as he did. He climbed off the bed and knelt in front of her. "So what do you say, Isla Wakefield? Are you cool with dating only me?" "Do you have any other previous commitments you need to get out of the way first?" she teased. "No," he said as he kissed her hand. "Then, yes," she said. She stood and gently pulled him to his feet, then shoved him gently toward the door. "But now you have to go." He turned back in surprise. "You're kicking me out?" "You were the one with other plans tonight, and now I have a rom-com marathon to binge and an ice cream sundae on its way." As much as she'd love to let him stay and spend the evening wrapped in his arms, she'd made alternate plans for the evening. He laughed. "Guess I can't compete with that." He stopped by the door. "Can I see you tomorrow?" Her heart swelled as she nodded. "I'm off work at 5. "I'm off at 3, so I'll pick you up." "Already looking forward to it," she said as she opened the door in time to see the room service attendant arrive with the mouth-watering 3-scoop sundae. Letting Aaron leave was just the tiniest bit easier. Chapter 19. Apparently, she'd booked some sort of winter camping expedition while she was home for the holidays. The text message reminder from Bird's Eye View Glamping about her upcoming weekend confirmed she'd booked 2 nights in a yurt in the middle of the forest, in winter. She knew she was adventurous, and she suspected this was one of the least insane things she typically participated in. But maybe she should cancel. The dog sled ride and snowshoeing were one thing, but a quick Google search of the company revealed a long, treacherous hike into the campgrounds and yurts that were positioned far enough away from one another that they were fairly isolated. Did she want to be all alone in the woods? She glanced at Aaron as he drove along Main Street after picking her up from her shift at Santa's Village. Could she really invite him on an overnight? The night before, they'd become exclusive, but what exactly did that mean? They weren't seeing anyone else. But what did it imply for their situation? How fast would the relationship move now? "Yes to whatever you're about to ask," he said, not even turning to look at her. Her cheeks flushed slightly. "Who says I was going to ask anything?" He turned her way with a grin. "Because you always run your index finger along your bottom lip when you're contemplating something." She did? She was doing it right now. How had he noticed? "What is it?" he asked as he turned into the parking lot of the Serpent Queen pub where they were having dinner. "Some winter camping trip I booked. Bird's Eye View. In Willow." She had no idea where Willow was. It could be an hour away or 8 hours away. But Aaron nodded as he cut the truck's engine. "I've heard of it. A few of the guys at the station go during the summer, mostly. Great fishing out there." "But going in winter might be a bit much, don't you think?" The yurts looked cozy, but it would have to be freezing in the middle of the night once temperatures dropped below 0, and she hadn't noticed mention of a bathroom in the accommodations. He reached for her and pulled her closer. Her heart raced as he stared into her eyes. "I'll go with you if you want to go." She didn't necessarily want to do this winter camping thing, but 2 nights in a yurt with Aaron was definitely appealing. She'd been wanting to move their relationship to a new level, and 2 days and nights alone together in the woods would be a great way to see if the relationship was moving in the right direction. "I think it might be a fun experience." "Me too," he said, moving closer. "And you're sure you're ready to... you know?" Her cheeks flushed. How did he feel about the overnights? "I'm sure we could ask for separate beds," he said with a grin. She flushed and nodded her head quickly. "Oh, yeah, I wasn't talking about that. I just meant, are we ready to go away together? That's 2 full days. And nights. Together. I think I can handle that." He touched her cheek and then slid a finger under her chin to lift her face up toward his. Her pulse raced as his gaze flitted from her eyes to her lips. The smell of his cologne encircled her head, and heat radiated from him as she moved closer and wrapped her arms around his neck. His lips approached hers, and she met him halfway, her eyes closing as their mouths met. His arms went around her waist, and picking her up, he placed her on his lap to straddle him as he deepened the kiss. Soft, teasing, barely there caresses, then urgent, desperate, searching kisses. She knew she must have kissed many men in her lifetime, but these kisses with Aaron felt like the first ones. Was it just because she couldn't remember any others? Or was it because when she was kissing him, it felt like no other kiss could ever take her breath away like his did? His hands slid higher to grip her rib cage, his fingers digging into her skin. She pressed her body closer, grinding her hips onto his lap, feeling the effect she was having on him under her leg. Her tongue danced with his as her hands tangled in the back of his hair. Heat coursed through her, and she knew she'd never wanted anyone as badly as she wanted Aaron in that moment. He pulled back reluctantly, slightly out of breath, still holding her tight. "Still think camping is a good idea?" she whispered against his mouth. "I'm sure the beds can be pushed together," he said, before kissing her again. That weekend couldn't come fast enough. Aaron knocked on Skylar's open office door the next morning. Christmas music played from her computer as she reviewed a new training manual on her desk. She was dressed in her uniform, but he could see she'd kicked off her boots under the desk. "Come in," she said, glancing up. "Oh my God, what happened to your face?" He waved a hand. "A misunderstanding, that's all." Flirting with Trina had definitely worked to get Greg to act on his attraction to her. But it turned out spiked punch and jealousy were a bad mix. Greg had texted him to apologize already, and they were all good. "Heard about that bear on the rescue last week. Well done," she said with a look of sincere praise. "I'm not sure I'd have been so quick thinking with the flare." "Aw, bears are just the sharks of the forest," he said. "Yeah, I don't intend on meeting too many sharks either," she said with a shudder as he entered the office. "And thanks again for taking Isla out the other night." She lowered her voice. I know she was feeling a little confused about the whole adoption thing. Isla was handling it like a pro. That knowledge being dropped on anyone else might not have been received so well. Plus, it had spurred her interest in going into social work. Had she shared that information with anyone other than him yet? Told her family her plans? Yeah, it was no problem. He placed the time-off request he was carrying on her desk. I know it's fairly short notice, but I was hoping to have the weekend off. Skylar eyed him as she picked up the form, where he'd filled in the reason for request as none of your business. He knew she'd take it as a joke, but hoped she wouldn't ask for further info. He knew she wanted him to be there for Isla, but an overnight camping trip might be a bit much. Or maybe she already knew Isla's weekend plans. Had the two women talked about him and everything that was going on? Are you able to be on call? Skylar asked. That way I could still pay you. It was a nice offer, but there was no way he was working that weekend unless there was an emergency in Port Serenity with all hands on deck, and he really hoped there wouldn't be. Since Isla had asked him to go, Or rather, he'd invited himself along. He couldn't think about anything else. He'd never thought he'd ever be looking forward to 2 uninterrupted days alone with Isla Wakefield. But here he was. "No, I don't think so, but thank you." "You going out of town?" she asked. "A few hours away," he said, rocking back and forth on his heels. Willow was about 2.5 hours south of Port Serenity, close enough to make it back if absolutely necessary, but far enough away to truly feel like a getaway. "You know, Isla mentioned something about going away this weekend, too," Skylar said, a knowing look on her face. He sighed. No sense lying about it. She had booked the winter camping trip, but she was nervous about going alone. Skylar nodded, a look of worry etching across her features. "Look, I'm thrilled that the 2 of you have been hitting it off. And I know I was the one encouraging it, but just be careful, okay? You know I'd never let anything hurt Isla, including myself," he said. He'd do anything to protect her. Bears, wolves, and coyotes didn't stand a chance. And the way he was feeling about her, he knew there was no chance of him breaking her heart either. The other night he'd wanted to ask her to be his girlfriend, but he'd chickened out and gone with the lame, exclusive idea. If it were up to him, he'd jump in head first. But taking it slow was the right thing to do given the circumstances. "I know," Skylar said sincerely and hesitated before continuing. "Isla just has a way of hurting Isla, and I'm worried that you could get hurt in the crossfire." Right. Isla was bulletproof, whereas he was the one who could shatter if things went sideways. He gave a weak smile as he shrugged. "A chance I'm willing to take, I guess." Skylar nodded as she signed the time-off sheet. "Okay. Well, have fun. Not too much," she called after him as he left the office. The level of fun would be decided by Isla. Aaron was just happy to take all the time with her that he could get. Music cranked in the vehicle, shoes off and her feet propped up on the dash. Isla sang off-key as Aaron drove along the highway that Friday evening. The weather and road conditions were perfect for the trip. He grinned as he glanced her way, then opened his mouth. She reached across and popped a piece of chocolate chip cookie into it. The gesture felt so comfortable, as though they'd been together for years instead of just a few weeks. He reached for her hand and placed it on the gear shift under his, and a warmness flowed through her. All week she'd been excited about their time away. She'd expected to feel nervous or anxious about it, but those feelings didn't come. She was only happy and comfortable being with Aaron. There was no doubt that the 2 of them had a connection, one they both felt, one they both wanted to explore further. Whatever their history was, it no longer mattered to either of them. She was grateful for the opportunity to get to know him in ways that she might not have ever entertained before. Her gaze drifted out the window as they drove along the highway. Snow-covered evergreens and icy mountaintops all around them. The scenery was breathtaking in the valley. A river ran parallel to the highway, and there was a sense of peace as she watched the water flow over the rocks. It was no wonder that no matter how much she traveled, she always came home to Alaska. She couldn't imagine a more magical place, especially in the frost-covered shimmer of winter. Aaron took an exit and switched gears, moving her hand under his. It was sexy the way he led her hand through the gear changes, an unexpected masculine thing that had her more than a little turned on. "Skylar was okay with the time off?" she asked. He nodded. She's on to us, though. Well, I'm not exactly trying to hide it. Unlike her brother and Skylar, who had hid their relationship from everyone based on a decades-old family feud, Isla had no reason to hide her feelings for Aaron from anyone. She didn't care if everyone in Alaska knew she was dating the sexy rescue swimmer. He pulled the car into the parking lot of Bird's Eye View Campground 10 minutes later, and Isla eyed the large lodge that looked cozy and inviting. Decorated with multicolored holiday lights, the evergreens on the lawn lit up as darkness started to settle over the forest. It was only 5 o'clock, but night fell fast this time of year, with only 7 hours of daily sunlight in this part of Alaska. The frame of the lodge featured white icicle lights and oversized holiday wreaths on the exterior. Smoke billowed from a chimney, and the smell of wood burning was definitely a familiar scent. There was no doubt about it, camping was something she loved to do if the warm familiarity wrapping around her was any indication. It made her even more excited. Maybe this trip would help trigger some memories. Either way, she'd be making new ones. "This place looks great," Aaron said as he shut off the truck and looked through the windshield to take in the campgrounds. There were yurts and small cabins spaced out along the property, and a fire pit next to what she was relieved to see were shower facilities. The place was even better than the website had described, much more modern. And while rustic in appearance, it was obviously a high-end establishment with all the comforts of home. A hot tub was next to the lodge, and they could see several couples sitting in it, the steam rising in the cold air as they drank champagne out of flutes. It might be nice to have that to themselves at some point. "I'm sure we can sneak out once everyone else is asleep," Aaron said. She slapped at him playfully. "Stop reading my mind." He grabbed her hand and kissed it. "It was just wishful thinking on my part." Oh God, this weekend was already going by too fast. She wanted time to slow down so she could enjoy every minute of being here with him. They climbed out, and he retrieved their bags from the back of the truck. She reached for hers, but he shook his head. "I got it." He slung both bags over his shoulder and reached for her hand as they headed toward the door marked reception. Inside the lodge, they were greeted with the heat from the large, stone-crafted fireplace, and Isla shivered inside the warmth. The open-beam A-frame was decorated for the holidays, with fresh garlands of holly and bows draped around all the dark wooden structures. The mantel featured a nativity set and a North Pole village. Hand-knitted white stockings hung by the fire, and 2 large nutcrackers stood guard at the base of the spiral wooden staircase that led to the rooms on the upper 2 floors of the lodge. Maybe she should have booked one of those. Old Isla might have been excited about the yurt, but this version of herself would have preferred something a little more romantic and cozy, at least now that it had turned into a couple's getaway. A group of friends sat around the fireplace, enjoying hot chocolate and laughing, and a man played classical music on a grand piano in the lounge. The mood throughout was festive and warm. "Hi, can I help you?" a woman at the front desk asked with a warm smile as they approached. Her name tag read Marcia, and underneath were the different languages she spoke: English, French, Spanish, and German. It was no surprise that they had visitors from all over the world. This place wasn't your typical campground, and for a second she worried about the cost. Her second paycheck from Santa's village had been just over $300. She'd be breaking into the trust fund for this one. But she wouldn't worry about that now. She'd find a way to pay it back. "Reservation for Isla Wakefield?" she said, taking out her credit card. The woman entered the information into the computer's registration system and smiled. "Perfect. We have you staying for 2 nights. "That's right." "In the Bird's Eye Nest," the woman continued. "Amazing choice." Isla frowned. "Oh, no, I had a yurt rented." "The reservation was changed earlier this week," the woman said. "You were in luck, too, as that accommodation had been previously occupied, but the couple had to cancel." Isla swung around to look at Aaron suspiciously. "You did this?" "Consider us even," he said with a smile. Isla's heart swelled. He'd upgraded the reservation to something a little nicer. That had to mean something. She slid her credit card across the desk, but the woman shook her head. "The room charges have already been paid." Isla turned to Aaron again. "You have to at least let me pay. This was my idea." He shook his head as he accepted a key and a campsite map from the woman behind the desk. "Not a chance." "The bird's eye nest is through this exit, down the back trail, and just a 10-minute hike up the mountain. The snow and ice have been cleared, and at this time of year, the extra holiday lights on the trees illuminate it quite well, so it shouldn't be too tough a climb. But be careful, it's getting dark and the path could be slick." She pointed to the lodge cafeteria behind them that looked more like an elegant 5-star restaurant. "Buffet breakfast is included with your stay and is served from 6 to 10. Then we have an a la carte dinner from 6 to midnight. The snack bar is always open, and the hot tub is first come, first served, but a lot of guests are happy to share and meet one another. There are snowmobile, skate, and cross-country ski rentals at the hut next door. If you need anything, don't hesitate to contact the front desk." "Thank you," Aaron said, picking up their bags. "Enjoy your stay," Marcia said. Isla smiled and nodded as she followed Aaron through the exit that led to their accommodation. The winter evening chill had her zipping her jacket higher, but anticipation helped to warm her as they located the path to the bird's eye nest. "You really didn't have to upgrade the reservation. I was fine with the yurt," she said as he took her hand and they started along the trail. "I would be happy in a sleeping bag on the snow, but I figure it's Christmas and it would be nice to stay somewhere extra nice." He lifted her bare hand to his lips and kissed it. Despite the chill in the mountain air, Isla was toasty warm inside her coat as they made the hike to the bird's eye nest. And moments later, she stared up at the magnificent treehouse cabin. This upgrade was amazing. As Aaron helped her carefully climb the slippery wooden steps up to the entrance, Isla took in the view from the elevated height. Views of the Chugach mountain range in the distance, a beautiful frozen lake, a waterfall and snow-capped mountains and snow-covered evergreens all around, decorated in white lights. Being the only cabin in that section of the campground provided a secluded intimacy that had her spine tingling in anticipation. He'd done this for her. On the large wraparound deck was an open-air kitchen and barbecue. A table for 2 and 2 wicker chairs were positioned side by side. A small outhouse served as the bathroom, but it contained running water and plumbing, not exactly roughing it. But what caught her attention was the 2-person hot tub on the deck. Already full and bubbling, steam rising, it looked like heaven. She hadn't even thought to pack a swimsuit. Did that matter? Her cheeks flushed when Aaron caught her stare and grinned as though reading her mind. She'd felt their attraction grow over the last few weeks, but it was more than that. She'd opened up to him, and he'd done the same with her. It was crazy to think they'd known one another their entire lives, lived in the same town, attended the same school, shared a lot of the same friends. They weren't strangers. "That looks seriously tempting," he said, nodding toward the tub. "Would be a shame not to use it," she said, happy they were on the same page. He set their bags down and used the key to unlock the door. He opened it and gestured for her to enter first. Inside the cabin, their own wood-burning fireplace had already been lit, and the smell was one she knew was a favorite, given the flood of pleasure that flowed through her. The queen-size bed was made of exposed, stained wood and featured a Christmas-patterned quilt along with a soft, furry throw. The rustic wood vibe was so warm and inviting. Damn, only 2 nights? Behind her, the sound of a hip-hop Christmas song started, and turning, she saw Aaron dancing his way toward her. She laughed as he took her hand and twirled her around. "Never pegged you for a Biebs fan," she said. She remembered the song. Aaron smiled. "I'm not. This is reportedly your favorite Christmas song." Her chest warmed once again, and she felt such a sense of relief over just one familiar thing. He turned her around and pulled her back into his arms, swaying them both seductively, their bodies pressed together as he sang the lyrics into her ear. She swallowed hard, and her body tingled with an awakening at the feel of his hands on her hips, moving her body in rhythm with his. Dancing with him felt amazing, natural, as though they'd always moved in perfect harmony together. She turned her face toward his, and he kissed her gently as the song ended. Then he pulled her closer, and she wrapped her arms around his neck as a softer, romantic song started to play on what was obviously a holiday-themed playlist he'd made for that weekend. He lowered his mouth to hers, squeezing her tight and lifting her off her feet. He kissed her softly, teasingly, over and over again. She reached up and tangled her fingers into his hair, forcing his head to stay close, needing more of those lips, needing more of him. His hands under her ass squeezed tighter as she separated his mouth with her tongue and deepened the kiss. He was so hot. This treehouse was magical. The fireplace, the glow of the holiday lights, and the music had really set the mood. There would never be a more perfect moment. She reached down to lift his sweater and t-shirt over his head in one motion and tossed them to the floor at their feet. He didn't seem surprised by her actions, as though having come to the same conclusion himself. This moment was the perfect time to take things to the next level. "Arms up," he said. She did as he directed, and he lifted her sweater off. He smoothed the staticky flyaway strands of blonde hair, and then, holding her face between his hands, he kissed her again, backing them toward the bed. "You sure you don't want to enjoy the room first?" he murmured against her mouth. "I am enjoying the room." She couldn't think of a better use of the romantic space, and right now she was craving only him. They could savor the view and the hot tub later. They fell onto the bed and continued removing articles of clothing, kissing in between. His body was even more amazing than she could have imagined. Chiseled shoulders and arms, solid, muscular chest, abs for days. He had to be physically fit for his job, but damn, this was perfection. Isla's body was alive, and her heart pounded in her chest as she eyed the man in front of her, his own look of appreciation reflecting in his eyes as he took in her petite but muscular body. She would remember how to do this, right? She didn't know how long it had been since she'd been with a man. "Muscle memory," Aaron murmured against her lips, once again reading her mind. She laughed. "You're in my head again," she said as he stared into her eyes. "I want to be in much more than that." He touched her chest over her heart for clarification that he didn't just mean her body. He was already there. She knew she was falling in love with him. It might have only been a few weeks of dating, but technically, Aaron had been in her life forever. A part of her felt that long-lasting connection. He didn't feel like a stranger. Not when they touched, Not when he looked at her, as though some part of her remembered him the same way the smell of the wood burning had been a memory. She might not recall every conversation, every detail of their past, but she trusted her gut feeling that he was someone who'd always meant a lot to her. How had they never realized how perfect they were for one another? A question that continued to plague her. Maybe the timing had never been right. After all, she did travel a lot. He gently laid her down against the soft, down-filled pillows and continued to kiss her as his hands trailed the length of her body, tickling her as his fingers caressed her chest, her ribs, her stomach. She shivered, and goosebumps surfaced on her skin. He covered them with the blanket before following the trail of his hand with his mouth, kissing every inch of her. Every inch. He wasn't missing a spot, moving in the tiniest of increments. She laughed in pleasure as she ran her hands through his soft, dark hair. "This is going to take all night at this rate," she teased. But she was enjoying every last kiss. The feel of his mouth on her, his breath against her skin, was the best feeling she'd ever experienced. Aaron continued his mission. "I've got nowhere else to be," he said against her flesh, making her entire body tremble. And he wasn't kidding. He wasn't in a rush. And while she could tell he wanted her as badly as she wanted him, he wasn't quickening the pace to selfishly take the pleasure he craved. This seemed all about her, all about pleasuring her. But it also seemed as though he were getting just as much out of it, savoring the taste and scent of her skin as he went. Kisses covered her stomach, her arms, her thighs, all the way to her feet. "Roll over," he said. "Other side." She laughed but shook her head, reaching for him. "Keep the back for tomorrow." "Or later tonight," he said. "You weren't planning on sleeping this weekend, were you?" "Holy hell. Sleep is definitely not on the agenda," she said. He fell back onto the bed on top of her, and she opened her legs to allow him to lie between them. He nuzzled her neck and fondled her breasts, and she arched her back to press herself closer. She slipped a hand between their bodies, trailing her fingers over his chest, down his six-pack, then lower, to grip him and stroke. He was so incredibly sexy, and while he was thick and hard, he took his time with the sexy sense of control that was intoxicating. He moaned as her hand wrapped around him, and his gaze was full of desire when he stared down at her. "I want you, Isla," he said. "I'm yours," she said. And she knew in that moment that it was true. She was so into him, and every moment they spent together was better than the last. She didn't think she could possibly enjoy being with anyone else as much as she loved being with him. He brushed the hair away from her face as he kissed her again. His expression was loving and full of desire, a combination that stole her breath away and made her feel confident in this decision to be with him, fully. He sat up and slowly climbed off the bed. She watched as he reached into his discarded jeans pocket for a condom and raised an eyebrow. "You came prepared?" she said. So he'd been planning on it happening that weekend, or hoping at least. So glad they were on the same page, that he was finally giving in to the temptation. "Always. Safety first," he said with a grin as he tore it open and slid it on before rejoining her on the bed. He lay next to her and pulled her on top of him, holding her tight as he kissed her. She could feel his erection between their bodies, and heat coursed through her at the thought of having him inside of her. She deepened the kiss with a passionate sense of urgency, grinding her hips into him, telling him she was ready. Ready and desperate for him. His eyes opened, and he broke the contact with her mouth. "You sure?" he asked. "Absolutely," she said. He sat up slowly and lifted her into a straddled position on his lap and gently lowered her down over him. He groaned in pleasure and his head fell back. Isla took a deep inhale as she felt him fill her completely. She clutched his shoulders as they started slowly, then picked up the pace as their desperation for release grew. His gaze locked with hers as he kissed her, as though staring deep into her soul. She couldn't tear her own gaze away from the love and affection reflected in his eyes. She rode him up and down, feeling their bodies moving together in perfect synchronicity. She ground her pelvis as close to him as possible, taking him deep within her body. It felt so incredible. He felt so good. She never wanted the sensations to stop. Aaron held her ass as they continued to make love, lifting her up and down over his erection, plunging in deeper with each stroke of her body coming down over him. He rested his head in the crook of her neck, his fingers digging into her flesh. "Isla. Damn, Isla." Her name on his lips was everything as she heard all the emotion in his voice. He wanted her just as badly as she wanted him. He was feeling this connection as much as she was. In that moment, this was all that mattered. She felt him harden even more as the first waves of her own orgasm toppled over. She clung to him as she moved faster, desperate for release. He held her tight as he submerged himself as deep as possible and stilled, his own orgasm erupting in time with hers. Outside, the snow fell in big flakes. The fire crackled and roared, and the sound of the holiday music made it the most amazingly romantic moment Isla imagined she'd ever experienced. She didn't need her memory to know this was the best one yet. Upgrading their accommodation had been the best decision he'd made in his life. Not that he cared where he spent the weekend with Isla. He wasn't lying when he said he'd be happy on the ground in a sleeping bag made for two. But this was so much better. Romantic, cozy, warm. Aaron lay on his back on the bed, one arm folded behind his head, the other wrapped around Isla as she cuddled into his side. The Christmas playlist he'd made still came from his cell phone, and it was dark outside the cabin, but the solar-powered white holiday lights had come on, giving a magical glow that illuminated the forest around them. The heat and ambiance from the fireplace made it the perfect moment. He didn't regret their actions one little bit. Making love to Isla had surpassed any expectations. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined something as incredible, especially when she'd been just as ready to take that next step with him. "This place is so beautiful," Isla said with a contented sigh. She was beautiful, every inch of her, inside and out. He could touch her and kiss her for hours and never be satisfied. How had he never known that the feelings he'd had for her were ones of attraction and affection? His irritation with her was just caring. Intense, deep caring. And from knowing she was with the wrong guy whenever that guy wasn't him. He wanted to be the only man she wanted. The only man for her. And he'd do anything to be that man. He held her tighter as she traced her fingers over his chest. "Do you have any tattoos?" she asked. "I don't remember seeing any." "Nope," None. Not a fan? Not a fan of needles, he said with a laugh. In fact, he'd gone 4 times to the local tattoo shop and chickened out each time they started the gun. But he wasn't sure he wanted to reveal how much of a wimp he was. You fight bears in hand-to-hand combat, but a tiny needle freaks you out? Yep. It's the noise the machine makes, he said. He held up her arm and examined her tattoo that said, "You're fine, keep going." She had several such phrases tattooed on her skin. He liked them. They each sounded like something that was important to her, things that motivated and inspired her. He thought it was sexy. "This didn't hurt at all?" he asked. She laughed. "Not that I can remember." He shook his head. "Smart ass." Isla traced the shape of a scar on his shoulder. "Where did this come from?" He glanced down at it. The 3-inch white mark was something he considered a badge of honor. It represented something to him just as her tattoos did to her. "My first week of rescue swimmer training," he said. "We had a rappel challenge and my harness got tangled. I was trapped, suspended in air for over 20 minutes, and the pressure from the weight of my body dangling tore into my skin." Ouch! Yes, exactly. It had hurt like hell. But it had made for an invaluable, if painful, lesson about making sure safety equipment was properly inspected before use. "You're a real tough guy, huh?" she asked, propping herself up to look at him. He wouldn't say that. Tough guy would imply he was impenetrable, that nothing could break him. He knew that wasn't true. This little 5-foot, 100-pound tornado of a woman could crush him with ease. "I train a lot in order to be prepared for anything, to be able to protect myself and the people I love," he said. From physical danger, at least. "Nothing can hurt you?" she asked, straddling him and pinning his arms above his head. Only the breathtakingly beautiful woman staring into his soul right at this moment. Other than that, nothing. And she had the power to completely destroy him. In one quick move, he'd reversed their position, and now she was at his mercy. Staring up at him with the most intoxicating, breathless look of desire in her mesmerizing green eyes. "Nothing," he said, desperately hoping that she never decided to test that theory. Chapter 20. He might have slept all morning. He was so comfortable and warm, wrapped in the thick Christmas quilt, Isla's body draped over him, if his stomach weren't growling so loudly. They'd skipped dinner the night before, and Aaron was starving. He slowly, quietly, and gently slipped out from under her and grinned, taking in the messy blonde hair and the slightly gaped mouth, drooling on the pillow he'd just vacated. Wearing his t-shirt, one leg outside the blankets, she was a sight he'd never thought he'd ever have the pleasure of seeing. He'd been with women before, but no one had impacted him like Isla. Pulling on his discarded jeans and a thick hoodie, he quietly opened the door and slipped outside onto the deck. He opened the ice box and took out the bacon and eggs. The buffet was included in their stay, but he was in no rush to leave the privacy of their cabin, and nothing could beat a breakfast view like the one they had. Moments later, the smell of food cooking outside on the open fire had his stomach rumbling appreciatively. He breathed in the scent, combined with the fresh outdoors, and took in the surroundings. He'd never thought he'd be celebrating the season again. But being there in this magical winter wonderland, the sights of the holidays no longer gave him a sense of dread or anxiety. As Christmas approached, he was only looking forward to spending it with Isla. This year was already special because of her. "Oh my God, that smells amazing," her voice said from behind him. He turned to see her step out onto the deck in her boots, the thick quilt wrapped around her shoulders. Her hair was still tousled, and he was happy to see that she hadn't immediately dived into the bathroom to freshen up. He wanted her in this adorably messy state for as long as possible. "I wanted to stay in bed, but I thought my stomach would wake you up," he said, opening his arms to her. She stepped into them, and he hugged her tight to his chest. "Last night was fun," she said, glancing up at him. Her expression was one of slight apprehension, as though gauging whether he regretted it. She had nothing to worry about. And it was so much more than fun. It was earth-shattering and meaningful. But he was terrified his feelings might scare her, so he nodded. It was definitely fun. The bacon sizzled on the pan, and he reluctantly released her to get their breakfast before he burned the food. Setting up the plates, he dished up the meal and poured their coffee, then sat across from her at the two-seater table where she immediately dug in. "This is delicious," she said, after swallowing a piece of bacon. "Food always tastes better outside," he said. "I have to agree," she said, sipping her coffee. She gazed out over the forest and curled her hands around her mug. "I could stay here all winter." He could too. But hopefully this weekend with her wasn't a limited-time deal. They weren't on borrowed time. They both lived in Port Serenity, and she had no immediate plans to leave town after the holidays. Plus, she'd talked about taking the online social work classes in January. Things between them were just getting started. There was nothing to worry about. So why did he suddenly feel as though at any minute the spell would be broken, and the holiday magic bringing their unlikely hearts together would fade once the Christmas lights and garlands all disappeared for another year? He struggled to push the feelings aside as they set out on their day an hour later. As much as he wanted to stay in the cabin with her all weekend, there was so much to see and enjoy at the campgrounds, and it would be a shame not to experience it fully. 6 hours later, he was exhausted as they hiked back from the main lodge to the cabin. Skating, cross-country skiing, and a rousing game of Scrabble with the couple they'd met in the lodge had him yawning. The fresh mountain air was partly to blame, along with the lack of sleep the night before. Still, he hoped another sleepless night awaited them. Watching Isla's sexy curves in her ski suit as she made her way up the hill toward their cabin had his mouth watering. He couldn't wait to get her inside and peel off that suit and everything beneath it. He was glad she'd turned down the other couple's offer to join them for an evening soak in the lodge hot tub. The unsettled feeling that had enveloped him that morning still lingered, and he wanted her all to himself. He wanted to kiss her and hold her and make love to her again, to reinforce the connection he knew was growing between them, and shake off the anxiousness he'd been battling all day. He saw her bend to scoop up a handful of snow on the trail ahead of him, and before he could dodge it, it hit him square in the chest. He faked a look of shock. "Did you just throw snow at me?" "Yep. What are you going to do about it?" she teased as she walked backward on the trail. "Oh, it's on," he said, dipping to collect his own handful of wet, heavy snow. He threw it at her, but she ducked, and it missed by a mile. "That all you got?" she asked, picking up another huge ball of snow and bouncing from one leg to the other, egging him on, threatening to throw it. Aaron ran and tackled her to the snowbank before she could pummel him with the ball in her hand. She squealed in surprise as they fell into the snow. He landed on top of her and she struggled for air. "You're crushing me," she said, laughing. "I'm not falling for that," he said, but he pushed himself up onto his arms, relieving her of his weight. Her face was flushed from the cold and exertion, and her eyes sparkled brighter than the Christmas lights all around them. She was so gorgeous. She'd always been the most beautiful woman he'd ever laid eyes on, but over the last few weeks, her beauty had been amplified by this sense of vulnerability and openness that she hadn't seemed to have before. He knew it was because she was no longer inhibited by years of knowledge and reasons to be cautious. He just hoped she could hold on to this feeling when her memory returned. Remember how fantastic it was to not be closed off. He brushed her hair away from her face and lowered his mouth to hers. She tasted like peppermint and chocolate, and he could savor the taste all night. She reached up and wrapped her arms around his neck, drawing him closer. She moaned softly across his lips as he deepened the kiss, pressing his body to hers. The way she was always turned on and responded to his kisses with her own passion was intoxicating. It helped ease his anxiety. But then he felt freezing cold snow on his back beneath the neck of his jacket. He jumped back up and she laughed. She'd actually snow-bombed him while he was kissing her? "Cold! Cold!" he said, trying to scoop the snow out of his jacket. On the ground, she was still laughing. He stopped and stared at her. "Oh, now you're really going to get it." She was on her feet in a flash, dashing away from him, struggling to run in the deep snow. For someone who'd sprained a leg just weeks before, she could certainly sprint. But with his height and long legs, he easily caught up to her and backed her up toward the base of a large evergreen. "Okay, truce. I'm sorry," she said, holding her hands up in surrender as she realized she had nowhere to run. Her back hit the large tree trunk behind her, and he pressed his body to hers, slipping his hand down the front of her ski pants and underwear. "Cold!" "Now we're even," he said. Instantly, she seemed to forget all about the cold fingers as he slid them along the opening of her folds. She was so warm and moist, and he felt himself harden in the front of his own ski pants, uncomfortably so, as he gently stroked her. The gesture had been meant to tease her, but he was torturing himself. She closed her eyes and clung to him as he slipped a finger inside. He ran his tongue along her bottom lip, savoring the delicious taste of her. Damn, he'd like to be licking her everywhere. He'd bet every inch of her tasted just as sweet. The thought made him nearly burst through the front of his ski pants. She bit his lower lip, and he groaned. He wanted her so badly. They were still at least 10 minutes away from the treehouse cabin. He'd never make it that long. Her hands stroking his back underneath his jacket, and the way she spread her legs as wide as her ski pants would allow to give him better access to her body, had him craving her right now. She was the sexiest woman alive. Her mouth crushed his as she deepened the kiss. Her breath escaping in small pants between their lips told him that she was just as eager for him. He pressed his palm against her mound and rubbed his thumb against her clit as he slipped another finger inside her tight body. He wished he were inside her, feeling her body tighten and clench around his penis instead of his fingers. With his free hand, he unbuttoned his own ski pants and slid his hand inside. Instant relief flowed through him as he stroked his erect cock, immediately followed by an intense desire for satisfaction. Isla's eyes opened, and she watched as he lifted his penis out from his underwear and pumped himself up and down as his fingers moved in and out of her body in the same rhythm. "Are you sure we should be doing this here?" she asked, out of breath, tossing her head back in pleasure. "Do you think we could stop?" "No," she said, reaching out to circle the tip of his cock with her thumb. He raised his hand, allowing hers to wrap around his straining, throbbing cock, and, placing his hand over hers, he guided her up and down. She slid her other hand inside her ski pants and guided another one of his fingers inside her body. She inhaled sharply at the additional pressure, then moaned in pleasure, the sound nearly toppling him over the edge. Guiding one another, they continued to pleasure each other until they were both panting and desperate for release. He pressed his body closer to hers and buried his head into the crook of her neck, kissing, sucking, and biting gently on the soft skin. She smelled so delicious, and when his lips brushed hers again, he devoured her mouth, never wanting to stop. When he was kissing her, touching her, pleasuring her, he could forget all the insecurity that had come on suddenly that morning. When he was holding her in his arms and stealing her breath with his kisses, he didn't experience the fear of losing her. If only he could hold on to these moments forever, moments when he knew she was feeling their connection as strongly as he was. She closed her eyes and picked up her pace on his cock, stroking and massaging under his direction. He was close to the edge, ready to come at any moment. The creaking of tree branches on the trail nearby had his heart nearly stopping. Shit, there were people coming. Isla's eyes opened and widened. He stilled, but she moved his hand, gesturing for him to continue. "Hurry before we get caught," she whispered against his mouth. Fuck, this was the hottest woman on the planet. They picked up speed, increasing the tempo of their actions as their urgency grew to the sound of footsteps and voices growing louder as the people approached. Knowing they could be caught at any moment had his heart racing and his body aching with a whole new level of desire. "Hurry, Aaron, faster," she moaned, pumping her hand up and down over his cock. Man, he was so close. She panted and gripped his shoulder, urging him on. He felt his orgasm mount and topple over at the same time he felt her vaginal muscles contract and clench. Her throbbing matched his as she exhaled as slowly and quietly as possible. A moan escaped him, and she kissed him to muffle the sound. His body went limp as he came, and he slowly removed his fingers from her body. She quickly adjusted her pants as he tucked himself back inside. Just in the nick of time. His pulse still thundering in his veins, he turned to see the other campers on the trail about 10 feet away. Damn, that was close. "That was exciting," Isla said, grinning at him. She looked so beautifully flushed, a look of satisfaction on her pretty face, as she waved at the group approaching. It took all his strength not to go another round, audience or not. For the first time in his life, he wasn't so opposed to Isla's daredevil ways. Aaron handed her a cup of mulled wine as he sat next to her on the deck outside the cabin much later that evening. The thrill of the day competed with her exhaustion, and she suppressed a yawn. She couldn't believe what they'd done on the trail. Her own impulsivity and inhibitions had surprised her. "Thank you," she said as he wrapped the quilt around their legs and she moved closer to him. She couldn't get close enough. That weekend was going so much better than she could have imagined. She liked being with him. He was fun and sexy and attractive. True, she didn't have a reference point, but she couldn't imagine ever enjoying being with a man as much as she was enjoying this time with Aaron. It wasn't just the physical attraction. She felt a pull to him, a connection that ran much deeper than just superficial lust. But that would be impossible, to fall so quickly, right? Then again, they'd known one another their entire lives, even though she couldn't remember it. He wrapped an arm around her shoulders, and she snuggled closer, sipping the hot, spiced wine. He felt so great, and being in his arms felt so natural. "You having a good time?" she asked, glancing up at him. She'd sensed that something might be bothering him earlier as they'd participated in the outdoor activities. He'd seemed happy, but there had been just a hint of something else. Anxiety, maybe? But his gaze was peaceful now as he stared out at the snow-covered forest. "The best time." "Good," she said. "Me too." There was so much she was wondering, but she didn't want to ask him what he was thinking. She was desperate to hear that his feelings were growing just as quickly, just as strong as hers were. But she wasn't sure how to coax that information out of him without revealing her own feelings, and she didn't want his confession to be a forced response to hers. "Hey, you know I'm falling in love with you, right?" he said, once again displaying that uncanny ability of his to read her thoughts. A smile broke across her face as she turned to face him. He was looking at her now with a look of affection so strong, there was no room for any doubt. "How do you always do that?" "Do what?" he asked, brushing her hair back from her face. "Know what I'm thinking." He pulled her closer and kissed her forehead gently. "We've known one another a long time. I guess we're in sync." "In sync. I like that," she said. She leaned up and kissed him. "I like you. A lot. More than like, actually." He stared deep into her eyes and held for a long, soul-gazing moment. He looked as though he weren't sure if he could believe it, could trust it. "Why do you think it's taken us this long to get here?" she asked. She'd asked a similar question before, but she couldn't get any real satisfaction or clarity in the answers. It shouldn't matter, but somehow it did. Aaron hesitated, then cleared his throat. "Maybe it was because we thought we were too different. But I think we had preconceived ideas about one another, and we just didn't look close enough. Didn't see what was really there." He paused, then staring deep into her soul, he said, "But I see it now. See you now. All of you." Her chest swelled with love as she nodded, staring up at the man who was making up for all she'd lost that holiday season. Chapter 21. As he parked his truck at the marina Monday morning, Aaron was already counting the seconds until he could be with Isla again. The weekend had changed things, for the better. Before, he'd been nervous about them seeing one another, questioning what it meant and what could happen once she got her memory back. He had been operating under the assumption that she was only with him because she couldn't remember the reason she shouldn't be. But this weekend, they'd connected on a deeper level. They'd admitted their growing feelings. And while he hadn't been 100% transparent with her, he'd told her the truth when she asked why they'd never gotten to this point before. They had been blind as to who the other person truly was. He'd never allowed himself the chance to really get to know her, to understand and accept her. And in turn, he'd never had an opportunity to show her that there was so much more to him than what she saw on the surface. This weekend, that had changed. His phone chimed with a text, and he grinned as he read the message from Isla. "Miss you already." "Miss you more," he responded. No more games, no more playing it cool. They were going all in on the feelings they had for one another, and it felt great. Grabbing his gear, he hummed a holiday tune as he climbed out of the truck and headed into the Coast Guard station. A rental car was parked in front of the front door, blocking the lane. He sighed. Tourists. If they were there to get the local weather and ice forecast, they could at least park in the lot like everyone else. At least they were inquiring about safety info. He entered the building and headed to the locker room where he changed into his uniform. Before he knew it, Skylar was on his heels as he headed down to the meeting room. "So?" she asked. "So what?" "How was the weekend?" "Mind-blowing, intoxicating, magical, glorious." "Good." She let out a sigh of exasperation. "Not going to give me anything, huh?" "I think you'll have to talk to Isla if you want any details." He wasn't sure if women talked about things the way dudes did. Not that he'd be telling anyone anything that had happened between him and Isla on the weekend. The only person he'd normally share any personal stuff with was Dwayne, and his buddy was still being a bit of an ass. He certainly wouldn't want to hear about what Aaron and Isla had done together. "Fine," Skylar said with a shrug. "I guess I'll just have to text her and invite her out tonight." Damn, that meant he wouldn't get a chance to see her that evening. "Hey, Skylar, wait up." But too late. His boss had already changed from curious friend to captain. "See you at the staff meeting," she called over her shoulder. Aaron yawned as he entered the kitchen. He hadn't gotten much sleep on the weekend, not that he was complaining, but he'd need caffeine to stay awake for the end-of-year meeting when Skylar was going to go over the stats regarding that year's rescues. Normally he enjoyed the recap, but he could appreciate that it wasn't all that exciting. Not like, say, finger-banging against a tree with an almost audience. Damn, Isla had really put things into perspective for him. He couldn't help the smile forming on his face as he entered the staff room. "Ah, there's the man you were looking for," Dwayne said to someone Aaron couldn't see. Aaron turned to see who his coworker was talking to and had to do a double-take. His parents sat at the table. His parents were in Port Serenity. "Mom? Dad? What are you two doing here?" And at the Coast Guard station of all places. Since Amy's accident, they'd held little respect for the local search and rescue crews and came nowhere near the stations. Too many bad memories, his mother claimed. Dressed in their usual professional attire, his father in a gray suit beneath his long overcoat and his mother in a black knee-length dress, leather boots, and lavish coat, they always looked like they were on a mission. His mother stood and gave him a quick hug as his father drained the contents of his mug and remained seated. "Hi, honey. Great to see you," she said, but it lacked the warm affection that he assumed most mothers would have when surprising a son they hadn't seen in person in years. He was still struggling to actually believe they were there. "Hi." "We went by your apartment several times when we got into town yesterday afternoon, but you weren't home," she said. Dwayne shot him a look before saying, "I'll leave you three to talk. Ben, Jackie, always great to see you." He tapped Aaron on the shoulder as he passed, but it wasn't a friendly tap. It was more of a, "Your parents are here, so you're in shit" tap. "Take your time. I'll cover for you at the meeting." As Dwayne left the room, Aaron turned back to his parents. "I thought you were going on a cruise." Had they changed their minds? Decided to come home for Christmas? Seemed unlikely, so he didn't allow any hope to seep in that they might have had a change of heart and wanted to spend the holidays with him. His gut told him they had an agenda, so he kept his guard firmly in place. "We still are," his father said. "But we wanted to talk to you." They'd flown all that way just days before their own holiday plans to talk? He stood straighter and folded his arms across his chest. "About?" His mother touched his arm and took a deep breath. Her forehead wrinkled the way it always did when she was stressed. "Here we go." "We know you said you weren't interested in being part of the new organization, Siblings Left Behind," she started, and Aaron's gut tightened. Just the name of the organization sounded so depressing. "But we thought maybe if you met Alan, the organizer, and spoke to him about what he's hoping to achieve, you might change your mind," she finished quickly. They were back to this again? They'd flown all the way to Alaska to try to strong-arm him into this? Unbelievable. "I already told you both I'm not doing it." He'd been very clear on their last call. "Just meet him. That's all we ask," his father said, as though it were a reasonable request. Meet him? He's here? Had the man really flown all this way with his parents to convince Aaron to... what? Give up his life here in Port Serenity, the career he loved, the woman he was falling in love with, to move to Florida and become some figurehead for pain and suffering? His temple throbbed. His mother nodded. "It was his idea to come here and meet with you. He's a great man, and he has a wonderful idea about launching a program here in Port Serenity, so you wouldn't have to move to Florida." She continued on in an excited tone as though this should be an easy yes for him. Maybe they weren't asking him to relocate, but what they were asking was still huge. He held up a hand. There was no way he was meeting with this guy. His parents had wasted a lot of time and money coming there to try to change his mind. "I've already given my answer. I have to start my shift. You two should go." He'd known there was a purpose for their visit, but it still hurt being right. "Aaron," his mother started, pleading in her tone. She reached toward him, but he pulled back. "Think about all the good you could do. You could honor Amy's memory by telling her story and—" "Mom, I said no," he said, his voice rising. She pulled back in alarm, and regret filled him. But damn, they were pushing too much. He was honoring Amy's memory, and it tore a hole through him to hear that they thought he wasn't. "Do not speak to your mother in that tone, young man," his father said, finally standing. Aaron fought to control his patience. He hadn't had a mother in forever, hadn't had either of them in his life in any real, significant way in years. They hadn't supported him or been there for him as he'd finished high school, then gone into the Coast Guard. They hadn't been there to help him through his pain and grief, too focused on their own. When Amy died, it was as if they'd lost their only child. They hadn't cared enough to try to keep their family together for his sake. He couldn't imagine how difficult losing a child must have been, but he'd given up hope that they'd realize they'd lost 2 of their children back then, just in different ways, and that time was running out to reconnect with the one they still had. He shook his head. "You're both wasting your time," he said, his voice breaking. He cleared his throat before continuing. "You know the way out." He stalked out of the room and away from his parents for what felt like the last time. Isla kicked off her winter boots and curled her legs up onto the seat across from Skylar at the Serpent Queen pub later that evening. Inside the local watering hole, Christmas music blared from the speakers. The holiday lights were set to blink, creating an almost strobe light effect, and the place was packed with several holiday parties and festive get-togethers. They were lucky to secure a booth as another group vacated it. Aaron had texted earlier that day to say he was working late at almost the same moment Skylar's text had arrived to ask if she was free to meet that evening for drinks. It was a little suspicious, as though Skylar had pulled rank for a girls' night out. Her suspicions were confirmed as Skylar leaned forward on the table and said, "Start at the beginning and don't leave anything out." She pretended not to know what Skylar was talking about, But her brother's fiancé was obviously eager to hear the juicy details of Isla's weekend with Aaron. I don't know what you're talking about. She eyed the drink menu, not really reading the choices. She was excited to tell someone about her and Aaron. All she could think about that day was the incredible time they'd had together. I approved the time off request. I know you two went away together this weekend. Isla laughed as she eyed her pointedly. Do you gush about you and Dex? Skylar raised an eyebrow. Do you want me to gush about my relationship with your brother? Nope, you're right, that's gross, she said with a laugh. Even though she'd only really gotten reacquainted with Dex over the last few weeks, she suspected Skylar had a point. There were some things she was better off not knowing. Do you really want to hear about me and one of your crew? As long as it's not one I'm related to, then yeah. Come on, I'm dying to hear how it went. He wouldn't give me anything today at the station. Isla's ears perked. What did he say? That it was good. Good. That's it? I knew it. It was spectacular, wasn't it? That was one way she'd describe it. It was incredible, she said, feeling heat rush to her cheeks. She couldn't deny it had been amazing, and she was actually excited to tell Skylar about it. He canceled my yurt rental reservation and booked one of the treehouse cabins. She opened her cell phone and showed Skylar the pictures she'd taken of the cabin and the surroundings. Skylar scrolled through the pics and stopped at a selfie of Isla and Aaron wrapped up together in bed. She cleared her throat and raised an eyebrow. What? I told you it was amazing. Isla sipped her martini, her cheeks flushing with heat as she avoided Skylar's gaze. All of it. Oh my God. You're falling in love with him. No sense in denying it. She didn't want to. It felt so great. So right. She nodded. He said he was falling for me too. Skylar sat back in the booth and shook her head. I can't believe the two of you are together. She looked slightly worried as she asked, Have you two talked about your past? You know, that you might not have always been this close? Isla took another sip and nodded. We did, and we came to the conclusion that maybe we were just prejudiced against one another without really knowing each other. Skylar looked relieved. I'd agree with that. She smiled. So, you're going to continue dating? We are. Unless anyone could think of a good reason why they shouldn't, Isla was going all in. All in love. A waiter arrived at the table with a fresh round of shots, and Skylar frowned as she shook her head. Sorry, we haven't ordered yet. The server nodded toward the pool tables where two men were playing. These are on Dwayne. Skylar's smile looked forced as she raised one of the shot glasses in the men's direction. Isla grinned. Should I tell my brother that he has some competition? Skylar nearly choked on the liquid. Hardly, she said. These are because of you. Me? Isla glanced toward the men, but she didn't really recognize either of them, though one was staring at her with unconcealed interest. It made her slightly uncomfortable. Am I supposed to know the tall, younger, good-looking one with the Ryan Gosling grin? Her memory of hot movie stars had clearly been unaffected in her accident. That's Dwayne. He was the helicopter pilot that rescued you from the crevasse. Oh. She should have remembered to thank the others involved in her rescue that day. And you two dated for a few months earlier this year, Skylar said. She dated him? Isla glanced back at the guy quickly, trying to see the attraction. He was good-looking and muscular and had a confident air about him, but there was nothing stirring inside her to indicate that there were any feelings of attraction there, or had ever been. She shrugged. I don't recognize him. Aaron didn't mention the rift you've caused between them? Skylar asked. Isla's eyes widened. No! I'm causing trouble between them at work? That had never been her intention. She hadn't known there was any friction between the two men. How serious had she been with this Dwayne guy? Was there some sort of bro code between crew members? Had that been part of Aaron's hesitancy to date her in the first place? Skylar waved a hand. It's nothing. They'll get over it, she said. Isla could still feel the other man's eyes on her as she sipped the shot. A dry gin flavor. Gross. She pushed the drink aside, feeling as though drinking it would somehow be betraying Aaron. Anyway, Aaron has bigger issues right now besides your past with Dwayne, Skylar said, a worried expression crossing her pretty features. Isla frowned. Why? What's going on? Skylar sighed. He didn't tell you? Tell me what? His parents are in town, and from what I overheard in the staff lunchroom today, they are trying to get him to head up some sort of grief organization, Skylar said, sympathy for Aaron in her voice. They've really been pushing him to be more involved in their charities since his sister died. Isla's heart lurched slightly. He hadn't mentioned anything by text that day. They came by the station? They hadn't talked about his family much, but from what Aaron had confided, his parents were totally unsupportive of his chosen career. It must have been a shock to see them there. Skylar nodded. He seemed pretty messed up after they left. That's why he offered to take the double shift. I think he just needed to stay busy. Preoccupied, you know? Isla swallowed hard but forced an understanding look as she nodded. Of course, yeah. But it was hard to understand why he wouldn't have told her, relied on her. She thought they were close enough that he'd confide in her with something this important. But he hadn't mentioned anything about her previous relationship with Dwayne, or how that was impacting things at work either. They needed to talk. As much as she appreciated him wanting to protect her from things while she struggled with trying to regain her memory, she needed him to know that this relationship was a two-way street. She was there for him, too. It was difficult to think about anything else as she finished her drink with Skylar, and the moment the two women parted ways, Isla headed to Aaron's house. It was just after 10 o'clock, and she saw his truck in the driveway and the apartment lights on. He looked surprised when he opened the door to her a few moments later, dressed in just a pair of gray pajama pants, his hair messy and his 5 o'clock stubble turning into a messy beard at his jawline. She'd never seen him looking anything but confident and in control. This evening he looked like a hot mess. Hey, you. I thought you were out with Skylar tonight, he asked, running a hand through his hair. She stepped inside and wrapped her arms around him tight. She may not be able to help solve the issues with his family, but she could hold him and be a source of support, the way he'd been to her throughout all of the things she was dealing with. His arms immediately went around her, and she felt his body sag slightly in relief that she was there. Skylar mentioned my parents' surprise visit, he asked, his voice sounding strained with emotion. Among other things, but right now that was most important. She'd ask him about Dwayne another time. She pulled back slowly and studied his pained expression. She'd never seen him this way. You should have told me you needed me. I could have come over, she said. He pulled her inside, wrapped his arms tight around her, and Isla felt some of the heaviness he was feeling ease a little as he said, "I do need you. Thank you for coming over." She looked at him, and the hurt in his expression broke her heart. She touched his face gently and stood on tiptoes to kiss him. Talking could wait. Right now, she sensed he could use a different kind of comfort. She pressed her body closer and deepened the kiss, feeling his grip on her waist tighten. Breaking contact with her mouth, he bent and scooped her into his arms, carrying her into the apartment and toward his bedroom. Inside his room, he removed her jacket and placed her gently on the bed. She watched him remove his sweatpants and underwear, immediately turned on by the sight of him naked in front of her. She lifted her arms for him to remove her sweater. He tugged at the waistband of her leggings, seductively rolling them off over her legs. She lay there in her bra and underwear, anticipation coursing through her as he climbed onto the bed and moved toward her. He gripped her face between his hands and kissed her hard, as though he couldn't control the force of his desire for her, as though the cure for the stress of his day was in her kiss. She wrapped her arms around his neck as he unhooked her bra and removed it. He massaged her breasts with one hand as he held her body close. "Damn, Isla. I've never known passion like this. You're everything I want, everything I crave," he said. "You make everything better." Her heart pounded. She felt the same way. She wanted every inch of him close to her all the time. This obsession couldn't be healthy, but it felt as though she were filling an overdue need, something she'd deprived herself of for too long. He turned their bodies over so that he lay on top of her. He lowered his mouth to her neck, and she tilted her head back as he kissed his way down along her collarbone to the swell of her breasts. His hands massaged as his mouth savored. Her body tingled, and the ache between her legs got stronger. She reached down to remove her underwear, lifting her hips to lower them down her thighs. Aaron removed them the rest of the way and sat up to take her in, exposed and vulnerable. He ran a hand along her thighs, up over her hip and stomach, all the way to her heart. His hand rested there as his gaze burned into hers. "I need you," he said. "And I don't just mean your body, I mean you. All of you. Your heart, your soul, your every breath, every heartbeat." "You have it." Part of her suspected he always had. He lowered himself between her legs and, taking her hands, he lifted her arms above her head as his mouth found hers. His kiss started slow, teasing, his tongue tracing her lips before slipping between them. She opened her legs wider, and he rested between as she arched her back to bring their bodies closer. She needed to feel him inside her. She wanted to comfort him, make him feel better any way she could. He reached for a condom and slid it on slowly. Then he entered her ready and eager body. With her hands pinned above her head, Aaron filled her body with his big, thick cock. She swallowed hard as he plunged deeper and harder. "Look at me," he said. She opened her eyes and stared into his as he continued to move in and out of her, quickening the pace and intensity as their desperation grew. "I love being with you," she said, chickening out of the full disclosure at the last second. "I love you," he said, his voice full of emotion. She smiled, feeling all the warmth and affection enveloping her. "That's what I meant." "I know. he said as his mouth found hers once more, and they enjoyed the sensations of lust and love that she thought she'd never get enough of. There was still so much they needed to talk about, but in that moment she could feel him healing through their physical connection, and she was happy that she could be there for him in this way. For now, that was all that mattered. Chapter 22. Her cell phone ringing woke her the next morning, and Isla reached for it quickly and climbed out of Aaron's bed, where he still slept soundly. She'd stayed the night, and they'd barely slept, holding one another. He didn't talk much about his parents' surprise appearance or the reason for the visit, but she knew he was happy to have her there. The private investigator's number lit up the call display, and her heart raced as she headed out of the room. Keeping her voice low, she answered the call. "Hello?"
"Hey, Isla."
"Yeah."
"Did you get the email I sent?"
Straight to the point as always. She sighed. "No, I'm still having some memory issues, and apparently I've never written down any passwords." She'd need to eventually reset everything, but she'd been hoping she'd have regained her memory by now.
"Okay, well, give me 2 minutes and I'll send the photos to your phone by text, as long as you are okay with receiving them that way," Hunter said.
"Photos?"
"Of your birth mother, or at least the woman I've identified as a possibility."
Her birth mother. He said it so casually, as though it were just another day at the office. For him, she suspected it was. He didn't get attached to his clients or the cases, but her throat felt thick as she answered. "Yes, please send them by text."
"Will do. Talk soon."
The call disconnected, and Isla's hand shook slightly as she waited for the text to arrive. She paced the hallway. What would she do if he had found her? Would she actually go through with meeting the woman? Right now, she couldn't remember the family who'd raised her. She was already dealing with so much. What could she even say to the woman given the circumstances? It wasn't as though she could recount her childhood or convey any emotional turmoil she'd experienced by being put up for adoption when she had no memory of any of that. Her journal entries were far too raw. She could never share those. And she'd lost the necklace. Meeting the woman under these circumstances didn't seem like the best idea. Her phone chimed and she jumped as though she'd forgotten she was waiting for something. "Hey, you okay?" Aaron asked, appearing in the hallway behind her before she could open the messages. A sense of relief washed over her. She was grateful she was there with him. She'd come there the night before to support him, but it was her who could use the support this morning. "The investigator looking for my birth mother sent photos." His arms immediately went around her waist, and he held her tight. "You don't have to do this right now if you're not ready." Was she ready? Could she ever be ready for something like this? She took a deep breath and raised the phone between them. "I can't not look." "Do you want privacy?" he asked. "No, I want you to stay right here. Keep those arms around me." "You got it," he said, looking almost as nervous as she felt, as she clicked on the first message and looked at the slightly blurry image of a woman going into an apartment building. She brought the image closer, zooming in on the side profile of the woman's face. Light hair, streaked with gray, high cheekbones on a thin face. Impossible to tell if it was the same woman in the photo in her hotel room. She clicked on the next one. The woman had turned to face the camera, a mild look of surprise in her expression, as though realizing she was being photographed. Isla's stomach turned. It felt wrong somehow, as though she'd hired someone to stalk this woman. Having some man following and photographing her mother, or maybe even worse, a stranger, made her feel slightly ill. "This seems wrong," she said to Aaron. "I mean, it's been more than 20 years. If this woman wanted to be found, if she wanted to reconnect with me, she would have by now, right?" It was unfair to pressure someone into meeting her if she didn't want to, if she'd never had the desire to herself, if she'd accepted the decisions from the past and moved on with her life. Maybe she had a new family now, one that didn't know about Isla. She couldn't disrupt this woman's life out of her own selfish desire to know her. Maybe she couldn't. You said the terms of the adoption prevented her from contacting you, Aaron said gently. That was when I was young. Now I'm an adult, so those terms wouldn't still apply. Well, maybe she has searched for you too, but had no luck. She appreciated his attempt to try to make her feel better, but she knew deep down that wasn't the case. She sighed as she stared at the photo of the woman, looking for any sign of familiarity. Some family resemblance. I don't know if this is a good idea, and I have no idea why I started this process in the first place. My parents are certainly not on board with it. Dex didn't even know I was doing it, and I feel like it's something I would have at least shared with him. They all seem disappointed that I'm looking for her, as though they somehow all failed to give me everything I needed. Aaron placed his hands on her shoulders and bent at the knees to look into her eyes. Hey, this isn't about them. I'm sure they know that. I'm sure they understand. She wasn't. She hadn't spoken to either of her parents since the day she'd talked to them about it and her mother had given her the journals, over a week ago. Either way, it doesn't matter. You deserve to know. To have any questions answered. Know where you came from, Aaron said supportively. But did it truly matter? She had a wonderful family who'd given her everything she could ever want and more. A full, amazingly privileged life. Why wasn't that enough? What answers were so important that she needed to do this? I'm here, whatever you need, whatever you decide, he said. Isla sighed as she hugged him tighter, grateful that at least her past didn't have any effect on this connection with Aaron. He'd have preferred staying in bed with Isla all day. With the emotional toll the last 24 hours had taken on both of them, he was exhausted, and he couldn't imagine how conflicted she must be feeling after the call from the investigator. He may have issues with his parents, but hers seemed more complicated. He had no idea what she would decide to do, but he would be there to support her in any capacity. Her coming to him the night before had been exactly the support he'd needed, even if he hadn't wanted to ask for it. Telling her he loved her had been easy. He did love her, and hearing that she felt the same way was the only thing propelling him forward today. The forecasted snowstorm has been upgraded to a full blizzard warning, local news reporter Monica Mallard stated on the television in the locker room as Aaron changed into his uniform for his shift. Great. He shut the locker and headed toward the meeting room just as a call came in from local authorities. A fishing boat had capsized 10 nautical miles offshore. 3 men on board, now all overboard. Skylar brought the crew together and Aaron shook off his exhaustion and all distracting thoughts as they launched their rescue plan. Less than 5 minutes later, he followed Dwayne and Miller to the waiting chopper. The weather was frigid with blowing snow and poor visibility. The men shouldn't have been out in the first place. This is bullshit, Dwayne mumbled as they climbed in. First thing the two of them had agreed on in a long time. Noticing the fuel gauge, he nodded toward the fueling station. Better fuel up. Something Dwayne should have done after their last rescue. This would waste precious time, but Aaron kept his annoyance in check. Dwayne shook his head. No time. They aren't far off the coast. We'll be fine. An argument was on the tip of his tongue, but Dwayne was the pilot. He had his own job to focus on. He needed to rely on and trust his coworker's judgment call. Inside the chopper, as it lifted off and headed toward the men's last known location, Aaron braced himself for the freezing plunge he was about to take. 3 men in the water meant 3 times he'd have to jump into the tossing waves to bring them all to safety. His thermal wetsuit would only keep him warm for so long. "Boat spotted," Miller said over the radio as the tiny fishing vessel came into view. "I can't get any closer," Dwayne said, struggling to keep the chopper steady in the 40-mile-an-hour winds. "Dropping in," Aaron said. He jumped from the helicopter and free fell what seemed like forever. He braced himself as an instant freeze enveloped him as his body hit the water, and he started swimming against the current toward the capsized boat. All 3 men were holding on and staying afloat as best they could as it was tossed about on the waves. They'd been in the water for almost an hour. Hypothermia and exhaustion would have set in, and they'd be useless in helping with their own rescue. This was all on him. The pushback from the current made the swim that much more challenging, and Aaron's limbs ached under the strain of his fast pace. He reached the vessel and grabbed the closest man. He quickly attached the harness, and once the man was secured, he motioned for Miller to hoist them. The man was conscious, but his lips were blue, and he was moments from passing out. The second plunge was even harder, and the third had Aaron's fight-or-flight reactions kicking in, challenging him mentally as well as physically. He could do this. One more. Push through. "You're fine. Keep going." Isla's forearm tattoo and the words she told herself in challenging times echoed in his mind as he swam harder against the waves toward the last man. He'd let go of the boat and was drifting lower beneath the surface of the water. Unhooking from the harness attached to the chopper, Aaron took a deep inhale and plunged beneath the icy waves. He scanned and spotted the man trapped beneath the capsized boat. He made his way toward it and wrapped an arm around the unconscious victim, then struggled to bring them both up to the surface, where he saw the helicopter move back toward the shoreline. Back toward the station. What the hell was Dwayne doing? "Too low on fuel," Miller's voice came over the radio. Damn, he'd told Dwayne they should refuel. Aaron's legs felt like jelly as he treaded water, desperate to keep them both afloat. The man had to weigh over 250 pounds, and the additional dead weight made it nearly impossible. His arms ached, and his chest was tight. Remain calm. Remember your training. With his gear, he could last in the water maybe 20 minutes, but the other man was in serious danger. Aaron held on to him tight, kicking against the strong current, heading in the direction of the shoreline. He'd never make it the full way, but at least the swimming made his muscles move and helped to elevate his body temperature. Of course, it might also make them harder to locate, having moved from the original rescue point, but staying still would definitely be worse. Blowing snow made it hard to see which direction he was swimming in, but he continued on, hoping he wasn't putting them more at risk. Moments later, exhaustion and a numbing sensation in his limbs were provoking a sense of panic. He wasn't sure either of them were going to make it. He could hear the chopper in the distance, but it sounded far away. Too far. Frigid waves crashed over him, and they dipped below the surface. Aaron struggled to hold on to the unconscious man as he continued to move his limbs through the water back to the surface. Then it felt as though a force from beneath him was pushing through the current in front of him, leading the way and reducing the force of impact against him. He squinted through the snow and crashing water. Cialina? A sense of calm enveloped him, and he found renewed strength as he continued to swim. Had the sea serpent queen come to his rescue? Or was the cold numbness impacting his imagination? Either way, he no longer felt terrified. The panic eased, and he was able to once again think clearly. He saw the chopper overhead and stopped swimming as the harness was dropped. He grabbed it and secured them both. His body leaving the water gave him a rush of relief. They were going to be okay. He scanned the water below as he was lifted, but only the tumultuous waves were in sight. No sign of anyone or anything else out there. Safe inside the chopper, Miller helped secure the patient, wrapping warming blankets around them both. "Sorry about that, buddy," Dwayne said over the radio, a deep-sounding remorse in his tone. "No problem, man. Another day at the office," he said, shivering and exhausted as the chopper headed back to the station. Unfortunately, Skylar wasn't so forgiving 3 hours later. "You knowingly went with low fuel," she said, her voice tight as he, Miller, and Dwayne sat in her office for the rescue debrief. "Low fuel meant I could get there faster," Dwayne said. "The men had been in the water for too long. I was following my gut. And it was wrong. You put everyone's safety at risk. You put your crewmates' safety at risk," Skylar said. Aaron didn't disagree, but he also couldn't say that Dwayne's instincts on it had been completely wrong. In hindsight, it was impossible to say what might have happened if different judgment calls had been made, so he didn't remind his coworker that he'd suggested refueling. "If the idea had been Aaron's, you'd have no problem with it," Dwayne said. "That's not true," Skylar said. But even Aaron could hear the slight wonder in her tone whether she might be treating the situation differently. She cleared her throat, a note of authority to her voice. "You're suspended for 2 weeks." Dwayne looked at her in disbelief. "One of the most hazardous times of year, and you're taking me off duty?" Skylar nodded, and to her credit, she didn't seem to be wavering, despite what Aaron suspected was one of the hardest decisions she'd had to make so far in her career. The crew were close. They were all friends, and they were like a family. This wasn't just a disciplinary thing. It hurt on a personal level. "Skylar, I know the decision seemed hasty, but it didn't end badly," Aaron said, coming to his buddy's defense. "It could have," she said. "My decision sticks." Dwayne stood abruptly, his chair hitting the wall. "I don't need you fighting my battles," Dwayne said to him, shoulder nudging Aaron as he stalked out of the office. A moment later, they heard the slam of his locker door down the hall. Skylar looked distraught as she shook her head. "That sucked." 2 weeks? I'm not questioning your call, but are you sure it's not too harsh? Dwayne may have been wrong in his assessment of the situation, but he was right about them needing him this time of year especially. "You could have died," Skylar said. "And I need him to get his head on straight and not let personal issues cloud his judgment. I'll talk to him privately." She thought Dwayne's beef with him over Isla had maybe impacted his actions that day. Aaron refused to believe his friend would take things that far, but he nodded. "Understood." Unfortunately, now his safety was in the hands of a less qualified pilot. during one of the most treacherous times of the year. The most challenging part of dating a local hero was listening to the rescue story and hearing how he'd had to put his life on the line. But if Isla wanted to be with Aaron, she had to accept his chosen career. After all, he'd been nothing but supportive of her. And she did have to admit that the idea of him rescuing 3 people was insanely sexy. Sitting next to him in the booth at the Serpent Queen pub that evening, Isla clung to his hand under the table, not wanting to let go as the crew celebrated that day's successful rescue. Unfortunately, Aaron seemed a little stressed. "You okay?" she whispered. He nodded and offered a weak smile. "Just still feel shitty about Dwayne." She'd quickly noticed that the pilot wasn't there that evening, and he'd explained what had happened and Skylar's decision. "I hate that I've played a part in this," she said. "It's not your fault. This goes deeper than just you and I dating," Aaron said. No doubt it had to be difficult for the other alpha males on the crew to accept that Aaron was the best they had with his extra elite training. It couldn't be easy on guys like Dwayne. "Why didn't you mention I'd dated Dwayne?" she asked, sensing the opportunity. Aaron shrugged. "It hadn't seemed serious for you, but I guess it was for him." Her eyes narrowed. "How do you know it wasn't for me?" She knew it mustn't have been. She felt zero attraction to the handsome helicopter pilot, and while he seemed like a nice guy, there wasn't any lingering spark or tension. Had there ever been? Maybe that was the way she'd preferred things before, casual. No strings, no real feelings, no potential to get hurt. Aaron thought for a moment. "You two just didn't seem passionate about one another." She nodded slowly. "And what about us?" "There's definitely passion between us," he murmured, drawing her into him. It was true. She could feel the heat of their intense attraction to one another every time they were together. When she was with him, she wanted to crawl into his arms and stay where she felt safe and secure and loved. When she was away from Aaron, he was never far from her thoughts, and she looked forward to the moment she could see him again. They'd admitted their feelings, and she knew hers were only growing stronger each day, every moment they spent together. "Well, I'm sorry for driving a wedge between you two," she said sincerely. "It will work out," he assured her. She really hoped so, because she hated the thought that Aaron was putting his safety in the hands of a guy holding a grudge. At the community center the next morning, Isla waved to her rock climbing group as they left. Great group of kids, especially when they weren't trying to prank her with fake names. The door reopened and she saw her mother enter with a box of clothing donations. She smiled nervously as Grace approached. She'd been meaning to reach out to her, but she still had no idea what she was going to do about the investigator, and it seemed like a challenging conversation to have. "Hey, just dropping off some donations," Grace said, giving her a quick hug. "You're still teaching the rock climbing course?" Isla nodded. "Yeah, apparently my muscles remember what to do even if I don't." "That's great. And you got your cast off," her mother said, pointing to her leg. "Not too long ago." Damn, she should have at least reached out to let them know that. "I'm feeling much better." "No memory yet?" "Not yet," she said. A silence fell between them, and Isla shifted her weight from one foot to the other. "Hey, I wanted to—" "Your father and I—" They both spoke at the same time and then laughed. "Go ahead," her mother said. "I just wanted to say that I'm sorry about the other day. I really didn't mean to upset you." Her mother shook her head. No, you have every right to look into your past. Your father and I want you to know we are here to support you in this. You don't have to do it alone." A warmness enveloped her as she smiled. "Thank you." She hesitated. "Actually, there is something you could maybe help me with." She took out her cell phone. "The investigator sent photos of a woman." She opened the messages, and Grace glanced over her shoulder at the images. She enlarged the photo on the screen and nodded slowly. "It's been a long time, but yeah, this could be her." Unexplainable emotions confused Isla further as she tucked the cell phone away. "Thank you." "Are you planning to meet her?" her mother asked. Was she? She had no idea, but she did know one thing. "I haven't decided, but if I do, will you and Dad come with me?" Tears shone in the back of her mother's eyes, but she smiled warmly. "Of course we will." She hugged her quickly. "Whatever you decide, we'll do it as a family." Isla hadn't realized just how incredible her family truly was, but she knew she'd never do anything to risk what she had. Aaron set the weights back on the rack and reached for his towel later that day in the station's workout room. It sucked not having a spotter. As much as Dwayne had been a pain in the ass lately, he missed his friend and coworker. The whole thing had gotten out of hand, and Aaron just hoped his buddy could eventually accept him and Isla together. He hoped more than just Dwayne could. Isla had invited him to attend her father's work party with her that evening, and he'd easily agreed, but the more he thought about it, the more nervous he was. He'd known the Wakefields his entire life, but what would they think about him dating their daughter, especially given their history? A knock sounded on the door, and he glanced toward it. "Your parents are here," Miller said, popping his head in. "Want me to tell them to take a hike?" Tempting, but Aaron needed to face them and this issue head on. "I'll be right out," he said. He took several deep breaths and pulled his t-shirt on as he left the gym and met his parents in the front office of the station. "Hey," he said, folding his arms across his chest and preparing for another repeat of the same old argument, hopefully for the last time. As much as it would hurt, he knew it was time to cut ties with them. He'd never be able to give them what they wanted, and they'd never appreciate his way of dealing with loss. The relationship had become a toxic one. "We're headed to the airport, but we just wanted to stop in to say goodbye," his father said. Goodbye. The words sounded so finite. They'd obviously reached the same conclusion he had. Aaron nodded. "Have a safe flight home." His mother looked slightly pained as she glanced at his father and stepped toward him. "We also wanted to say that we're sorry." His arms fell to his sides. Hadn't been expecting that. He wasn't quite sure what to say, and he still wasn't convinced this wasn't just another ploy, another manipulative attempt to get him to agree to what they wanted. So he remained silent and waited for her to continue. "We heard about the rescue yesterday," she said. Tears burned in her eyes as she touched his arm gently, quickly. "You were very brave." The words hit him straight in the heart, and a lump rose in the back of his throat. For the first time, they were acknowledging what he did, the good he did in his own way. "You saved 3 people's lives, and you were out in that water for a long time," his father said. A deep look of respect crossed the older man's features, and Aaron was left speechless, so he simply nodded. "We are proud of you," his mother said. Aaron thought his knees might actually give out from beneath him. He'd never expected to ever hear those words from his parents, hadn't realized just how much he needed to hear them. Maybe this didn't need to be the end. Maybe this was a turning point in the relationship. He cleared his throat. Thank you. That means a lot. Everything, actually. His mother stepped closer and hugged him, and Aaron squeezed her tight before releasing her. His father extended a hand toward him, and he shook it, feeling a sense of peace that had eluded him for so long. "Merry Christmas, son," his father said. "Merry Christmas," he said, his voice thick with emotion as his parents waved goodbye and left the station. Chapter 23. So, how are you at boring, obligatory dinner parties? Isla asked casually later that evening in Aaron's truck when he picked her up from the hotel. He seemed happier, lighter that evening, and she suspected it had everything to do with the small step toward reconciling with his parents earlier that day. She was so relieved that his parents were finally seeing him for the amazing man he was. "The best," he said just as casually, pulling her toward him for a kiss. "Small talk? My specialty," he said, leaving a trail of kisses along her neck. Goosebumps surfaced on her skin despite the heat of the truck, and she moved away slightly. If he kept doing that, they'd never make it to her parents' house for the party. "And what about meeting the parents? Does that freak you out at all?" Might be a little late in asking. He had already agreed to go, but she wanted to make sure he was really okay with it. "I've met your parents at least a dozen times, so no." She laughed. "This is in a different capacity." Her parents might know Aaron, but they didn't know the two of them together. Showing up at her father's holiday do with Aaron as her date might be a little awkward, but she wanted him there. "What capacity exactly?" he asked, putting the vehicle in drive. He wanted her to put a label on them? She'd been hoping he would. "Well, I guess we are seeing one another." He nodded. "Exclusively?" "Right. And you did confess that you were falling in love with me, so we're more than just dating." He grinned as he sent her a quick look. "Isla Wakefield, will you?" He took a deep breath and looked very serious as he finished. "Be my girlfriend." "Your girlfriend?" He grinned wickedly. "What did you think I was going to ask?" She leaned across the seat and kissed him. "Yes, I'll be your girlfriend." "Great. That's settled then." He sent her a wink and took her hand in his as they drove the rest of the way to the Wakefield family home. But her anxiety rose moments later as they entered, and she heard the sound of Dwayne's voice coming from the living room. Dwayne's loud, slightly tipsy-sounding voice. "I hadn't realized he'd be here," she said quickly to Aaron. It struck her that she had no idea who was on the guest list for that evening. It hadn't really seemed to matter. "His mother works with your dad. Makes sense," Aaron said, obviously trying to sound like he was unfazed. "Don't worry. It will be fine," he reassured, straightening the red tie, which he'd bought to match her dress, beneath his suit jacket. Isla held his hand as they entered the main room where all the guests were gathered. About 20 formally dressed men and women mingled and chatted, drinking champagne. Classical piano Christmas music played, and the event held an air of elegance that she'd come to associate with her family. A slight feeling of being out of place struck her, and she tugged at the hem of her red mini-dress. Maybe she should have worn something a little more reserved. She spotted Skylar and Dex across the room and wished she'd opted for a long black formal like Skylar had. She should have talked to the other woman first. "You look amazing." Aaron whispered next to her, and her anxiety eased just a little.
I've been dreaming of this dress since you wore it to the Selena anniversary party.
But when Dwayne's gaze fell on them, Aaron only held her hand tighter, and the tension around them instantly thickened. This was the first time the two of them had been in the same room together since Dwayne's suspension. "Hey, darlin'. Hi, Aaron," her mother greeted them pleasantly. "Drink?" "Sure," Isla said, glancing at him. He nodded. Grace reached for the champagne and handed 2 glasses to them, but Dwayne called out,
"Hey, Isla, come do a shot."
Her eyes widened as she shook her head, laughing awkwardly. Everyone in the room had turned to look at her. "I'm okay with the champagne, thanks," she said. Dwayne scoffed.
"You've been hanging around with this guy too long."
He nodded toward Aaron before downing his own shot with a shrug that said, "Suit yourself." He refilled the shot glass as several guests watched the interaction. Isla's pulse raced. Things were a little more awkward than she'd expected with Dwayne being there, and she suspected they weren't going to get easier as her father approached.
"Hey, sweetheart. Glad you could make it,"
Brian said, kissing her cheek. As usual, he was impeccably dressed and oozed a quiet confidence.
"Aaron,"
he said, shaking hands with him, but Isla could hear a note of disapproval in his tone. Which part did he disapprove of?
"Can I borrow her for just a sec?"
he asked. Aaron reluctantly released her hand.
"Of course." "There are a few partners I want you to meet,"
Brian said, and Isla's chest tightened. She should have expected this evening would be another attempt at getting her to pursue a law degree. She sighed and sent Aaron an apologetic look as her father took her arm and led her away. So much for a pleasurable evening, introducing her new boyfriend to her family. He refused to feel intimidated by the room full of rich people. Most of them he'd known his entire life. Half of them he'd helped in times of danger or their family members. He had no reason to feel out of place or inferior. Just because Dwayne's family status matched equally with Isla's didn't make the other man the better match for Isla. She'd invited him there that evening, and he'd have to get used to events like this with her family if he wanted to be with her. Which he desperately did, whatever that meant. He strolled through the house, sipping his champagne. He saw Isla chatting politely with several lawyers from her father's firm. She sent him a desperate look, and he sent back a supportive one. Obviously, she hadn't mentioned her intentions of a social work career to her family, and Brian was still pushing the law route. He'd been looking forward to showing up there on her arm, presenting themselves to her family, but now he was looking forward to the night being over. He suspected this was more stressful for her than fun. Entering the den, he saw Brian pat Dwayne on the back as the 2 men drank scotch together.
"I think you made the right call," the older man said. "Those Beaumonts don't always know what's best."
So the family feud between the Beaumonts and Wakefields might not be as buried as everyone in the community thought. Noticing him, Brian waved him inside the room.
"Come on in. We were just talking about the rescue. Impressive,"
Isla's father said, pouring another glass and handing it to him. He wasn't a Scotch guy, but he accepted the glass and the toast with his girlfriend's father and his crewmate. They clinked glasses and he took a swig.
"I think Brian here would love to hear what your intentions are with his daughter,"
Dwayne said with a smirk, steadying himself against the bar. Great, his friend was drunk and intent on making a scene.
"Isla and I are seeing one another. Things are going well,"
he said tightly. He wouldn't allow his friend to make him look like a fool. He wanted to make a good impression on Brian. It was important to him to be accepted by the family.
"Well, we know how long Isla's attention span is now, don't we?"
Dwayne said with a cold-sounding laugh. Aaron's gut twisted, and his jaw clenched at the insult.
Enough of that, Dwayne,
Brian chastised before Aaron could defend her. Dwayne held up his hands innocently.
What? I'm just stating a fact. Isla doesn't like commitment.
Aaron turned to see Isla enter the room, a look of confusion on her face as she took in the scene and heard Dwayne's words. Brian gestured her forward.
I think she's matured a lot in recent months. She's actually considering law school.
Isla looked uncomfortable as she stood with her father's arm draped across her shoulders. Actually, Dad, I'm not. I've decided to go into social work, she said confidently. Clearly, it wasn't the way she'd wanted to tell her father. Aaron was proud of her for telling him. He knew it couldn't have been an easy declaration to make, especially given the circumstances and the event. Brian frowned.
Since when? See? Classic Isla. I'm sure she'll change her mind,
Dwayne said, cutting off Isla's chance to speak.
Okay, that's enough,
Aaron said. He was done with his friend's bullshit.
Because you say it is?
Dwayne said, advancing toward him. Aaron set his drink down on the bar and met the man toe-to-toe. Dwayne couldn't continue insulting Isla in her own home.
I think you've had too much to drink, and you owe Isla an apology. Going to make me, big man?
Dwayne challenged, snarling at him.
That's enough, you two,
Brian said, extending an arm between them. There was no way Aaron was going to give Dwayne the satisfaction of losing his cool. Not in front of Isla and her family and her father's colleagues. He wouldn't escalate this in the family home or elsewhere. His buddy wasn't worth it. He relaxed his shoulders.
No one is making you do anything, but it's probably time to leave.
Dwayne looked ready to argue, but then he shrugged, set his drink down, and stalked out of the den. The front door slammed a moment later. Aaron turned to Brian.
Sorry about that.
He touched Isla's shoulder.
You okay?
She nodded. Fine, she said, though she sounded unsure as she turned to her father. I hope you're not disappointed. Brian shook his head.
No, just surprised. I had no idea you were interested in that career.
I am, and it's not a new thing. In my journals, I mentioned my interest several times. I've enrolled for classes starting in January, she said, reaching for Aaron's hand. Brian nodded slowly, then smiled.
Well, I think it's a great idea.
You do?
Whatever, and whoever makes you happy is fine with me,
her father said, raising his glass once again to Aaron. Relief ran through him at her father's acceptance. He might not be rich, but he loved this man's daughter as much as he suspected Brian did, and it felt great to have the older man's approval. To feel like part of a family again. Chapter 24. 3 days until Christmas, and the kids were in frantic mode getting their last-minute wish list to the big guy. Isla's face hurt from the plastered-on smile she had 4 hours into her shift at Santa's Village. She was happy she'd gotten a job that season, but she'd cross off customer service positions from her list of possible future careers. This was exhausting. With local schools bringing kids on field trips for the last day of school before Christmas break, it was utter chaos with teachers trying to wrangle sugar-hyped children and keep them occupied while in line. She'd heard every rendition of every Christmas carol ever written in the last 4 hours. Another hour and then she was off. This was her final shift for the season. Santa was headed back to the North Pole the following day to get ready for his big night. A new school group approached and Isla ushered them inside. Hey, friends! Is this your first visit to see Santa this year? Most kids nodded, but several shook their heads. One little girl broke out of the line and approached. Her peeling name tag on her school uniform said Tess. "Hi. You're Isla Wakefield, right?" she whispered. "Yes, I'm Isla. Do we know each other?" "Sort of. I'm Tess Klein. My dad is the lighthouse keeper." "Oh, hi." The lighthouse stood high on the hill overlooking the marina, but she hadn't realized anyone actually still did that job. "This is my second time to see Santa this year," the little girl said. "But I have a question." "Okay." "I know this isn't the real Santa, but he can get wishes to the real one, right?" she asked, her tone urgent. Isla bent lower and nodded, feeling slightly guilty for deceiving the child, but maybe she could hear what the kid wanted and convey it to her father. If her father was the lighthouse keeper, that should make him easier to find. "I'm pretty certain he can, yes." "Perfect," the little girl said, looking relieved. "Is it something I can help with?" she asked, knowing the big guy probably wouldn't remember each of these children's requests. He was a good Santa, but this late in the season, with these large crowds, he must be starting to tire as well. Tess eyed her in the nutcracker costume. "I don't think so. You're not even an elf. No offense." "You never know. Can't hurt, right?" Tess hesitated. "My dad says your family invented Selena." Isla couldn't tell by her tone whether the child's father thought that was a good thing or not. "My family invited Selena to be a part of our community, yeah." The mythology of the sea serpent queen had existed in Alaska long before the Wakefields. "If she's so powerful and cares about the community, how come she can't save everyone?" the little girl asked. Why had she opened this conversation with the child? She had no idea how to explain the sea serpent queen as a myth. I'm not sure, sweetie. Sometimes she's not there when she's needed." "Like with my mom and sister," she said sadly. Isla's heart clenched. Damn, this child had lost family at sea. "Anyway, I'm here to ask Santa to find them. He travels all over the world, so if anyone can find them, it's him." Isla swallowed the lump in her throat as the teacher called out for Tess to rejoin the class back in line. The child was planning on asking Santa to bring her family back. That was heartbreaking, and it killed her to know that Tess was probably not going to get her ultimate wish this holiday season. Returning to her post, her cell phone vibrated, and she hurried to take it out of her pocket. She glanced around for Cherry as she saw the investigator's number on the call display. Phone calls during her shift weren't allowed, but this might be important, and there were no other groups approaching the front of Santa's village at the moment. She answered quietly, turning toward the wooden structure. "Hey, Hunter, I'm at work right now." "This won't take long," he said, and her heart fell at the discouraging tone in his voice. "There's no easy way to say this, but unfortunately, the woman I found isn't your birth mother." It was impossible to discern how she felt about it. She'd yet to come to a conclusion about whether she'd have met the woman anyway, or what it was that she ultimately wanted to achieve with this, with reopening her past. "Okay, well, are you planning to keep looking?" She had no idea what parameters she'd established with this investigation. "I think the search is over. I'm sorry, Isla, but your birth mother died last year. She was serving time for robbery and died of pneumonia. It was a challenge locating her because she'd moved to Seattle." Her mother was dead. Now there was no possibility of ever meeting her. Having that option whisked away made her stomach turn. She swallowed hard several times, but the lump lodged in the back of her throat refused to go down. Tears burned her eyes, and she cleared her throat. Okay. Well, thank you.
Of course. I'll return the funds to you right away.
Funds? For his services? Was it one of those situations where she didn't pay unless he found the person? Seemed odd that someone would offer a service like that in this unpredictable industry where success rates were probably low.
The money you wanted me to give her,
he said. Wait, so that's why I wanted you to find her?
You said you wanted to help her, correct? It was an anonymous donation.
So I never planned on meeting her?
I don't think so,
Hunter said gently, a rare hint of sympathy in his voice.
You mostly just seemed concerned with making sure she was okay.
A tear cascaded down her cheek, and she swallowed again. Okay. Well, thank you for trying.
Have a nice holiday.
You too, Isla said as the call disconnected. She stared at the phone in her trembling hand. Her birth mother had died before she could ensure that she was okay, financially stable. Her chest hurt as she mourned the life of someone she'd never truly known. Now she'd never have that chance. She took several deep breaths, wiped the tears from her cheeks, and turned back to another group of students approaching with their teachers. She forced a smile as she took her place, but on her unsteady legs, she stumbled backward against the wooden structure. Her shoulder knocked into the sideboard, and she quickly stabilized the wreath on the door before it fell. Above her, the structure shifted, and a shelf containing a row of nutcrackers in various shapes and sizes slipped off the hardware holding it in place. "Hey, look out!" a little boy in line yelled, pointing to it. Too late. Isla looked up, unable to avoid the large, open-mouthed wooden nutcracker falling straight toward her. The next thing she saw was a dozen little faces staring down at her. She blinked, struggling to focus as bright Christmas lights blinded her. Her head throbbed, and she reached up to touch a spot on the left side of her forehead. A small bump had formed, and it was tender. How long had she been lying there? "Are you dead?" a little boy asked. "No, I'm not dead," she said. "You looked dead," he said. "Well, I'm not." At least she didn't think so. The afterlife wouldn't be so annoying. "Move away, kids. Give the lady space," Cherry's voice said as she approached. She stared down at Isla, concerned. "You okay?" Was she? I think so." Isla frowned as she sat up and surveyed her surroundings. Nutcracker statues were all around her. She picked up the largest one that had broken after it had hit her head. She must have blacked out for a moment. Something felt odd. A surrealness surrounded her as though nothing was real, as though she were dreaming. "Take your time getting up," Cherry said. "I'm okay," she started. But the sound of "I'll Be Home for Christmas" playing inside the Santa's Village hut had those same familiar goosebumps surfacing on her skin. Home. Her entire life seemed to play in a montage in her mind, causing her surroundings to blur. Her heart raced, and her thoughts spiraled like a whirlwind. She knew where she was.
Thanks for staying with us. Before we continue, take a minute to enjoy some peaceful music. This audiobook is our gift to you. No cost, no ads. Let's keep the good vibes going.
She knew who she was. Her memory was back. Relief flowed through her, followed immediately by a sense of dread. Holy jingle bells! What kind of mess had this imposter made of her life? Aaron read the text from Skylar several times, not sure if he was being pranked. Isla got hit on the head by a nutcracker, and her memory is back. There was so much to unpack in the text. His heart was racing, his mouth dry, and his palms were sweating as he texted back. Is she okay? That was his primary concern. Another head injury wasn't good. She's pissed with everyone. Aaron's legs felt like rubber as he lowered himself onto the bench in the station locker room. Shit. Isla had every reason to be upset with him. He'd allowed them to get close, to fall in love without being completely honest with her. But she couldn't hold her family accountable for that. They'd been letting them get to know one another without interferences. This was his fault. He changed out of his gear and into his jeans and a sweater. He had to go see her. They needed to clear the air right away. She hadn't reached out to him, and his gut told him that she'd ignore any calls or texts from him. He needed to go to the hotel and have this dreaded conversation face to face. All he could do was hope that she loved him enough to forgive him. She felt like a fool. The past few weeks had been incredible, but she could fully contest that they'd been the best 4 weeks of her life now that she had memories to compare them to. She'd fallen hard and fast for Aaron Segura. And she'd been duped. Everyone in town must have found it hilarious to watch her chase after Aaron and then fall all over him. Everyone knew their history. Everyone had heard her say repeatedly that he was the last man on earth she could ever be compatible with. Her stomach hurt, and she couldn't decipher which emotions were bothering her the most: embarrassment, anger, hurt, or the deep longing she felt now that it was all over. Part of her wished she'd never gotten her memory back. Now she remembered everything and all the reasons she'd kept herself closed off, all the reasons she'd avoided opening up in relationships, why she'd avoided dating men that she might actually fall for. She'd never thought Aaron was in that category, but it all made sense now. Fighting with Aaron, refusing to acknowledge her attraction and allowing herself to believe they were too different to ever get along, was a defense mechanism to protect herself against this. A deep, painful yearning for something that hadn't been real. She searched through her suitcase for her workout clothes. Her leg felt better and she needed to go for a run, clear her head, burn off the negative energy overpowering her. If she didn't shake this off, she'd probably climb into the hotel bed and not resurface again until sometime in the new year. So much had happened that day. Finding out her birth mother was gone had been difficult to hear without the context of her memories. Then the weight of the disappointment had truly set in as her memories had spiraled back. She'd been searching for her birth mother to help her. Her main goal in locating the woman was to give her an anonymous donation of money to help her get on her feet. The cash was her own, money she'd made working on the cruise ship, not from her trust fund. It wasn't a lot, but it was something. And she hadn't involved her family in it because hurting them, upsetting them, hadn't been her intention. She'd never planned on meeting the woman. She had everything she needed with the Wakefields. Sure, as a teenager she'd been curious and confused at times, but that had passed. In adulthood, she realized that the decisions her parents and her birth mother had made were for the best. And while she'd always felt a little like an outsider, that hadn't been the Wakefields' fault. Then she'd gone and let her guard down with everyone, allowing them all to see she was vulnerable and fragile, allowing them to think something was missing from her life, something that needed to be fulfilled. She wanted to scream. She sighed as she sat on the edge of the bed and laced up her running shoes. and when a knock sounded on the hotel room door, her gaze shot to the window in search of an escape. She didn't want to talk to anyone right now. Unfortunately, she was too high up and essentially trapped. "Isla, it's me." Aaron's voice drifting from the other side wasn't a complete surprise. She'd suspected Skylar would have told him. Her embarrassing incident had spread through the small town like wildfire by now. Well, if he'd heard she had her memory back, then he should also know that she wasn't in the mood to hear anything he had to say. She remained quiet and still. If he thought she wasn't there, he'd leave. "I'm not leaving. If you're not in there, I'll wait," he said from the other side of the door. She heard him lean against it, and a quick peek through the hole revealed he was sitting on the floor. She could see his legs stretched across the hallway. Now she was really trapped. What should she do? She couldn't avoid him forever, even though that's what she'd prefer to do. Hashing this out would be useless. It would get them nowhere. And she was terrified that she'd lost the ability to hide her true emotions. One look at him would make her cave if she wasn't careful, wasn't armed with enough anger. He'd deceived her. He hadn't been honest with her from the beginning. How could she believe anything now? She reluctantly unlocked the door and saw him jump to his feet. Stay strong. Do not let him get to you. Keeping her expression as neutral as possible, she squared her shoulders and opened the door. Aaron looked nervous and distraught. Good, he should be. For weeks, he'd allowed her to believe they had a connection. And maybe she'd seen him in a different light. Maybe she'd actually changed her mind and heart about him, but he couldn't possibly have changed his opinion of her because she hadn't been acting like herself. They hadn't crossed this bridge together, finding a better path on the other side. He'd had full awareness, while she'd been wandering through the dark, being misguided by the people she thought were supposed to care about her. Had they all wanted her to become something different? Something she wasn't? "Hi. How are you feeling?" he asked. "Fine. Better than fine, actually. Things are clear again," she said coldly. Only they weren't clear at all. Seeing him standing there with a deep look of remorse and concern clouded things in her mind and her heart. Where did they stand now? How did they move forward? "Can I come in?" "I was just heading out." "Isla, we need to talk." "You need to talk. I don't." "Please, Isla, will you just hear me out?" This was harder than she thought it would be. Shut this down. Shut him down. Yet, she owed it to him and herself to end this officially. End it now, before things went any further, then not leave an opportunity, an open door. "I'm not sure I want to hear anything you have to say when you haven't been completely honest with me this whole time." She folded her arms across her chest, needing some sort of shield, a barrier between her conflicted emotions and the words that might cause her to cave, to understand, to forgive. "I told you we didn't always get along." Isla scoffed. "Understatement." They'd made a life out of arguing. Every memory she had of the two of them together was a tension-filled, heated one. The ones from the last 4 weeks, tense and hot for other reasons, but she pushed those out of her mind. Aaron reached for her. "That was before we got to know one another, truly got to know one another." She moved out of reach, and he let his arms drop to his sides. "I may have gotten to know you, but you liked a different person, not me." He shook his head. "Not true. I've always cared about you and been attracted to you. That's why our relationship was so strained. I had this complex dichotomy inside that I couldn't figure out. Fighting with you was as close as I could get to you. I knew I didn't have a chance with you." He ran a frustrated hand through his hair. "You were always too guarded and anti-me for me to get close." He dared a step toward her.
But over the last few weeks, I got that chance.
You didn't fall for the real me.
Bullshit. These past few weeks, you've been a more sincere version of yourself than you've ever been.
She looked away.
That's not true.
At least she couldn't admit to any truth in that. She needed him to believe it was the head injury that had clouded her judgment, made her different.
It is. You let your guard down. You let me see another side of you. Not a different version. Who you were before the accident was still in there. But you also allowed me to get to know you on a different level.
Oh, they'd gotten to know one another on so many different levels. Deeper, more intimate, passionate levels. Thinking about them now made her stomach turn.
And you pursued me. I tried to keep my distance for fear of exactly this.
So he was making excuses, turning this around?
That was a mistake. I made a mistake, she said,
her chest tightening. He was right. She was partially to blame for this too. She had thrown herself at him and forced him into spending time with her. But how could she trust him when he'd allowed her to believe their relationship wasn't what it was? He should have been completely transparent.
Isla, don't do this. Don't push me away,
he said gently yet urgently. She hesitated, emotions spiraling through her. She wanted to step into his arms and keep moving forward with what they had developed. But common sense demanded she see things for what they were. She and Aaron were too different. She wasn't going to change who she was for him. Soon she'd piss him off with her adventurous ways, just as she always did. She wouldn't be the woman he'd fallen for, one who'd been more fearful and cautious, and then he'd walk away from her. Though, was she still the old Isla? She couldn't process everything that had happened in the last 24 hours. She rubbed her forehead as pain radiated in her temples.
You okay?
He asked, stepping closer, concern in his expression.
I don't know.
This was exactly why she'd always guarded her emotions, refused to let anyone in, really in. Now her protective shields were gone. And how was she supposed to protect herself from hurt and disappointment? Waves of confusion washed over her as she battled with the knowledge of who she was, or had always been, and the depth she was capable of these past few weeks. Who did she want to be now? Could she somehow be both, and not feel this terror bubbling up inside of her? Fear was such a foreign feeling, as she'd never allowed it power. But now it was threatening to take hold, shatter her.
I have to go,
she said quickly. She reached behind the door for her jacket and room key, then moved past him into the hall.
Isla.
Nope. She couldn't do this anymore. She'd given him enough time, heard too much already. She needed time and space to figure things out without her feelings for him influencing her. She did care about him. She had fallen in love with him this holiday season. But now she had no idea what to do about it.
Merry Christmas, Aaron,
she said as she headed down the hall, away from him and all the emotions she wasn't sure she'd be able to run far and fast enough away from. Chapter 25. He almost wished there would be an emergency call. Sitting in the station with nothing to occupy his mind and thoughts for 2 days, all Aaron could think about was Isla. She was upset, and he understood that. He should have tried harder to tell her the truth about them. Maybe he shouldn't have allowed her to get close to him at all. No, he couldn't regret that. Spending the last few weeks with her had been everything. He'd fallen in love with her, a fact that hadn't been as clear as it was these last 48 hours. If he hadn't, then accepting her dismissal would be easier. Moving on from her rejection wouldn't be this hard. He'd be able to turn off these thoughts of her, remembering every moment, everything she'd said to him. He wouldn't be constantly fighting this urge to be with her, to reach out, to try to get her to give him, them, another chance. He ran a hand through his hair and sighed. Anxious energy coursed through him that no amount of working out could diminish. He couldn't sit still. He couldn't sleep. Couldn't eat. Isla Wakefield had him all kinds of messed up. This holiday season had been the best one he'd had in so long. It had been hard for him to open up and accept the season, but he'd felt safe in doing it for Isla. Now, without her, the holiday was even harder to survive. It was Christmas Eve, and he was alone, missing the woman he loved. He leaned back in his chair in the staff room and stared at the snow falling outside. What the hell should he do? She didn't want him. Could he just accept that? Did he have a choice? Isla was the most stubborn and determined woman he'd ever gone up against. Only before, they'd been fighting on opposite sides. He had to believe that this time they both wanted the same thing, to come out of this stronger and hopefully together. They just didn't know how to get there. Damn, he hoped that was true, because he was changing course. Nothing in his life had ever come easy. He'd worked hard and persevered in every challenge he'd ever faced. So instead of continuing to wallow in self-pity and regret, he was going to fight for the woman he loved. He'd given her time and space to think things through, figure things out, but he loved her, and he knew she loved him. She thought he'd fallen in love with her because she'd been different, but that wasn't true. He understood her better all around. Now, he just needed to show her. And there was only one way he could think to do that. But he needed help. Climbing the stairs to Dwayne's house after his shift, he took a deep breath as he knocked. He hadn't seen or spoken to his buddy since the party at the Wakefields, and he hoped his friend was ready to move past all of this. He danced from one foot to the other, tucking his neck further inside his jacket as the cold wind blew snowdrifts around him. He rang the doorbell and waited. Come on, man, open up. Both Isla and Dwayne had every reason to avoid him. He'd hurt them both, but he needed a chance to make things better. Dwayne looked like he'd just woken up when he finally answered the door. Hey, man, what are you doing here? I came to tell you that I'm sorry about everything, he said. I didn't realize your feelings for Isla were as strong as they were. Having now lost her himself, Aaron could sympathize with his friend's heartache. I didn't mean to fall for her, but I did. He sighed. I'm a mess without her, man, and I need your help to get her back. Dwayne, you coming back to bed or what? A woman's voice said from inside the house. You've got company? Aaron asked in amusement. Maybe his buddy wasn't still pining for Isla. That would hopefully make things a little easier. I'll be right there, he called back. Melissa, the yoga instructor from the community center, he whispered to Aaron. She's been keeping me company while I've been grounded, he said with a look that said he still held Aaron partially responsible for that, but Aaron could hear that all was forgiven in the other man's tone. That's what I need your help with, he said, feeling relieved. Time to get you back in the air. My suspension is lifted? Dwayne's eyes and hopes rose. Not exactly. I need you to fly one of your family's helicopters. Dwayne frowned. Where exactly are we going? Probably better that I don't tell you until we're in the air, Aaron said. But it's for Isla. You're really asking me for help to get your girl back? Yes. Look, man, this conversation is overdue.
But I love her, and I hope you and I can be cool.
There was no hesitation from Dwayne.
Of course we can be cool. And I'm in,
he said, reaching out a hand to clap Aaron's and draw him in for a hug.
Come on, Isla, open up.
Isla cranked the music higher on her headphones, ignoring her brother knocking on the hotel room door. As far as she was concerned, they could all kiss her jingle bells. It was Christmas Eve, and her holidays had gone from magical to complete shit. She wasn't even sure how she was going to spend Christmas Day with her family with so much tension surrounding them. Eventually, she'd have to talk to them, accept what had happened, and move on. But not yet. Deep down, she knew they weren't at fault for what happened with Aaron, but she was still pissed and needed a little more time.
Isla, I'll ask the desk for a key,
Dex called out.
That's an invasion of privacy,
she yelled back.
Okay, fine. If you won't open the door, I'll just yell through it, he said.
Isla sighed. Great, and have everyone in the hotel know their business and disrupt the guests. She sighed, getting up and opening the door. What? Dex stopped pacing the hall and turned toward her with a look of desperate frustration.
You have to stop ignoring us. We're worried about you.
I'm fine, except that I'm surrounded by a bunch of liars, she said, holding her chin high. Aaron might have gotten to her with his timing so close to when she was feeling raw, but she'd had 2 full days to start building her shields back up. She'd never let Dex know how torn she was. No one lied to you, Dex said gently.
No one was exactly forthcoming either.
Hands on her hips, she fought for patience. How silly must she have looked these past few weeks going around town with Aaron? Everyone must have been snickering and getting a real kick out of it. Had that been Aaron's motivation in the beginning? To trick her for how she'd always treated him? To humiliate her? She wished she could believe he'd do something like that. But she knew he never would, which made it harder to keep pushing him away and remain resolved that it was over. The doctor said, she wagged a finger at her brother.
Do not blame the doctor. He said to let me figure out who I was on my own. He didn't say keep things from me so I looked like a fool.
Why do you think you look like a fool? Because you fell in love? Sis, it happens to the best of us, he said.
I fell for Aaron without knowing who he really was.
That's not true. You know him better now than you ever did. You just didn't have your preconceived notions about him anymore, blocking your ability to see how perfect the two of you are together. None of us wanted to ruin what you two had going.
She'd ruined it. That was all on her. But what even was there to ruin? It wasn't as though the two of them were actually going to stay together. They fought all the time and had different viewpoints on everything. At least they did, back when they'd been so blind about their own prejudices that they didn't allow themselves to truly get to know one another. Dex's shoulders slumped, and he looked desperate for her to see things a different way. All I'm saying is that you have been happier the last few weeks than I've ever seen you. You let your guard down and—
Exactly, she said, exasperated. I let my guard down, and I was duped.
That's not what happened. Aaron wasn't dating you as a joke. He fell for you too.
How do you know?
Dex sighed.
Ugh. Because he's out on the mountain right now, rappelling down into the crevasse he saved your ass from to try to find your necklace.
Isla's chest felt like it might explode. Dumbfounded, her mouth gaped. He's doing what?
Dex shot her a look. Now do you believe this was all some sort of con?
No, she didn't. But now, she was terrified that the man she loved was going to get hurt proving it to her. Isla had every right to be angry with him. Their entire life, the two of them had never seen eye to eye or gotten along. He'd never indicated that the feelings he had for her went deeper than he'd let on.
So of course she didn't believe it now. How could she trust anything he said after he hadn't told her about their tumultuous relationship leading up to her accident? He couldn't rely on just words. He had to show her. Which was why he was harnessed and ready to drop into the deep crevasse that she'd fallen into weeks ago. Well, not ready, but doing it anyway. "In position," Dwayne said. "This weather won't give us much time." "Copy." The weather had quickly taken a turn for the worse, with thick, blowing snow reducing visibility and a wind from the north that was reported to reach a 40-mile-an-hour speed within the next few hours. This was dangerous, and he'd dragged his friend into it. It was amazing that they'd even found the crevasse exposed and still accessible. He had the recent temperatures and lack of big snowfalls to thank. Aaron lowered the rope and dipped down over the edge. The long ice crystal formations all around him were like mirrors, reflecting his image, as Aaron descended farther in the direction of the ledge where he'd found Isla that day. It was a beautiful sight. The ice in ragged shapes all around him, clear blue-toned glass that hung, menacing and majestic. Unlike the last time he'd been in there, his heart wasn't pounding, and adrenaline didn't make his pulse race. Isla wasn't in danger today. But still, there was a lot on the line. If he could find the necklace that meant so much to her, it would not only prove that he cared about her, but that he could be okay with the lifestyle she loved. Yes, he'd worry about her when she went out exploring the world, pushing through boundaries, but he wouldn't be so adamant about the dangers anymore. He'd accept her choices, respect them, and maybe open himself up to more challenges as well. Like the one he was currently embarking on, that he'd never have done a month ago. "Wind's picking up," Dwayne said over the headset, and Aaron moved faster, lowering himself farther. This was a long shot, but she had lost the necklace that day, and it made sense that it could be here. He knew out of everything he could possibly give her this holiday season, this would mean the most, especially now that her birth mother had passed. Aside from the letter, it was the only thing Isla had from the woman, the only thing she ever would have. He quickly scanned the area, squinting in the glare to try to locate the ledge where she'd been lying the day he'd found her. The structure had changed over the last few weeks, parts of it melting away, some covered by snowdrifts, so it was hard to tell exactly where she'd landed. He turned to get his bearings, positioning himself as close as possible to the place where he'd been weeks before, and continued moving farther down into the crevasse toward a larger ledge protruding from the ice shaft. He spotted the shimmer and sparkle of the gold crescent moon pendant and smiled. He lowered himself down onto the ledge, careful it could support his weight as he bent to reach for it. He couldn't believe it was actually there, this very important item that Isla thought was gone forever. "Item retrieved," he said over the speaker. "Shit, that was lucky, man." He was lucky. Lucky to have a buddy crazy enough to help him pull off this stunt. "On my way back up." Overhead, he heard cracking and the sound of rumbling, the definitive sound of an avalanche. He glanced above just in time to see the first falling crest of snow cover the crevasse, partially blocking his exit. More cracking and rumbling sounded, deep and menacing. "Mountain's giving way," Dwayne said. Aaron didn't pause to consider his next move. Quickly, he detached the harness, letting the rope free. He couldn't risk the chopper being dragged down by the cascading snow, covering the crevasse. "I'm detached. Go," he said. "Are you crazy? No. Reattach, I'll pull you up." "Too late. Just go." "You'll be trapped in there." "Then come back with a shovel," he said in an attempt to lighten the mood, but his palms dampened and his heart raced as a huge chunk of the crevasse caved in under the weight of the avalanche.
There was no more opening at the top. He couldn't see the chopper or the sky overhead. There was no way to get out by climbing up. The terrain was too unstable, and the snow was too thick. He heard the chopper moving farther away. All he could do was wait and hope that help arrived quickly before the entire structure caved in around him. For the first time in his life, Aaron was the one waiting for rescue. Helicopters and snowmobiles could cause the avalanche to give way even more, so they were snowshoeing their way up the trail toward the crevasse. Dwayne's call to the station and the local search and rescue crew had everyone moving quickly. They all understood the urgency in getting Aaron out of the crevasse as fast as possible. The weather conditions had gotten worse. With limited visibility and early darkness fast upon them, they were racing against the clock. There was no way Isla was sitting in the hotel room or waiting at the station. She'd go crazy feeling helpless, so she was making her way through the blowing snow alongside the others. Cold wind bit into the exposed flesh on her face, and the resistance made the hike harder. Pushing through the deep snow slowly and carefully so as to not set off the cascading snowdrifts, they moved as quickly as they safely could. Her heart pounded in her chest, and her stomach twisted at the thought of Aaron down in the crevasse. Her own fall had been sudden, but Aaron's situation was unpredictable and getting worse the longer it took to reach him. It was freezing and getting dark. If the crevasse caved in... She swallowed hard. "Hey, he's going to be okay. We're almost there," Dwayne said next to her. Obviously, the two men had made amends, and that made her feel a bit better. But why the hell had their first bonding exercise been something so dangerous? Going to find her necklace was thoughtful and endearing, but she was going to strangle Aaron when she saw him. "I can't believe you two did this," she said, her words lacking conviction in her anxiety. "He wanted to do it for you," Dwayne said. "To prove to you that he cares, I guess." "He could have sent flowers," she muttered. He shook his head. "We both know you're too stubborn for that. It takes something extreme to get you to take notice." She was silent as they continued on. Dwayne was right. She was stubborn. Foolishly so. Why the hell had it mattered so much that she'd felt fooled? The love between them had been real. Their connection had been real. Her feelings for him had been real. That should have been enough. It was enough. God, please let him be okay. She needed to tell him that she was sorry for pushing him away and that she loved him. "Hey, I wanted to apologize," Dwayne said, "for what I said at the party." Isla nodded. "Apology accepted. And I'm sorry, too." When she'd called things off with him, she hadn't realized the extent of his feelings. "I never meant to hurt you." He winked at her. "I'm getting over it." He stopped and gestured for everyone else to stop. "This is it. Everyone stay back. False ground could be anywhere," Dwayne said as they reached the marked spot on the mountain. Shovels out, they started to dig, slowly, moving in closer as they went. "Here's the edge," a search and rescue crew member said after a few moments. The group picked up speed as they uncovered enough of the crevasse to see into the hole. Isla peered over the edge, relief flowing through her as she saw Aaron sitting on the ledge where she'd fallen. The sight of the crevasse brought her back to her own accident, falling through, and then seeing Aaron as he'd lifted her to safety. She'd never felt so protected in her entire life. She wanted to feel that again, and with Aaron, she knew she'd always feel that sense of security. He looked up and saw them, offering a wave as Dwayne harnessed up and got the litter ready. He slowly descended over the edge. "Be careful," Isla said. "I've got him," Dwayne said confidently. And 10 long, excruciating minutes later, he did, and Isla released a huge sigh of relief, then prepared to give the man she loved the lecture of his life. As she approached the litter, he saw Isla fight back tears as she lectured him. "Are you insane? You could have died!" The sight of her had him instantly forgetting about the nerve-wracking 2 hours he'd spent inside the sealed crevasse, hoping the entire thing wouldn't cave in on him. She was flushed and looked so beautifully distraught. It warmed him to the core. He hated that he'd put lives in danger, having to be rescued, but he couldn't regret that it had brought them back together. "You'd have missed me?" he asked. "Yes, you idiot! Of course I would have missed you," she said, emotions so thick she choked on the words. A lump formed in his own throat. "Why?" "Why what?" she asked. "Why would you have missed me?" he asked. "You're really going to make me say it, aren't you?" she asked as the first few tears froze on her cold cheeks. "I really am," he said with that grin. "Because I love you so much, even though you're annoying and—" He cut off her words with a kiss, deep, passionate, long. "I love you too." He opened his hand. "I think this is yours." "Oh my God! You actually found it?" Fresh tears formed as she took the necklace from him with a shaky hand. "I never thought I'd see this again." "For a moment, trapped in there, I never thought I'd see you again. Glad we were both wrong," he said gently, caressing her cheek and kissing her again. For 2 days, he'd been miserable without her, afraid he'd never get the chance to touch her, kiss her, hold her, ever again. It made this whole thing worth it. Given the choice, he'd do it all over again. "Hate to break up this beautiful reunion," Dwayne said with a note of mock annoyance. "But we should get off this mountain and out of the weather before it gets worse." The sky was already darkening, and the snowstorm was progressing. Another hour and it would be dangerous. Not the best weather for being trapped on a mountainside, but perfect for curling up by the fire. Aaron climbed out of the litter and reached for Isla's hand as they made their way down the side of the mountain. "When we get back to Port Serenity, do you think maybe you'd spend the rest of the evening with me?" he asked. "I can't think of any other way I'd want to spend Christmas Eve," Isla said, smiling up at him with only love in her expression. When she wrapped an arm around him and held on tight, Aaron knew this was going to be the best Christmas he'd ever had. Epilogue. This had to be the ballsiest thing he'd ever done, non-career-wise. Staring at the ice pans bobbing on the surface of the water, Aaron shivered despite still being dressed warmly in his ski suit. That was about to change. In just over a minute, when the clock hit 9 a.m. on New Year's Day, he'd be plunging almost naked into the freezing water with Isla and about 30 other people on the annual polar bear plunge. "This is actually really good for you," Isla said as she removed her own ski suit. "I'm not so sure about that," he grumbled as he disrobed along with the others. The cold January wind was numbing all his extremities, and he wasn't even in the water yet. But there was one thing he was sure of, and that was that he wanted to spend his life with the courageous, adventurous, beautiful woman he was taking this plunge for. 3, 2, 1! The unofficial organizer, a man in his late 60s who'd been participating in this every year for over 4 decades, yelled as the clock struck 9 and the group went running. "Ready?" she asked, her excitement contagious as her green eyes sparkled. Aaron took a deep breath and grabbed Isla's hand in his as they plunged together. His breath came in short gasps, the cold water instantly paralyzing his extremities. "Oh my God, so cold," Isla said, laughing next to him. She danced from one foot to the other in the water and wrapped her arms around her body as she started to head out. "Okay, that's long enough." "Wait," he said, reaching for her. She turned back and shot him a quizzical look. "It's freezing. Come on." Her teeth chattered. He wanted nothing more than to get out of that water, but... "There's another plunge I need to take first," he said, extending his free hand toward her and opening it. Isla's eyes widened as she saw the ring on his open palm. Her hand went to her mouth, and she looked at him in wide-eyed disbelief, freezing ocean water momentarily forgotten. "Are you serious?" He nodded. "I love you, Isla. I always have. Over the last month, you've changed my life for the better, and I don't want to live a day without you in it." He paused. In case the question wasn't implied. "Marry me?" She shivered and her teeth chattered. "Yes, I'll marry you." His heart filled with love as he slid the ring on her shaking finger, then drew her into his arms in the icy Pacific Ocean. "Are you sure you're up for a life of adventures with me?" she asked against his lips, her loving gaze warming him as it burned into his. "I can't wait," he said, and he meant it. His entire life, he'd lived cautiously, worried about what could happen if he took a risk and let go. But now, he wasn't afraid of the fall, as long as it was with her. Love in the Forecast. Chapter 1. Wind Dancer was the most beautiful thing Keith Beaumont had ever seen. Or at least she would be once he gave her a fresh coat of paint, rebuilt the damaged section of the bow, and attached a new rudder and a new mast for the sail. The cruising sailboat would be the best one on the North Pacific Ocean for the annual Coast Guard-sponsored astronavigation contest. Next weekend, bragging rights over who was the best sailor in Port Serenity, Alaska, would be up for grabs again. And Keith was ready to defend his title, alongside his best friend and co-captain, meteorologist Bob Bartlett. The other man lived in Sirens Bay and had yet to see Wind Dancer. They normally rented a boat to compete, but this year the glory of a win would belong to Keith's new pride and joy. He might have embellished Wind Dancer a little last time he spoke to Bob, so he wanted the sailboat to be in tip-top shape when his friend arrived in 5 days. "Can you hand me that plank of wood?" Keith asked his daughter Skylar, who was his living, breathing pride and joy. She handed the teakwood plank to him and stood admiring the work they'd done so far. She laughed as she wiped her arm across her forehead. "Funny to be working on a larger-scale model this time." He and his daughter had a long-running tradition of building model boats together. Since she was 3 years old, Skylar had helped him build a new one each year. They'd bonded over their passion for boating and love of the ocean throughout the years, and it was a joy to be working on a real boat with her. Owning a cruising sailboat had always been a dream of his, but now that he was officially retired from the Port Serenity Coast Guard, leaving the station in his daughter's capable hands, Keith had finally taken the plunge and bought the second-hand boat from an older gentleman in Anchorage. He hadn't mentioned his plans to Skylar yet, but he intended to sail from Alaska to Florida on a 2-month course he'd plotted. Not exactly a direct route, and he didn't intend on cruising at high speeds. He wanted to experience life on the open water in a way he never had before, being at the mercy of nature with the control and confidence of over 35 years respecting the ocean and her mysteries. It was a journey he'd talked about with his wife before she'd died 7 years ago, and he was certain that she'd still want him to take the trip. The thought of going without her made his chest tighten, but he knew, as always, she'd be with him in spirit. "Think she'll be ready for the contest?" Skylar asked as he knelt to hammer the plank of wood in place, her diamond engagement ring sparkling in the July midday sun. She'd recently gotten engaged to her secret high school love, and Keith felt better leaving on his journey knowing she was settled in her career and in love. "More than ready. She's going to win her first time out, aren't you, darlin'?" he said, standing and gently stroking the port side of the hull. Skylar shot him a look. "Darlin'?" "She's the second love of my life," he said, readjusting his tool belt around his waist. "You know, speaking of love..." Saved by the bell, his daughter's speech about how he should consider dating again was cut short by Keith's ringing cell phone. They'd had the conversation countless times in the year that Skylar had been back in town, and his response was always the same. He wasn't ready. What he'd had with Skylar's mother had been a once-in-a-lifetime love, and he wasn't ready for another relationship. He wasn't sure that was in the cards for him. "Hold that thought," he said, holding up a finger as he answered the call. "Bob, how's the best co-captain in Alaska? Hope you've been brushing up on the upcoming weather patterns." "About that. Sorry, Keith, but I won't be able to participate this year." On the other end of the call, Bob lowered his voice as he continued. "Marcia has her heart set on a trip to visit Allison and the grandkids." Bob's daughter and grandkids lived in Iceland, and due to health reasons, he and his wife hadn't been able to travel in recent years. Now that Marcia was feeling better, she must be eager to see her family. But this contest happened every year. Who knowingly planned a trip for those dates? Visitors from all over Alaska and beyond came to Port Serenity for the event. "Can't you leave a few days later?" Marcia could head out, and Bob could meet her there. The couple took separate vacations all the time, so it wasn't unreasonable to suggest. "Afraid not. We're using flight points, and there are all these blackout dates and restrictions." Bob sounded less than thrilled about missing the contest, too, and Keith suspected it may have been a source of tension and debate in the Bartlett home. But ultimately, Marcia, with the assistance of blackout dates and restrictions, had won out. Keith sighed. "Okay. Well, yeah, that's fine." What could he say? By now, the tickets to Iceland would already be booked, and his friend had a wonderful marriage. Happy wife, happy life, right? Keith wouldn't mess with his friend's relationship. He wouldn't be that single friend who constantly needed a wingman. That's what his daughter didn't understand. Even if Keith was interested in meeting someone, everyone he knew was happily married and watching reruns of NCIS on Saturday nights. He couldn't exactly go clubbing with her fiancé Dex or hit up the hot spots alone. He wasn't a creeper. And besides, he had no idea where to meet single ladies his age. Online dating or apps weren't his thing. "Sorry, buddy. Next year," Bob said, sounding truly remorseful. "Next year," Keith said. "Have a safe trip." He sighed as he disconnected the call and tucked the cell phone into his jeans pocket. "What's wrong?" Skylar asked, lifting her blonde hair into a ponytail as the hot midday sun beat down on the deck of the boat. "That was Bob. He's out." They'd been partners in the contest for years. With his expertise in celestial navigation and Bob's experience as a meteorologist, they made the perfect, unbeatable team. They'd held the first-place trophy for 5 years running. Aw, sorry, Dad, Skylar said sympathetically. If anyone knew how important this yearly event was to Keith, it was Skylar. She understood his desire to prove that the old-school methods of navigation were just as valuable as the new technologies. The contest sparked a renewed interest in astronavigation, and the media attention surrounding the event helped ensure time-tested teachings were still included in sailing courses. What are you going to do? I don't know. Keith would hate to pull out of the contest this year, especially when he was eager to test out Wind Dancer. He'd been confident the boat would be just the good luck charm they needed to secure a 6th-year win. But contest rules were clear. Each team required a navigator and a meteorologist. 2 sailors from start to finish. Bob was the only qualified person he knew. Who was he going to partner up with now? The sight of her ex-husband flirting with another woman shouldn't have this effect on her more than 11 months post-divorce. But Monica Mallard wasn't sure she could ever really get used to it. Watching him laugh while charming the pants off the new 25-year-old network intern at the Station 5 news office made her stomach flip-flop. It wasn't that she still had romantic feelings for Brent Clausen, the handsome, charismatic news anchor, or that she didn't agree that ending their relationship was for the best. It was just that when she saw him smile or wink at another woman around the station, it reminded her of how their relationship had started. 8 years ago, her 3rd week on the job at the local station, she'd fallen hook, line, and sinker for Brent, and their whirlwind love affair had taken the whole community by storm. Self-proclaimed never-settling-down 45-year-old Brent had finally found his match. Or so went the buzz around the small coastal town. Turned out, Brent was definitely better suited to being a bachelor. He wasn't a bad husband. Not at all. They'd gotten along fabulously. They never argued and had similar interests and the same taste in food, music, and movies, which had made life comfortable and Friday nights debate-free. They loved and respected one another, but Brent just couldn't fully commit to the lifestyle. In hindsight, it was a good thing that he'd never sold his condo overlooking the marina to move into her larger home near the lake. Being married hadn't been the problem. It was the label of husband that gave him mild anxiety attacks, as though wearing a wedding band changed who he thought he was, changed the public's perception of him as a carefree, unattainable bachelor that every woman wanted and every man envied. Eventually, they realized that staying married would only hurt them both. Brent had wanted to continue seeing her, dating her, maintaining a physical relationship after the divorce. But Monica wasn't built that way. It would never make her happy. She'd needed the clean break and the ability to move on. Unfortunately, that was tougher to achieve when they still worked together. Sitting across from him now in the Monday morning meeting, he winked at her, and she smiled back. Luckily, and maybe surprisingly to all their coworkers, they were still great friends. The best of friends. They still confided in one another and asked one another for advice, and they had dinner once a week. It was nice that they'd both agreed that losing their friendship would be silly, and so far neither of them had acknowledged that things might get weird or complex if one of them were to become involved in a new relationship. The news director, Calvin Helms, entered the boardroom and took his place at the head of the long table. The station's mascot, an old but beautiful husky named Static, sauntered in behind him and lay at his feet. Static was a famed former racing dog from Calvin's Iditarod days, and she was as much a part of the team as anyone else in the room. The dog had found a second career as Port Serenity's beloved on-camera pet in a short daily segment called Static's Stunts, where she and her trainer, Jackie, performed tricks and taught the audience tips on how to train their own dog. Calvin referred to his notes and addressed the room. Biggest story this week is obviously the Astro Navigation Contest. Monica will be reporting live from the marina for the 2 days, and Brent will be in studio. The Astro Navigation Contest was one of her favorite stories. Most local interest pieces went to the other on-staff reporters, but anything to do with the weather was all hers. The forecast for this weekend was perfect. Clear skies and warm temperatures, seasonal for summer in Alaska, and Monica was excited to spend time at the marina and, with any luck, out on the water. Calvin turned to her. Be sure to get the contestant listings from the organizers at the Coast Guard station and see if you can arrange a few earlier interviews featuring their contest prep, that sort of thing. Absolutely, she said, making a note. Once the meeting wrapped up, she grabbed a fresh espresso from the machine in the hallway, then headed toward her own office. She paused outside her boss's door when she heard the conversation inside. It's just time for young blood in the position, Maxwell Taylor, the head of Station 5 News, was saying. Monica frowned and continued to walk slowly. Several coworkers caught her eavesdropping, but she kept her ears peeled to hear the rest of the discussion. Who were they considering firing? She's been here 8 years. Viewers love her, Calvin said. Monica's heart raced. She'd been here 8 years, and according to the network stats, viewers loved her. They were thinking of replacing her with young blood. At 48, she was aging out of the career she loved. She had known it would happen sometime, but she hadn't expected it so soon. 50 was the new 40, and she'd kept herself in great shape over the years. This was ageism. Her chest tightened, and saliva gathered in her mouth as she turned on her heel and headed toward the washroom. Her skin felt clammy, and she thought she might be sick. Hey, Mon! Brent's voice behind her made her feel even more nauseous. He was 5 years older than her, but his aging looks were deemed handsome. The soft lines around his eyes were endearing. His salt and pepper hair was distinguished. He'd never age out. He'd get to choose his own expiry date. She folded her arms across her chest as she turned. What? A little harsher than she'd intended, and heaven forbid a woman show negative emotions in the workplace. Brent frowned, immediately concerned. You okay, sweetheart? He still called her that, and it might break her heart the day he ever stopped. She relaxed her shoulders and nodded. I'm fine. He'd throw a fit if she told him what she'd just overheard. He was supportive of all aspects of her life, but especially her career, and she knew he'd probably threaten to quit if they fired her, but she didn't want him to feel that responsibility toward her. She never had. Their individual careers were their own to manage and navigate. What's going on? She asked. He extended a piece of paper toward her. The Coast Guard just sent over the contestant list. Looks like Captain Keith Beaumont announced that his partner dropped out at the last minute, and he's looking for a meteorologist to fill in. She didn't even hesitate. I'll do it. If the network was going to fire her anyway, why not abandon her position in front of the camera and participate in the event? They could offer the segment to whoever they were thinking of replacing her with. She ignored the tug in her chest at the thought. Brent smiled. Great, because I already told the contest organizers that I knew the perfect replacement. Chapter 2. No one could really replace Bob. His best friend could predict wind changes and weather patterns even before Mother Nature made the call. But the other option was sitting out this year, and Keith didn't want to do that, especially with his new boat. He wanted to see what she was capable of before he took her out for a long trip on the seas. He stood on deck, the contest route map laid out in front of him. They changed the course each year, but it was still a 100-mile trip in the North Pacific in 2 days, with checkpoints set up on buoys and marking points along the shore. The team would collect a colored flag from each one. This route was definitely more challenging than previous years, and without a teammate he trusted, Keith's confidence faded slightly. He checked his watch. Race check-in at the marina office was in an hour, and his mysterious new partner had yet to arrive. Not off to a great start. "Wind Dancer! What a great name," a woman's voice said from the dock below. "Afraid I can't take credit." Keith turned toward the voice and his mouth dropped. TV meteorologist Monica Mallard was standing there, dressed in a pair of white, wide-legged, flowing pants, a navy tank top that clung to her curves and accented her shapely figure, low wedge sandals on her feet, and a white and blue striped bandana covering her wavy red hair. Keith's tongue swelled in his mouth at the sight. He'd always thought the woman was the prettiest on TV, but in real life she was breathtaking. Carrying an overnight bag, she covered her eyes with her other hand and smiled up at him as he stood there starstruck. "Permission to come aboard?" "On board?" She wanted to come onto his boat? She must be covering the contest for the network, as she did every year. She'd interviewed him and Bob after their win the year before, and Keith hadn't been able to say much, leaving the talking to his friend. Yeah, sure." He reached for her hand as she approached on the gangplank and helped her onto the boat. Her skin was silky soft, and her nails were trim and covered in a clear polish. No fuss. He liked that. She glanced around the boat with a look of appreciation. "Beautiful cruiser," she said. "Thank you. I just bought her and did some finishing work," he said. She strolled across the deck, admiring the new flooring and mast. "Are you covering the contest again this year?" He scanned the dock for her camera operator but didn't see anyone approaching. She turned to him with a slightly confused smile. "No one told you?" "Told me what?" "I'm your new partner," she said. Keith's heart raced as he processed the information. Monica Mallard, the most beautiful woman in Port Serenity, was his partner in the contest. She was going to be on his boat with him for the next 2 days. He could barely remember his own name in her presence. Navigating the vessel would definitely be a challenge. But what could he do? The contest was starting in less than 2 hours. There was no time to request another partner. And besides, it would be terribly rude to have her replaced. "Just think of me as the weather to your stars," she said with a smile. A smile that Keith knew would be a major distraction for the next 2 days. He already knew he could kiss his winning streak goodbye, and it had nothing to do with his new partner, and absolutely everything to do with her. Was he happy about the news or not? Monica waited for Keith to say something, but he continued to stand there with a dumbfounded look on his handsome face. She'd seen him around town over the years and had interviewed him after the race the year before. Or rather, she'd interviewed his partner while he stood there a little camera-shy. She'd thought it was cute how nervous he'd been to be on television. She knew his reputation as one of the best captains of the local Coast Guard, and had heard all the stories about the Beaumont-Wakefield family feud that had lasted generations, but she hadn't quite realized how handsome he was. He was recently retired and had a daughter in her mid-20s, so he had to be late 50s at least, but he was still in great shape. Broad, thick shoulders and muscular arms visible beneath his light blue polo shirt, that matched the color of his eyes. No sign of an expanding middle. His salt and pepper hair was thick and trimmed in a stylish cut, and the stubble along his chin gave him a George Clooney vibe. She'd heard that his wife had died years before, and the sight of his wedding ring still on his finger quite possibly made him the most endearing man in Alaska. "Don't worry, this isn't my first time sailing," she said quickly. "My family owned a fleet of racing sailboats in Anchorage and taught courses at the marina. I assure you, I'm quite capable." She had years of experience on the water, and she wanted him to know she was serious about the contest. Maybe she should have dressed a little less yacht clubbish, but in truth, whenever she was a little nervous, she always felt better when she dressed the part. But she hoped he didn't think she was just along for the ride. She was ready to roll up her metaphorical sleeves and get to work. Keith shook his head and cleared his throat. I'm sure you'll make a great partner," he said. "Sorry, I'm just, starstruck, I guess." He looked slightly embarrassed by the admission, and she laughed, relieved that was all his silence was about. "I'm just a news reporter, not a movie star." "Pretty as a movie star," he said, then blushed again. Damn, the man just kept getting more and more attractive. He was so different than most of the men she knew. Confident to the brink of cocky was the way she'd describe her news anchor co-workers. She'd been attracted to Brent for his charismatic charm and smooth-talking ways, but she was surprised to find Keith's soft-spoken nature also very appealing. "Well, thank you, Captain Beaumont," she said. "Keith. Please call me Keith." "Okay, Keith. Where do we start?" He checked his watch. "Check-in is in 45 minutes at the marina, then the horn will blow, and we'll be on our way." "On our way where?" she asked, seeing the route map on the table. She moved closer and scanned it. The 100-mile path would take them along the south coast of Alaska, eastward out to sea, then looping back. She pointed to the checkpoints. "Scheduled stops?" "Only long enough to capture the flags." "Right," she said, and he gestured her to follow him inside the cabin. It was a lot bigger than it looked from the outside. An open-concept kitchen and living area with regular-size appliances and comfy, slightly worn furniture. There was no television, but there was a stereo system. Keith gestured to the shelves that held trophies from previous wins. Under each was a collection of colored flags with the Coast Guard logo on them. 5 years in a row? Wow! No pressure, she said with a laugh. Keith waved a hand. "Oh, I'm not worried about winning." She suspected that was a little white lie to make her feel better. Captain Beaumont may be quiet and easygoing, but he was definitely someone with a reputation to uphold, and she'd be damned if she was responsible for breaking his winning streak. "Well, you better get your game face on, because I compete to win," she said with a smile. And there was the speechless, dumbfounded look again. How incredibly sexy. 2 hours later, after the official contest horn sounded, they were out on open water. Keith glanced at Monica out of the corner of his eye as he sailed Wind Dancer out of the inlet. She hadn't been lying when she claimed to have sailing experience. While he'd set the sails, she'd maneuvered the boat out of the marina like a professional, and in record time. It was early in the contest, but they'd already taken the lead. Already working well together. "Light winds from the north that will definitely pick up by evening. Based on the current, keeping with our pace, we should reach the first checkpoint by 1814, she said. She really was trying to reassure him that she knew what she was doing, and her competitive spirit made her all the more attractive. She turned and caught him staring, and Keith looked away quickly. "Would you like to take the wheel while I make a few calculations?" He'd better start pulling his weight and doing his own job of navigating. They were allowed only the map, a sextant, a watch, and nature. No GPS or any other navigation equipment. He used the position of the sun and his watch to set their course as Monica watched. "You learned to do this in the Coast Guard?" she asked, taking over the wheel. "Back when I was at the academy, it was a required course. It was my favorite thing to study." "Do they still teach it?" she asked. He nodded. "They didn't for a while, back in the late 90s, but a few years later they realized the importance of knowing non-technological ways of navigation and brought it back. A modified version, at least." The old school ways were difficult, and it took a real passion for navigating to devote time and effort to learning them. Monica looked impressed as she scanned his charting calculations. Keeping one hand on the wheel, she leaned over him as he worked, and her closeness was more than a little distracting. The soft scent of her perfume drifted on the salty sea air, and the sun had warmed her exposed flesh, giving her a beautiful glow. He hadn't been alone with an incredibly beautiful woman in such a long time, and there was an intimacy about being out there on the water, alone. With a dozen other sailboats on their tail, closing the gap fast, he needed to stay focused. He moved away slightly and she cleared her throat. "I'm crowding you. I'll give you space," she said with an apologetic laugh. Keith didn't really want her to go anywhere. He was enjoying her company. "Would you like to learn how to do it?" he asked. "I mean, it's not your job, but—" "I'd love to," she said enthusiastically, and he felt his heart skip a beat. This beautiful, interesting woman wanted to learn the complexities of how to navigate using nature's elements and some mathematical equations. She might just be the most perfect woman in the world. Chapter 3. By nightfall, they'd reached 2 of the 8 checkpoints, and as they sat on the deck, across the table from one another, they clinked their glasses together to toast a successful first 8 hours. They'd be sailing through the night to reach 2 more checkpoints, therefore they were celebrating with cranberry juice instead of wine. "You did really great today," he said, picking up his sandwich and taking a bite. He'd packed the sandwiches and snacks that he and Bob always enjoyed, so he was relieved to see Monica take a big bite of the tuna and Swiss on homemade bread and look like she was genuinely enjoying it. "It was fun, especially the crash course in navigation," she said. It had felt great sharing his knowledge and passion with someone. It had been a long time since he had, and it had helped him relax a little around her. She was easy to be with. As they'd sailed, there had been moments of talking and laughter as he'd told her about his plan to sail the following month, but also moments of comfortable silence as they'd enjoyed being out on the water, the mild breeze blowing and the hot sun beating down. He'd quickly realized that she was a woman who could sit with her own thoughts, and he hadn't needed to keep her entertained. But there had been no doubt that she was having a good time. "Maybe tomorrow you can teach me how to read the weather patterns," he said. "Deal," she replied with that beautiful smile of hers that made his palms sweat. He couldn't remember the last time a woman had had this effect on him. He liked her. A lot. And he'd only truly met her 8 hours ago. "You must be so thrilled to have your daughter home, following in your footsteps," she said. He nodded as he sipped his drink. "I only ever wanted her to follow her own dreams, but it was definitely my dream to have her here in Port Serenity." His daughter had left for the academy just weeks after her mother had passed away. Having both of them gone had been terribly lonely. The house had felt different, cold and joyless. It had taken him a long time to figure out how to live without them both. He'd struggled to find new routines, different ways to occupy his free time. So much of his life had revolved around his wife and daughter that he'd been a little lost. Having Skylar return to Port Serenity the year before had filled a huge gaping hole in his heart. But he'd never wanted to pressure her into it. Luckily, I know she isn't here to make poor old Dad feel better. But for a certain secret high school sweetheart / soon-to-be husband, he said proudly. Skylar and Dex made a wonderful couple. And more importantly, any man that made his daughter happy was the right choice in his book, no matter the last name. Ah, the Wakefield-Beaumont feud, she said with a smile. Generations of Beaumonts had been civil servants in Port Serenity, whereas the Wakefields were rumored to have made their family fortune in questionable ways, including smuggling contraband into Alaska. The families had divided the town's loyalty for too long. There's definitely a lot of history there. My dad always said you could never trust a Wakefield, but I'm happy that Skylar and Dex being together has resulted in a long overdue truce. Skylar's a wonderful captain and a lovely woman. You raised her right, Monica said. My wife gets all the credit for that, he said. Monica offered a sympathetic look. I'm sorry for your loss. Cancer, right? He nodded. We'd thought she'd beaten it, but it came back, stronger and faster the second time. That must have been hard, she said, and her gaze landed on his wedding band. In the years his wife had been gone, he'd never been able to take it off. He didn't think he ever would. He fingered it now as he said, It's a part of me, just like she is. The deep grief and pain had subsided. His heart had healed, and he'd learned to move on. But she would always be in his daily thoughts, and he'd always love her. He cleared his throat in the silence, struggling for something to say to turn the conversation toward lighter territory. He didn't know much about Monica except that she'd moved to Port Serenity from Anchorage and had been married to a news anchor at the station. They'd recently divorced, and though it seemed amicable enough, he wondered how it was, still working together. But he chickened out, deciding to stick to a safer subject. Do you have kids? He asked. He didn't know of her having any in Port Serenity, but maybe they were in Anchorage. No, she said softly, with just a hint of remorse, as she wiped the corners of her lips with her napkin. I wanted them at one time in my life, but they just weren't in the cards, I guess. My career was the main focus. Not too late, he said. Monica grinned and shot him a questioning look. How old do you think I am? Uh-oh. That was a dangerous question. A smart man knew never to answer that honestly. But she couldn't be over 40. She was fresh-faced, and her green eyes were bright and vibrant, especially now when they caught the glow of the moonlight. Lost in them, he nearly forgot to answer the question. Late 30s? She laughed. Try adding 10 years. His jaw dropped. Impossible. Nope, it's true. But thank you. I guess, being in television, I'm not really allowed to age, so the pressure to stay looking a certain way has helped slow the aging process. That must be exhausting, though. He couldn't begin to comprehend the pressure she must be under in a public-facing role. You have no idea. She paused, looked conflicted for a brief second, then added, And I think the network is looking for a replacement. Keith frowned. What the hell would they do that for? You're the best meteorologist we've had since Francine Walsh. You almost always predict the right weather, and your humor makes it the best part of the 5 o'clock news report. Her laugh was rich and smooth as it echoed on the silence all around them. Thank you. But, I think they want to find someone a little younger. He shook his head. When did the world get so narrow-minded? Older generations used to be respected for our wisdom and experience. Now it's like we turn a certain age, and they think we need to be put out to pasture. I retired young, and I'll admit I'm not as limber or capable as I used to be. But youth isn't always better than experience, he said. You are incredible, and they'd be idiots to fire you. He reached across the table and touched her hand. An instinctive, impulsive move. But when she turned her palm up to intertwine her fingers with his heart pounded in his chest. He stared at their hands and swallowed hard, conflicted. He didn't want to pull away. It felt nice, real nice. But it had been so long, and he wasn't sure he was ready to move on with a new relationship. He cleared his throat and gently pulled his hand back. Maybe you should grab the first shift for some rest. She nodded. Good idea. Was it? He'd prefer to sit out there on deck chatting with her and looking at the stars all night. Not exactly the experience he'd have shared with Bob, but he was quickly warming to his new partner. Maybe dangerously so. She stood and headed toward the cabin. Night, Keith, she said. Sleep well, he said as she disappeared inside. He sighed and sat back, staring up at the night sky. The sound of the lapping waves all around him, and the cool, light breeze providing no answers to soothe his conflicted emotions. Chapter 4. They stood on deck, after each getting only 4 hours of sleep the night before. Less for Keith, as he'd tossed and turned after she'd appeared on deck to relieve him a little after 3 o'clock. He hadn't been tired, and would have preferred continuing at his post, but she'd insisted on taking a turn at the helm. So why meteorology? Keith asked. He couldn't help but admire her dedication to the partnership. She was a fine woman, and that news anchor she'd been married to must have been a fool to let her go. Coffee cups cradled in their hands, they headed toward the fourth flag, visible on a buoy in the distance. Monica smiled. I've always loved weather. All kinds of weather. Most people have a favorite season, but I have a sincere appreciation for them all. I love the cold and snow in winter, the beautiful frost and the chill that settles over the town, the deep freeze that seems to cause everything to stand still. Then in spring, the milder weather helps everything come to life. The late sunlight and early dusk are magical. Summer here in Alaska is uniquely precious because it's so short. I cherish every hot, sun-kissed day. And fall holds a desperate longing of trying to hold on to the heat, the length of the days. She laughed as she stopped. That all must sound so weird. Keith shook his head. Not at all. He knew exactly what she meant. He loved the changing seasons, too. Each one seemed to last just long enough, the other arriving in time to remind the residents of Port Serenity that life was ever-changing. Monica looked to the sky and frowned. I think we're in for a storm, she said. Keith eyed the morning sky as the sun crested the horizon in a warm red glow. The old adage, "red sky in morning, sailors take warning," sounded in his mind, but he wasn't convinced that was always true. He'd sailed some very nice days that had started just like this one. "You sure? Weather forecast didn't predict any this weekend." "You didn't predict any," he added with a smile. It was one of the safer weekends of the year to hold the event, as history proved rainfall and inclement weather were rare. Monica nodded slowly. There was a storm pattern hitting Nunavut that was supposed to bypass the northern coast of Alaska, but those clouds in the distance and the fierceness of the wind make me think we may see a tail end of it at least. "You're the expert," he said. He'd trust her on this. "I think we should slow the pace, lower the sail, and wait a few hours. We don't want to move toward it," she said. Keith hesitated. Waiting a few hours could put them severely behind. If she was wrong. If she was right, it could save them a lot of trouble, not being in the thick of it and having to rechart their course to go around it. "Okay," he said. Monica looked slightly surprised, as though she'd expected an argument, or at least for him to offer his own opinion. "Okay," she said. They got to work lowering the sail and positioning themselves away from the clouds rolling in overhead. Unfortunately, an hour later, she started to doubt her assessment as the darker clouds seemed to change direction. Maybe I was wrong," she said. Keith shrugged. "No worries. Let's just raise the sail and keep going." They'd only lost an hour. But as they readied the sail, a clap of thunder sounded in the distance, where they were headed, followed by a quickly darkened sky and a big bolt of lightning several miles away. The storm that had seemed to be blowing over was now fast approaching. A violent wind came out of nowhere, and rain started to fall within minutes. Securing the sail, they ducked inside the cabin as the torrential downpour started. "Well, you were right," Keith said, handing her a towel to dry her hair. He peered outside as the waves grew stronger and fiercer, tossing the cruiser around like a toy sailboat. "Thank you for trusting me," she said softly, drying water droplets from her bare skin. His gaze met hers, and he swallowed hard. "Of course." The boat tipped on a wave, sending her stumbling toward him, and he reached out to steady her before she fell. His hands on her shoulders, he held tight as their eyes met, and held for a long, tension-filled beat. "Keith," she said, her voice low, but full of something he hadn't heard in a long time. Desire. Without thinking, he pulled her toward him. He stared into her eyes as he drew her into his chest, her hands pressed between their bodies as he lowered his head toward hers. He refused to think, moving only on impulse. She tilted her head up and closed her eyes, and Keith kissed a woman for the first time in 7 years. Keith was right about one thing. With age definitely came experience. Monica wrapped her arms around his neck and drew his face closer as she deepened the kiss. One that was so fantastic, it caught her completely off guard. Not that Keith seemed like a man who didn't know how to leave a woman breathless. But this was more than just a physical connection. Her stomach fluttered, and a warmness was flowing through her. There was a passionate longing, yet sexy reservedness about the way he held her that made her legs go weak. And the kiss itself had caught her by surprise. She'd felt Keith's attraction to her, but she hadn't expected him to act on it. She moved closer to him and savored the taste of his lips, breathed in the manly aftershave and the scent of the outdoors lingering on his skin, enjoyed the feel of big, strong arms holding her tight as the boat continued to sway beneath their feet. She hadn't kissed anyone since her divorce. She hadn't even entertained the idea of a new relationship. It seemed still too fresh, too new. Her feelings about the whole situation were still a little undecipherable. But kissing Keith brought a new clarity. It erased any doubt about whether she was ready to move on, to give her heart to someone else. She'd missed this physical closeness, this connection with a man. She knew she didn't want to spend the rest of her life alone. He broke away, slightly breathless, and she wanted to reach for him and bring his mouth back to hers. But she sensed the kiss had shaken him a little. His expression held a hint of cautious hesitation when his eyes met hers. He cleared his throat as he gently released her and took a step back. "Sorry if that..." She shook her head quickly. "No, that was..." Wonderful, spontaneous. She'd hazard to say the best kiss of her life. He shoved his hands in his pockets and nodded. "Why don't you take the opportunity for some sleep?" he said. "It might be another late night, trying to get back on course." He was trying to distance himself. The kiss had completely freaked him out. "Okay, sounds great." She took a deep breath as she headed toward the bedroom, though she knew she probably wouldn't be able to sleep. "Wake me up when you want to switch off," she said. Inside the bedroom, she lay on the bed and pulled a blanket up over her. The sound of footsteps pacing above her head confirmed it. Keith was panicking. Should she go back out there and assure him that the kiss was okay? Or was he regretting it? In which case, she should probably go out there and tell him that it hadn't meant anything, and reassure him that she wasn't reading anything into it. She groaned as uncertainty wrapped around her. She didn't regret the kiss, or opening up to Keith about her potential firing. His reaction had made her feel better. Being around him made her feel good. She was enjoying every moment with him. Hopefully, the impulsive kiss hadn't wrecked things. She closed her eyes and tried to sleep, fighting an urge to go back up on deck and potentially ruin things even more with even more kissing. That one kiss had set Keith's life completely off course, not to mention the contest. His mind and heart in conflict after Monica had retired to the cabin. He'd made a few miscalculations, and they'd drifted farther west than he'd intended once the storm passed over and they'd set sail again. A few hours later, the next flag was supposed to be within sight, but Keith couldn't see the buoy in any direction. He picked up the map and frowned as he studied it. "You didn't wake me," Monica said, appearing on deck. She yawned, and his gaze fell to her mouth, where his lips had been the evening before, where it was a struggle not to let his lips wander again. He had to focus. He forced his gaze away from her sleepy expression as she took over the helm. "We're a little off course," he said. She looked slightly embarrassed as she nodded. "Right. Sorry. That kiss was impulsive and..." He shook his head quickly. "No, not the kiss. I meant, we're lost." A relieved-sounding laugh escaped her, breaking the tension and anxiety that had been weighing on his chest all night as he'd pondered his actions. He grinned. "That's not a good thing." But in truth, it wasn't entirely a bad thing either. Suddenly, winning the contest wasn't the most important part of the weekend. He'd kissed a beautiful woman, and he didn't feel the guilt and remorse he thought he should be feeling. He was conflicted, but not for the reasons he'd expected to be. He was almost 10 years older than Monica, and she was a local celebrity. She had married a hot news anchor who drove a flashy car and lived in an impressive condo. He was a retired captain with a modest lifestyle, set in his ways, unsure if uprooting his peaceful, quiet life was something he'd ever entertain. The future he'd envisioned for himself, growing old with his wife, hopefully enjoying grandkids someday, had been altered when she'd passed away. He'd redesigned the future he'd seen for himself. Could he reimagine it again? He was getting too far ahead of himself. Monica might not even be thinking of the kiss as anything more than a spontaneous, unexpected act. "Afraid I was a little distracted," he said. She moved closer, and his pulse raced as she reached up to run her hands through his hair. "Should I apologize?" "No," he said, voice thick. The temptation to kiss her again was overwhelming. But they were drifting farther and farther off course, and he needed to figure out where they were headed, both physically and metaphorically, before he could kiss her again. "But you should go sit over there while I figure out how to get us back on track," he said, gently removing her hands from his hair. He kissed both before releasing them. She laughed. "I'll go make us some coffee," she said. Keith's gaze lingered on her as she headed back inside the cabin. Then he released a deep breath. How did he get them back on course when this detour might have been the best thing to happen to him in a long time? Hours later, they were clearly lost and drifting even farther off course, as much as Keith didn't seem to want to admit it. Monica scanned the ocean, looking for the contest markers that were supposed to be along the route, but she didn't see them. Worse, she could no longer see the shore. Any shore. "Maybe it's time to consult the GPS or something," she said. It was against contest rules, but the sun was starting to set, and she worried that if they continued on the wrong course, they'd really be in trouble by nightfall. She could barely see the lighthouse beacon rotating in the distance. Keith avoided her eyes as he cleared his throat. "There is no GPS system installed. Yet." Her eyes widened. "What? How is that possible?" All boats had those systems. He shrugged sheepishly. "The old one needed replacing. But we didn't require it for the contest, so it was on my list of things to do." "Okay, don't panic." She reached into her pocket for her cell phone. "I'll just use my phone." She glanced down at it and frowned. 2% battery. She'd charged it the night before while she'd slept. "My battery is dead," she said. Keith glanced at his. "Mine too. It's being out here on the water. The cell phones are constantly searching for an internet connection, and it drains the battery quick." He sighed. "And even if they weren't almost dead, an online connection would be painfully slow. Impossible to use reliably." Oh my God. They were adrift on the North Pacific with only their own knowledge to help them. "Don't worry," Keith said reassuringly. "The unexpected storm just threw us too far off the original route. I'm sure the other teams are experiencing similar problems." He reached out and touched her shoulder, and the heat radiating onto her bare arm at the contact had her momentarily forgetting their predicament. Her kiss had caused Keith to lose focus. She wanted to feel guilty about that. "I can figure this out," he said. His confidence was definitely sexy. But an hour later, they were still headed away from the lighthouse beacon, and darkness had enveloped the sailboat. A strong wind blew from the south, pushing the vessel even farther north, and the stars weren't visible beneath a thick cloud cover. Navigating without stars was impossible, even for the experienced Coast Guard captain. Keith ran a hand over the stubble on his chin, then placed his hands on his hips as he stared off into the distance. He sighed. "I think we need to call the Coast Guard." The irony of the situation was not lost on her. His daughter would never let him live this down. As the lights of the Port Serenity Coast Guard rescue vessel approached an hour later, after his radio distress signal, Keith sighed. Even if she hadn't been on shift, Skylar would have insisted on taking this call. Her grin when the 45-foot red and yellow cutter pulled up alongside them, emergency lights unnecessarily flashing, said it would be a long time before this story wasn't a favorite topic of conversation at family get-togethers. Thank God he was officially retired. He'd never be able to face his old crew without so much tormenting and teasing. "Captain Beaumont, navigation issues?" Skylar said over the radio. The hint of glee in her tone made him swallow his pride. So he was the one needing rescuing today. He wasn't exempt from having problems at sea. If only it had been a bad calculation or judgment error that had sent them off course. But it had been Monica and that life-altering kiss. He couldn't exactly tell his daughter that. Right now, he could barely meet her gaze, for more than one reason. "Requesting Coast Guard assistance back to the marina," he said. "Wait, why the marina?" Monica asked next to him. "Just ask them to point us in the right direction and let's continue on." He loved her spirit, but he shook his head. "Receiving assistance immediately disqualifies us." He hated that he'd let her down during her first time competing. He hadn't exactly demonstrated sailing expertise. "But that shouldn't stop us from at least finishing the contest," she said with such sexy determination, such a show of character. Keith found himself speechless. He stared into her beautiful expression, illuminated in the glow of the moonlight, and he suspected she could easily set him off course in more than one aspect of his life. And he might not care. From the corner of his eye, he caught Skylar's interested stare from inside the cutter cabin. His daughter was watching their interaction with keen interest. Could she sense the attraction between them? He cleared his throat. "You sure?" he asked Monica. "Absolutely." Guess they were finishing the race. Was it too much to hope that prolonging their time together was part of her reason for wanting to continue? "Requesting Coast Guard assistance to simply put us back on course," he said over the radio. "You can't win now," Skylar said, her surprise evident in her tone. Keith felt like he'd already won, being out here with Monica. "We still want to finish," he said, his gaze locked on Monica's. "Okay. Set your course eastward and follow us," Skylar said. Eastward. The complete opposite direction. Good thing they'd put in the call, or they could have been hundreds of miles from Port Serenity by morning. Though Keith couldn't say that would have bothered him one little bit. Chapter 5. The next day, hours after the other contestants had arrived, Keith and Monica sailed through the opening of the inlet and crossed the finish line. A large crowd, about 100 locals, was still gathered along the marina, and they erupted into applause and cheers. He and Monica had finished the race, despite going off course, and their dedication to finishing was being celebrated as if they'd placed. All because of her. Keith glanced at Monica, standing behind the wheel. He'd been ready to call it the night before, but her insistence had encouraged him to stay the course, finish what they'd started. She maneuvered the sailboat into the dock, and they waved to the crowd as people started to disperse. A familiar-looking man blew a kiss their way, and Keith was certain it hadn't been meant for him. Monica blushed slightly as she motioned the man toward the sailboat. "That's Brent from the station. He's reporting live in my place," she said. Brent Clausen, her ex and current co-worker. Keith nodded. "Oh, right." "He's probably going to interview us," Monica said. Wonderful. Keith had been hoping he and Monica would have some time alone before they parted ways, before she went back to her life as a TV celebrity or wherever her career took her next if the network did let her go. And he'd be setting sail for his 2-month voyage the following week as planned. The idea that one kiss should give either of them pause, to the extent that they changed their individual plans, was absurd. He lowered the gangplank, and Brent hurried up to the boat, grabbing Monica for a quick hug before turning his attention to Keith. "Captain Beaumont, huge honor to meet you." Keith shook the news anchor's hand. On TV, the man looked a little younger, taller, and more muscular than he did in real life. Keith could definitely beat him in an arm wrestle. Still, Brent had charisma and celebrity status, and Monica used to love him. Still loved him? They hadn't really covered that in their discussions. They'd gotten close in the last few days, but they were still essentially strangers. "You two had quite an adventure," Brent said, glancing back and forth between them as his camera operator joined them on deck. Monica blushed again, and Keith nodded awkwardly. "Well, we interviewed the other contestants as they arrived. First place went to Ainsley and Bishop, second went to Carlisle and Sharp, and third went to Addison and Miles," Brent informed them. Keith nodded and offered a solitary clap for the winners. All worthy competitors for sure, and if they'd all successfully navigated the unexpected storm the day before, they deserved the wins. "We'll get your story, and then we should get back to the station for the noon broadcast," he said to Monica. She nodded and smiled. "Of course." Obviously, the two were still close and respected one another as co-workers. They seemed friendly and comfortable with each other. Keith struggled through the interview, his cheeks flushing with the camera pointed at his face as he recounted the comical, ironic call to the Coast Guard. Luckily, the interview was short, and within moments, Brent signed off and the camera stopped rolling. "That was great," he told him. "Viewers will love this story the most. You two stole the broadcast from the winners." He turned to Monica. "Ready to go?" She hesitated. "I'll meet you at the van," she said. Brent shot her an intrigued look and glanced back and forth between them. Then Monica jerked her head to say, "Get lost." When Brent and the camera guy had disappeared down the dock, she turned to him. "Sorry about the way things turned out. I know you were hoping to keep your winning streak." How did he tell her that, out of all his years competing, this contest had been his favorite? that despite not coming close to winning, he'd enjoyed this year more than any other. It had been special, one he'd never forget.
"I feel like I did win," he said gently. "I won a friend."
She nodded, with a slight look of disappointment on her face. "To new friends." She checked her watch. "I should get going." He didn't want her to go. He wanted to ask when and if he could see her again. But tongue-tied and conflicted, he simply nodded.
"I better get going too. Thanks again for filling in for Bob."
"You're welcome. Anytime." After she disembarked the sailboat, she turned to wave, and Keith fought every urge to run after her and say all the things he wanted to say but didn't know how. This would be her last broadcast. Decision made, Monica was going to tell Calvin before the noon segment of the news that she was resigning. He'd likely be relieved that he wouldn't have to be the one who broke the news that they wanted to replace her. She wanted to leave the station on her own terms, her own time. It would be torture going to work every day knowing any time could be her last. She suspected they had a list of new candidates at the ready anyway. She took a deep breath and squared her shoulders as she knocked on his open office door and entered. "Hey, Calvin, can I talk to you?" He waved her in.
"Absolutely."
Static glanced up at her with a weary expression as she approached Calvin's desk. She bent to pet the lovable dog to give herself a moment to gather her thoughts. When she stood, she said, "I think it's time for me to leave the station." Calvin frowned.
"Where are you going?"
She had no idea. This hadn't exactly been something she'd planned, so she hadn't given it much thought. "I'm not sure. But we both know that my time here at Station 5 is limited." A lump formed in her throat. Do not cry. Calvin nodded slowly.
"You got an offer from another network, didn't you? I bet it's weather beat in Anchorage, isn't it? I knew we'd never be able to compete with them."
He shook his head, looking truly defeated, and now it was Monica's turn to frown in confusion. "No, there's no other offer." Calvin looked relieved.
"So then why?"
"Because I'm getting older, and the station was planning to replace me," she said. Obviously, they hadn't been ready to tell her yet, and it was slightly embarrassing to admit that she'd overheard the conversation.
"Why on earth do you think that?"
Calvin asked. "Because I heard Maxwell say something the other day." Had she misread the situation? Calvin laughed as he shook his head and sat back in his chair.
"We were talking about STATIC,"
he whispered, spelling the name so the dog couldn't understand. "The dog?" Relief ran through her. She wasn't being replaced.
"Think on it, okay? We definitely want you here," Calvin said.
Monica nodded as she left the office to do the broadcast that now wouldn't be her last one.
"You and Captain Beaumont seemed to really hit it off,"
Brent said casually when she met him on set. She applied a thin layer of lipstick before answering. She hadn't been home to change or shower. Her hair was salty and windblown, and her outfit was slightly wrinkled, but she didn't care. "He's a really nice man," she said simply. How did she tell her ex that she'd kissed the captain? How did she tell him that for the first time since their divorce, she'd felt a true, real connection to another man?
"Nice. That's it."
She sighed. "Okay, so he's attractive. And kind and gentle. But his kiss had held a passion that revealed another layer. He'd been vulnerable and open, and yet so in control when he'd been leaving her breathless.
Are you going to see him again?
I'm sure I'll see him around town. Until he left on his 2-month sailing journey. One that sounded incredible. By the time he got back, any connection between them would have dissolved like a fragile early mist on the ocean.
I meant really see him. Like a date,
Brent said with no trace of jealousy or judgment, just the tone of someone who knew her far too well. He didn't ask.
I hadn't realized it was the 1950s,
he said with a smirk as the makeup assistant applied pressed powder to his face. She laughed. Look, he's a widower. It's a different situation than ours. The divorce had hurt, and moving on had been tough, but they both had. They were better as friends, and they still had one another. Things were different for Keith.
I get it, but I also saw the way he looked at you, like the sun rose on your command, Brent said.
Then he added gently,
the way I do. That's real, Mon.
She released a deep sigh as the crew gave them their 2-minute countdown to air. It was real. She'd felt it. But had Keith? I think this photo needs to be framed, Skylar said, sitting across from him at the Serpent Queen pub as she scrolled through her cell phone.
Mm-hmm,
Keith said. He scanned the local hotspot, which was bustling with a Sunday night crowd. Loud music played over the speakers, and the Selena statue stood proud in the center of the pub. He didn't come here often. It still felt a little weird, despite the family feud being over. But Skylar had invited him out for a drink, and he needed to tell her his plan to set sail the following week. Dad, you okay? Keith shook his head.
Yeah, great. Why?
Because I just threatened to frame the photo of you stranded in the North Pacific and you agreed to it, she said with a grin, setting her cell phone aside and leaning across the table. What's going on with you? Skylar asked, her gaze piercing. You haven't been yourself all evening.
Nothing, I'm fine.
The 8 o'clock newscast started, and his stomach lurched at the sight of Monica, looking as pretty as ever in a light blue suit and white blouse. He'd only spent 2 days with the woman. He shouldn't be feeling this odd sensation of missing her. They'd had a connection on the boat, but what did it mean? He was so out of sorts, but he had no idea what to do about it. Skylar followed his gaze, and her eyes widened. Oh my God, you like her! Keith shook his head so quickly his neck cramped.
She's a lovely woman, great sailor.
Incredible kisser, wonderful companion, interesting conversationalist. Skylar leaned closer, her eyes shining with interest. You've always had a crush on her. Did something happen between you two?
No.
Dad. He sighed.
Fine. We kissed. She kissed me. I had nothing to do with it, he said, feeling the need to clarify.
What would his daughter think of him kissing another woman? Skylar laughed. You had nothing to do with it.
I might have kissed her back, but it didn't mean anything.
If it had, wouldn't she have reached out by now? Sometimes a kiss was just a kiss, an impulsive act in the moment. They'd shared a connection. Didn't mean it would lead anywhere. Didn't mean anything? Dad, this is the first woman you've been attracted to since Mom died. You should totally go for it. Skylar's encouragement wasn't a surprise. She'd been wanting him to open himself up to the possibility of a new love for a while now.
I don't think she would be into me.
It was easier to believe that than to have hope, or to admit the real reason for his hesitation. "She kissed you, right? Now's your chance." Keith stared at the liquid in his beer mug. "It's too soon." "It's been 7 years. It's okay to move on, Dad." Skylar reached across the booth and touched his hand. "Mom wouldn't want you to not live your life. And she wouldn't want you to take that sailing trip alone." He frowned as he glanced up at her. "How did you know?" Skylar shot him a look. "Oh, come on. As if you'd buy a cruising sailboat, fix it up, and then not take that 2-month excursion you always talked about." He laughed gently. He should have known she'd figure it out. "I was planning to set sail next week." "Invite her to go." He shook his head. "We just met. You're not getting any younger." "Gee, thanks." He squeezed his daughter's hand on the table and took a deep, contemplative breath. "You'd be okay with that?" "It would make me feel better to know you had someone to help you if you steer off course again," she said with a wink. "Couldn't resist, huh?" he said with a laugh. But his daughter had definitely given him something to think about. A week later, the rumor around town was that Keith was setting sail the next day. She'd heard it 2 days ago from a fisherman she'd interviewed about the largest catch of the season, who'd heard it from a member of the Coast Guard, who'd heard it from Skylar. So it must be true. Walking along the marina, Monica's heartbeat echoed in her chest as she saw a wind dancer docked. It had taken 2 days to get the nerve to come see him. He hadn't reached out to her since they'd parted ways after the contest, and she wasn't sure what to say exactly. Bon voyage? Happy sailing? Take me with you? That last one had played on her mind more than was safe the last 48 hours, and she feared it might be what she would actually blurt out. Brent had noticed a connection and said that he thought Keith was interested in her, but what did it mean? He was a widower, still unsure how to move on after a broken heart, and she was ready. Ready for the possibility of a new relationship. Ready to love again. She casually glanced toward the boat as she passed, but she didn't see him on deck, and he wasn't visible through the cabin windows. But Wind Dancer looked in fine shape. He'd applied another coat of paint, and the fiberglass hull sparkled in the summer sun. What an amazing journey he was about to embark on. 2 months at sea, alone with just the sound of the wind and waves. A beautiful way to reconnect with nature and truly feel the force of the ocean. What she wouldn't give for an experience like that. "Hi." Keith's voice behind her made her breath catch in her chest as she turned to face him. She knew she had to say goodbye and wish him a safe trip. But standing here now in front of him, she wasn't sure how to say the words. She didn't want him to go, but obviously she'd never tell him that. That would be selfish and ultimately embarrassing when he chose his journey over her. "The boat looks amazing," she said, turning to look at it. Looking at him was too hard when she wasn't sure where they stood. "Thank you. I finished the last of the renovations yesterday, and you'll be happy to know the new GPS system is fully functional," he said with a gentle laugh. A sound she'd been craving for days. A sound she hadn't realized she was going to miss until that moment. "That's a relief. Though, I'm sure without any distractions, you'd do just fine without it." He stared at her pensively as he nodded. The reminder of the kiss lingered in the air between them, and he cleared his throat.
I'm sorry, I kinda panicked before. After the contest, I wanted to reach out.
Hope rose in her chest. You did?
Yeah.
Good, she said, relieved to know he'd been thinking of her too. The last week he'd been constantly on her mind. All she'd thought about was how easy it had been to be with him. He was kind and gentle, but confident and sexy. He was the kind of man she'd like a future with. Maybe even the man.
Good?
He asked. I mean, I would have liked that. I wanted to reach out too, but I wasn't sure. He nodded, and a long, awkward silence fell between them, full of unspoken feelings. What did you want to say? She asked, prompting him.
I wanted to ask if you had plans for the next 2 months,
he said, the words coming out quickly, as though he needed to say them before he could let reason hold them back. Her eyebrows rose, but she smiled, a thick warmness enveloping her. That's an awfully long first date. He laughed as he nodded.
It was a long shot.
I'll go. It was an easy decision, really. Keith's journey sounded like the most wonderful adventure, a trip of a lifetime, and the opportunity to spend time with him was too good to pass up. Life was short, and second chances at love didn't come by every day. His eyes widened.
You will?
She stepped toward him, excitement creeping into her chest at the unknown possibilities that awaited them. On one condition, she said, wrapping her arms around his neck.
Which is?
He asked, his tone low and gravelly as he wrapped his arms around her. You get us lost as much as possible, she said, standing on tiptoes and placing a soft kiss on his lips. One he returned with all the affection in his heart. There was no rush, no agenda, just 2 months at sea, getting to know one another and discovering if maybe they could make a future together in this unpredictable adventure called life. This is Lila Winters. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Alaska for Christmas, featuring the bonus story Love in the Forecast by Jennifer Snow. Presented by HQN Books and Harper Audio. This program was produced by John Marshall Media. Executive producer Jennifer Lopes. Alaska for Christmas, text copyright 2022 by Jennifer Snow. Love in the Forecast, text copyright 2022 by Jennifer Snow. Production copyright 2022 by Harlequin Enterprises Limited. Used under license with Harlequin Books SA, all rights reserved. Thank you for listening.